shaking the faith of the king unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm. Shout hallelujah. Put some fly suits on.
See myself. I see myself.
If you ain't on yet, put up some bread, you can sit with the best of the best. A rap God still like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you. But that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a lane, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I wrapped them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table, the brutally honest picture that I paint. Let it suffocate my brush accustomed using mothers and corrupt seduction of using the front and bluffing. While the blood of saints is ushered into discussion, I smell the sucking coming. Yeah, we running straight, chasing after what is disgusting. Concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I caused. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the film, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, dude rabbit with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the facets of what is factual and not exact as move. I seen them, they move, screen them, delete them, and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover us clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason before the fruit was plucked and eaten. You can see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season, and yeah, show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied, and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the stack of failures, often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here now. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the film.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. We ain't gotta go outside. Two-step in the rain. Wake up by my side. Don't care what you think. Oh, you're just my type. Oh, yeah, she know the deal like an old script. You ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gone. Bump this jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it, but I gotta know. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Well, you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh, yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same, your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away, come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs, got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes, man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Oh, yeah. Flyer than your ex, like, oh my god. Right into your legs, like, oh my god. And let's go on a date, like, oh my god. When I'm back from LA, like, oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you working for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you're still a scrub, but I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your... Now I don't wanna be rude, but I don't give a damn about you one bit. And to think you used to have it all. Funny how the tables turn around. You check it for me on the internet, I know you do it. Can't believe I made it with the music. I know, probably think about me all the time. Probably think you're drowning in the sorrow. Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You would. You know you would. You would. You would. You would. You. Now I don't wanna be rude, but I hope you never find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew? I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on their toes like I ain't been this good in a second. Self-made boss and I'm firing a weapon like... Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson. Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would. Now I don't wanna be rude, but I'm putting numbers on the board. Ayy, tell her we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord. Ayy, pray to God I make it where I want to. I hope you do whatever that you can. I could've been the one you felt close to, but now I'll never ever be that man. I say I've already got a plan, already ahead. All about my business and I covered overhead. Cut off all the snakes and I left them off for dead. If a snake tryna rat, then I'm cutting off his head. And I've never been the type to give a damn about a hater. I don't give a damn about you neither. I will feel worse, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt. You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all. You know you Yeah, you would have had it all. You would have had it all. You know you would. You would. You would. Yeah, you know you would. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my
What is going on, fam, and welcome to another great day of action for eFIBA Season 3. We've seen so many different regions already play and ball out, and today we get to check out Africa as well, so we welcome you to the great action ahead. But it's not just me, it's my man V hanging out with us as well. V, what were your thoughts so far, man? We had a few nights of gameplay, saw some comebacks, some blowouts, some close shots. What are your thoughts so far, man?
Hey, man, it's been absolutely a blast so far, and I have to say I am just incredible amounts of honor to be back on the desk with you and get to see these teams perform on a regional level. And I'm very excited to see for what's to come, especially given the fact that Africa as a region just season throughout season continues to grow and add more new countries on the map within the event, right? So I'm always curious to see the emergence of new talents, so to say.
All right, well, hey, let's go ahead and tell the folks that might just be joining us for the first time exactly how we go ahead and divide the world up, because here's what they're ultimately doing, right? We're going ahead and dividing all these regions. As you can see, you've got North America all the way to Oceania to the right. And then the way that it works is they had pre-qualifiers. From the pre-qualifiers, the teams that made it are now playing in this qualifier round. And of course, the winners, from which we'll break down here shortly, will get a chance to be invited to the Philippines. But today we're focused on the Africa region, as you can see right there. Total, we had 17 teams compete. And we'll break down things. And of course, look, it is remote play. We do live in a world with, ping and different things like that do matter. So we got that taken care of, which is why the regions are broken down the way that they are. But when the big money's on the line, we'll be in person. We'll talk about that here shortly. But let's go ahead and break it down for the folks region by region, because some of these teams have already kind of qualified. Let's go ahead and walk through the Middle East. We've got Lebanon, Oman, and also Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia went ahead and, some might call it an upset, some may not, but nonetheless, they went ahead and punched their ticket to the Philippines. So congratulations for them. V, walk me through Asia, man. What's going on down there? We called those games last night.
Yeah, absolutely. So from Asia, we had Philippines, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mongolia, Indonesia, Thailand, India, and Macau participating. The ones that are grayed out, as you mentioned, were the countries that unfortunately didn't make it through the pre-qualifying rounds. And oh man, it was an intense affair between Indonesia and Philippines this time around. Yet again, I have to say. And Philippines did manage to come out on top, but I have to say Indonesia definitely made it a close affair in the beginning, and later on, Philippines probably just taking the knowledge they have gained over the years playing against Indonesia, managed to secure the W and get the ticket to the event. Moving over to Oceania next.
On the Oceania side, you've got Guam and New Zealand that went ahead and competed against each other, and ultimately it was New Zealand. They went ahead and had a great game plan. We saw, double doubles, we saw triple doubles, and just a lot of great team play and chemistry on the defensive side of the rotations, and that's ultimately what went ahead and helped them propel to them punching their tickets to the Philippines. And let's go ahead and come on down to my side of town in North America. Still games left to be played here for the qualifiers, but as you can see in the pre-qualifier round, you had Puerto Rico and Guatemala get eliminated. So we'll check out these regions later on throughout the eFIBA Season 3 qualifier round. But let's go ahead and take a trip down south and check out what's happening with South America.
Yeah, absolutely. South America, as always, bringing the heat. You have Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela. All of these countries really, I would say, go toe-to-toe. Yes, there are some clear favorites, but with these guys, I would say you never know what can happen next. Speaking of next, let's move over to Europe, our biggest region that we have, a total of 22 countries. And starting from the left side, the ones that made it through is Belgium, Croatia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Spain, and on your right-hand side, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and Serbia. And I have to say, India, looking at these countries, last time around I spoke about having several powerhouses here. This time around, I have to say, I think having more thought about it, it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top.
It really is, just because, look, you've got so many teams. A lot of upsets can happen. A lot of different things can come up board. You get a wrong pass this way. You get a wrong bounce with an offensive rebound. There's a lot of chaos that can go ahead and happen in any type of region, but especially in Europe when you've got so many teams involved as well. And then last but not least, let's go ahead and check out the Africa region, the region that we are going to call the games of today. You've got Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Ivory Coast, Algeria, and Benin. It's going to be a great time here. To me, everything, look, I think Morocco is kind of like the favorites coming into this one, but I think there are a couple of different jurisdictions and countries that you and I talked about that might be able to pull off an upset of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for one, Egypt for sure is able to put up a show, and definitely I have to give out a shout out also to Ivory Coast. In the past, they've been able to put up very close games. That being said, though, the other countries that we didn't mention here, Nigeria, Algeria, and Benin, these are teams that are definitely watching from behind the scenes and doing a lot of studying. So you can't definitely count them out. And if anything, thinking back to the Asian region, Mongolia put up a close affair against Philippines. So really anything can happen here.
And speaking of folks that you cannot go ahead and count out, it's us on the desk on the talent side. You've got four of us calling the games throughout this whole tournament. You've got my man Vince. You've got B hanging out with us today. And of course, Chris, dead serious. Not a jokester at all.
Absolutely.
And you've got myself calling the games and calling all the action. And look, we love to kind of, get you guys hyped up in the chat at home as well. So we'll talk about you guys here in just a moment. But let's talk about what they are all fighting for, right? It is to get a chance to go to the Philippines. You can see 3 countries have already punched their tickets for in-person World Cup, and that is, you've got the Philippines, you've got Saudi Arabia, and New Zealand as well. So those 3 countries will be in the Philippines. Now we've got to figure out who's going to go from North America, South America, Africa, and 2 countries from Europe as well. Now, once they get to the Philippines, they will be fighting for a prize pool of $50,000. So that's the total prize pool. Each country will try to get a slice of that big money over there. And of course, like we mentioned, you've got the big finals that'll be happening there in the Philippines as well. So a lot of excitement, a lot of great things. I know the NBA 2K League has been to the Philippines for a couple of events. I know they loved it. The in-person studio that they went to was just phenomenal. And it was a trash talking, V, that we don't talk about often just because we're remote play. But like when you're in person, when you're in the Philippines, that trash talking is just elite. It is just to another level.
Absolutely, and it's one of the things that I think we spoke about a bit last time on the desk, right? Like it's just how the chemistry changes when you are on the stage, both being an opponent and at the same time how your team chemistry might change, and having that little trash talk aspect definitely goes to show. And I think one of the biggest benefits that you might have playing on stage is like if you make an awesome play happen, you can actually see live how it gets under the skin of your opponent, and even then play it further on to your benefit. So a lot of talking points, and definitely, of course, you get to see, I would say, the maximum amount of emotions you can get out of these athletes, given the fact that it is going to be an in-person battle. As far as I am aware, even sometimes controllers go flying, so hopefully that's not the case, but hey, you never know.
The controllers did definitely go flying in Sweden, and I expect a little bit of that as well. But look, we do this, for the fans at home. You're in a different time zone. I'm in a different time zone. I know you'll be broadcasting tonight into the wee hours past midnight. So look, if you guys are watching at home, we'd love to know exactly how you are. Interact with us. Make sure you use the hashtag eFIBAS3. That way we know where our fans are from all around the world. Feel free to represent your flag, your jerseys, your apparel, whatever it is that's unique to you and how you're watching the country you're representing. We would love to go ahead and see it on social media. Now let's go ahead and check out today's schedule. We mentioned that we are going to be broadcasting the Africa region. However, we want to show exactly where the matchups will be. Then, of course, you have round 1 between those 2 teams, and we'll go ahead and break things down. It's just a lot of action here that we've got planned for today in terms of round 1. And any matchup, I know we talked about the teams that we believe might be favorites and underdogs, but are there any particular matchup that you're excited to see here today?
I actually very excited for the first matchup, the Algeria-Nigeria game, because it sets the tone for how the day is going to go, right? And kind of, I love to see those first interactions in the very beginning of round 1, just because like everyone's on the edge, right? You have your jitters, well, hopefully not, but most likely you actually have national pride on the line, and that is a huge factor that's riding at the back of the minds of some of these athletes, right? So a lot of these things come into play, and I think that's where teams can get like the biggest leads, as well as at the same time might actually lose in situations where they shouldn't. So I think the first games are really like ones that bring the most amounts of action. That being said, though, I have to mention that these are matches played are in a best of 2 fashion, which means that the team that gets the most amount of points in a 2-game series is going to be the one that is going to be declared the winner of said match, right? So that's also something to keep in mind. Every single basket's going to count, and everything's on the line.
A lot of strategy goes into this, and that's the most exciting part about it, especially because it's like, hey, if you go ahead and have a blowout win in game number 1, obviously you want to win game number 2, which you don't want to be overzealous, make some mistakes, so where you cost yourself in game number 2. Not to mention, say you win game number 1 by maybe just a few points, and when it comes down to those final seconds, you got to think about, okay, do we just sacrifice the loss, but it's by 1 and not 2, which is what we need, or do we try to go for the win? What do we do? Free throws, all those things can come into play as we go ahead and get going. We're just a few moments away from our first matchup in the Africa region. It's going to be our game number 1 for round 1. So we'll talk about that here shortly as the matchup screen gets going. But man, whenever you watch 2K in itself, you always get a chance to see what is going to be the tendencies for folks on the offensive side and on the defensive side as well. So you see the starting lineup for Algeria, who's going to go ahead and take on Nigeria as well. I expect the rotations on the defensive side, especially for Nigeria, to be on point when they've played in the past. That's something that's kind of being their strong suit. Just give me keys to the game that you feel for Algeria, or just in the game of basketball in general for the offensive side, as we go to tip things off here shortly.
Well, speaking about offense, I might be repeating myself from a few days ago, but just to say that, like, you have to really use every single opportunity that you get. I know a lot of teams might be inclined to go for that perfect play to get the perfect passes, etc., and set your team up for success, but don't fall into that false sense of security of just having the confidence that you're always going to land those 3-pointers, or your pick and roll plays are always going to pan out the way how you intend them. I really feel, and I'm a strong believer in just getting easy 2-pointers and start off nice and slow, but in a confident fashion, right? And to give a shout out to the players as well, representing Algeria, you're going to see Ibashi, Adax, Xpeak, Hazardi, and Dabin on the side of Nigeria. There's going to be DXM, MSB, Nepa Problem, Drillbode, and Xstafa. And Nepa Problem, if I'm not mistaken, is a man already who has some amount of representations behind him in terms of playing on a national level. So at least the name seems quite familiar, and I think that's going to be a strong factor when it comes to playing on the big stage and going up against someone when it really matters. Because you had the pre-qualifying rounds, but that's one thing. Second thing is like sitting at the edge of your seat and knowing that every single button you press might mean advancing or losing.
Something that I love about this game that we play is that no matter where you are in the world, no matter what region you are in, no matter what, culture, religion, whatever that you may come from, whatever background, we all speak the game of just a controller in terms of video games. And of course, I'm saying that because no matter how old you are, you can go ahead and have a love for the game as well. And we've got I'm going to probably butcher the last name there, so I'm not going to mess with it. But we've got someone on the Nigeria side who, is, 43 years old, 42 years old as well. So not as old as you, V, because you're like 52.
Okay.
But, everyone, there's always love for the game, man. No matter how young you are, how old you are, everyone loves a chance to go ahead and get to the Philippines for a prize pool of $50,000.
Hey, I mean, I see that age as a bonus, just because you have life experience transitioning into the match, and that's where perhaps he can come in and be a soothing role for players that might be slightly worried about how things are going.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm 42 and I'm playing video games, I'm not soothing. I am in your face. I'm telling you to get your together. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
As we take a look at our bracket within this Africa region, you've got Group A with Egypt, Algeria, and Nigeria. You can see that green line. That's where you have to go ahead and get above if you want to go ahead and get a chance to move on to the next round. And of course, on Group B, you've got Ivory Coast, Benin, and Morocco as well. Of course, no games have been played, so it's not like Algeria and Morocco are just at a disadvantage for any reason. It's just, alphabetically or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. The producer made a decision. Blame him. Anyway, then you have the semifinals that are going to go ahead and happen. That's going to be in a best of 3 format. So you had V that kind of mentioned where this group play within Group A and Group B is a best of 2, and the point differential is what's going to go ahead and matter. There's some other tiebreakers and things like that can come into play as well. But of course, as you make it to the semifinal rounds, you will have it be a best of 3, with the grand finals, of course, being a best of 3 as well. And as we mentioned, you've got a couple of teams to keep an eye out for. You've got Morocco and you've got Egypt as well. But Algeria, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast, they've got a chance to go ahead and make some noise. And Benin is I hope we're saying that country's name correct, by the way. I hope someone corrects me, whether it's in the chat or the producer, if I'm saying it wrong. And by I mean V, because you started it. But it should be a fun one here, man. We had a lot of shenanigans last time you and I broadcasted. A lot of fun things happening. I think for us, we casted from sunset, sundown, whatever, sunrise. So I know you'll be dealing with that a little bit as well.
Yeah, we got to see everything, and I also love the fact that, like, when players have the confidence to put up a show during the game, we saw so many alley-oops and a few backhanded slam dunks as well. So that's just players showing off their stick skill in general. One thing I wanted to touch upon as well is, like, I was just looking at the player surveys there and thinking to myself, and like, who does anyone see as their biggest threat within their groups? And actually, Nigeria is mostly worried about Morocco, one of the teams that we pointed out. So I'm very curious to see, of course, how the group is going to look like after a few days, and get to see if they actually manage to clash within that group and see how that pans out. Having the advancement match in the semifinals against Morocco will be something crazy to see, given the fact that they've shown a lot of respect for Morocco. So that's just one of the things how these groups can pan out. And having said that as well, like always, playing in groups, you do have the benefit that if that first match doesn't really go your way, you're not out of it just yet, right? You still have ways to come back into it, and as long as you get those points and stay above the line, as you mentioned, you have the possibility of advancing further. And hey, man, getting that ticket must feel like winning the lottery when you manage to secure yourself heading into Philippines. I know it might be not so crazy for the Philippines, given the fact that they probably just need to get a cab or get on the bus. But for everyone else, it's a trip across the planet, you know?
And that trip is just an experience of itself, right? We mention this often where you have people that come from all walks of life that you may not get to experience such things, but now they get a chance to travel around the world and get a chance to compete in the Philippines for a lot of money. So I think that in itself is an experience, it's a chapter in their life that they will remember for quite some time as well. So that's always interesting. And, I want to take a look here in a moment about the regions, all the regions. I want to take a look at them here. But before we do, one thing that I like about Vince, outside of his fresh, haircut, which he's bald, he always gets a haircut. But outside of his fresh fit as well, dude is always suited. He's always watching, even though he's not broadcasting, he's watching us. And he tells me in our little group chat, okay, by the way, he's told me how to pronounce it, then he deleted it, and then he told me how to pronounce it again. So it's Benin, hopefully, is how you pronounce it. I don't know.
Yeah, this
is off the cuff. This is live. This is what happens when players are taking a minute to hop on, but hopefully that's how you pronounce it. If I butchered that, then give me a pronunciation on the pronunciation for the pronunciation.
Well, we're learning not only best ways how to play the game, but also some geographical facts as well along the way, right? So that's always great. It's a learning experience for everyone involved.
Something else we mentioned on the defensive side is to keep an eye on the defensive rotations. But I also want to talk about maybe on the offensive side. We saw Horsey that went ahead and played, in the Asia games that we called last time out. The offensive rebounds were just so key. We saw him grab the offensive board, kick it out for a wide open three, knock down, and that's kind of what helped his country get a bit of an advantage that they were looking for to qualify. And of course, there were some times where, look, his teammates just kept missing shots, and he would just be like, you know what? This next rebound, I'm just going to go up with it. And he made it happen himself.
Yeah, it's a beautiful point to escalate. Like offensive rebounds, I think every single team that we saw so far that had a good offensive rebound statistic managed to win their match, and that speaks volumes, right? So and goes vice versa. You have to have your defensive man there at the right time. One thing also that we saw as the games got closer and as we got further and further into the bracket, started to see more 3-second violations coming through at times, and that's also a telltale sign of the fact that there's a lot going on behind the scenes and a lot of communications being shared, and given the fact that this is a 5-on-5, right? So everyone's having their input within the game, that things can get out of control quickly, and small errors can actually mean a lot of things in the grand scheme of things for these teams.
And of course, you saw them having a pregame snack. I don't know what your pregame snack is. I wasn't sure what exactly that was, but I'll be down for some little Milky Way, a little Snickers, whatever it is, a little pregame snack. I'd be good with that to get the energy going. But of course, if I had that now, by the time we got done with this broadcast, I would completely be crashing out. What's your go-to snack pregame? What you got?
Go-to snack. I actually go for something like a croissant, something similar, like a pastry.
That's so
basically.
Boring. That's so
I know
European
it's so bland. It's absolutely bland. But there's a thought behind it, right? Like I don't want to risk eating anything that might upset my stomach. So I don't want to risk having to walk away and not see what's going on the screen.
Well, thankfully we're remote. You know what I mean? So if you have to take a minute to step out and if I have to cover for you, it's fine.
We
it's
good.
Okay.
We good. I'm prepared. I'm prepared for nonstop action 6 hours straight. So let's go.
There you go. There's a reason I don't have Indian food before a broadcast, because then I just wouldn't be a part of the broadcast. Let's be honest. As you've got the starting lineups once again, as these teams start to get rolling, hopefully we have tip off here in a moment as well. I see. Is it Nipa problem? AKA Frank. He's got a nice little. I think that's a Philadelphia Eagles jersey on the NFL side. So little fans of all types of walks of life as well. So shout out to them for watching different types of sports and whatnot.
Well, not only watching India, because a lot of these guys have given us details about themselves, what are their real life hobbies, etc. Outside of the game, and a lot of these players play a lot of basketball, especially on the Nigeria side. I'm looking like almost every single person has some real life basketball experience behind them. So that's also one of the aspects of the real life experience transitioning into the match. Having to play basketball in real life, then it's just a matter about picking up mechanics, and some of these players are crazy at them.
You've got the other side from the Nigeria, snacking on some things as well. So, I mean, maybe we just need to, figure out, maybe we need to have snacks of our own next broadcast. I feel like tomorrow when we come back, we just need our own pregame snacks and just munch while we broadcast. You think?
Oh, we'll have to. We'll have to ask the guys once we get to the interview stage post game. Like, what are they snacking on?
We'll get things going here in just a moment. They've got drinks and everything as well. Matter of fact, let me take a look at our chat. Let's see if chat has any insights on who they've got winning this one. It should be a fun battle. Again, this is going to be game number 1 to tip things off in the Africa region. Should be a great matchup between these two teams. I know they've been practicing. I know that they've been taking a look at what advantages they can go ahead and pull off. You got someone talking on the phone right now, hopefully getting some tips and not just ordering Uber Eats. I don't know what's going on, but we'll figure things out here in a moment. Any other thoughts before we get to this matchup, man?
I'm actually expecting kind of to see a fast basketball coming out from the get-go, just because I would assume it is kind of on the agenda for both sides to try and set the pace nice and early and have your opponent try to play your game. At least it should be, in my opinion. So that's one of the things I would be looking out for. If both teams start off super defensively, I'm inclined to think it is a 50-50 kind of situation between the two, just because of the nature of defensive play, right? Like a few great offensive plays and suddenly the game's out of your control. So really both teams should be coming out guns blazing and all in.
We'll see how things go ahead and play out as we wait for the game to go ahead and tip off here momentarily. Again, we appreciate you guys joining us in the chat as well. Should be some fun matchups. Any other fun facts you're seeing out of that? I should go ahead and pull that up in one of my 4 screens here. I've got like different things pulled up, but any other fun facts you're seeing about any of these teammates or any other teams that are playing here today?
Let me quickly have a look. I mean, we have one of the players on Nigeria's side is a data analyst, so I'm sure he's gone through all of the graphics and all of the scores from previous matches and made sure to understand the strong suits of their opponents, so to say. So that would be also interesting to find out from behind the scenes to see like what kind of prep work goes into this, because we know a lot of everyone prepares for the matches. Most of the teams study their opponents, study their replays, try to find a some weakness in their defense to exploit. So I wonder if there's anything like from a data perspective in that case that might come up here. That's interesting.
Are you a data guy? Would you look at like data and tendencies of your opponents when you're trying to prepare? Because I know you played esports yourself in different types of esports as well.
Data is good to give you an indication what to look out for, but data without context doesn't really give you that much, in my opinion. So you really have to look at the data and then watch the replay together to really understand, like, is it something that you have to pay attention to? So it might be like misleading a lot.
All right, we'll see how things play out between these two teams. Again, should be a fun one to tip off. You've got some fans in the chat as well. You've got Breaka talking about who he believes is cute. Well, cute doesn't win you games. And yeah, I didn't say that. He said that. I didn't say that. That's
an aspect we have to. Maybe we should start.
I don't know if there's data on that.
That.
I don't know if there's data on that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But these teams are searching, so we are just a couple of minutes away from tip-off. And it should be a good one between Algeria and Nigeria as well. Both teams are snacked up. They've got their energy. They're ready to go. And we will get going here momentarily as well. You mentioned how you want to go ahead and have like a fast start. You want to see what type of pace they have. To me, you've got to set the tone in the first 2 minutes, right? Depending on how things are going, we'll see if Algeria or Nigeria, they're going to try to go for the 3-point line early on, or if they're going to try to play a defensive game and how you kind of respond back. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, because that'll set the tone for the rest of the match. That'll set the tone for the series itself.
Yeah, not only that, but also like thinking back to Oceania region, New Zealand's play of style where they go for steals early on and quite aggressive with their defense, almost like a full court press style. I think that's also that can be a crucial key to your success, right? Like not being afraid to go for those steals early on, especially like when personal fouls are not a huge factor, is one thing you shouldn't be shying away from.
All right. Appreciate the insights on that. And especially, you got Algeria just kind of laughing. I'm sure they're just saying, jokes. They're like, oh, look, the broadcasters are waiting. We're going to munch. We're going to take another bite of this chocolate bar, But I know they're second. I know that they are, seconds away, hopefully, from playing the game. I know they were searching, but of course, look, we live in a remote world. This is just a reality of it, where we do have some tech issues where it does take a minute to find each other as well, servers and all that stuff here as well. And then we'll take a look momentarily here at the regional map, where we kind of show you the world map of all the regionals and the breakdowns. Again, today we're calling the Africa region, but then you also have North America, South America, Europe, Middle East, Asia, and Oceania as well. Now, a couple of these regions have already figured out who they're sending to the Philippines. From the 7 regions, 62 countries, you've got Middle East, where Saudi Arabia is going. From Asia, you've got the Philippines that are going. And then, of course, we also know who's going to be going from Oceania as well, and that is New Zealand. Let's go back to the world map here. But I love calling it a world map. Makes me feel really good. We all know that, look, USA has a target on their back. So let's take USA out of it for a second, unless you want to bring them in. But my question is, are there any teams from this whole tournament that you're kind of really looking forward to play, who you feel like really has the advantage? Maybe you can talk about a Dark Knight. Give me your insights on that.
Oh man, that's a question and a half.
We've got time, so
but are we speaking like in the underdogs terms, or someone we're expecting to take it all?
Let's go expecting to take it all, and then we can talk about underdog if needed.
Ooh, expecting to take it all, man. Well, you have to speak about France. I think that's one of the teams you definitely have to look out for. Yes, they are coming from a very big group, but France definitely one of the teams that everyone's going to be keeping their eyes on and what their performance is like. And they'll have a fair amount of challenges within their respective region, but once they make it through, I think that's going to be a strong contender for the title. But what about yourself, India?
I mean, I think you've got to come back to North America. And I know I said I wouldn't mention USA, so I'm not going to mention USA. But I think you also, you have Dominican Republic that can go ahead and make things happen. They were so close along with Puerto Rico. Obviously, Puerto Rico did not make it past the pre-qualifiers. But from North America, I do like Dominican Republic to make some noise if we are keeping United States out of it. Now, the USA team, I know them. I'm familiar with their game. They have some great folks who won championships for the back-to-back times in the NBA 2K League. But like you mentioned, France, if we go to zoom out, they also have made some noise. They almost pulled off an upset or two in Sweden last time when we were there, as did Turkey. But it was just those close games where they just couldn't pull it off in the final moments. But you learn from them, right? Just like in life, you learn from those moments, hopefully, and you kind of figure out, okay, in this situation, here's how I would do it differently. In this situation, here's what else I wouldn't do, and you hopefully learn from them. So either way, though, it should be a fun matchup. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. Now we can talk about underdogs. All right, we talked about probably the favorites to win it all. But now give me your insights on who you think are the, you want me to go first? I can go first. Or do you want to go first? I don't always put you on the spot. All right, cool. I'm going to take the easy one, sucker. Philippines. I think they're good. You know what I mean? I think they came in, what was it, 4th place? Yeah, I set you up, baby. I've been doing this too long and for too long. No, but the Philippines, they were like, what, in 4th or 5th place? So I think they are kind of like the dark horse. They've got some more experience. So I think might have been, their first time facing the U.S. in that manner. So I think the Philippines, I know I just got word that they're starting the game here, but if you've got a team you want to throw out, you're welcome to, or if you need some time to think about it, you're welcome to do that as well.
Well, just before we jump into the match, literally in 2 sentences, I feel like a major underdog still from that European region has to be Italy. Like, I remember them playing a super fast basketball, and I think it's one of the teams that can surprise a lot of people. Having said that, though, let's finally jump into the match. We have Nigeria in your white jerseys, Algeria in the greens. So we'll have to keep that in mind as afterwards when we switch sides and make sure that we don't give a shout out to the wrong person. Ibashi won the one with the ball after the tip-off, and 𝐂𝐄𝐄 very quickly on the three-point line is going to pass over to Adax in the paint. Back to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 on the three-pointer, looking out for that quick and easy two-pointer off the backboard, and Algeria opens things up nice and easy.
Sometimes you can play good defense and still have a shot made on you. That's perfectly fine, right? It's just a matter of math. Look, for example, jumped up. That's fine because you didn't know where he was going to go. That's an open shot on the offensive end. Great take. I'm sure he'll make the next one, but it's Algeria that comes off to a quick 4-0 lead.
Yeah, and that fast breakaway play, that fast pass across the court, of course, is always going to find its hoop. Having said that, though, Nigeria would like to put up points quickly here. You don't want this to escalate. As you said, within the first 2 minutes, both teams probably are going to be very keen to set the tone for the pace of the game, and Algeria so far doing a great job at it. Having said that, though, MSB gets fouled against as he goes for the dunk and is going to be set on the free throw line.
See if they're able to knock them down here, both of them. Again, the jitters, they get the first one on the board. Sometimes you just need a free throw. You just need a layup to go in just to get your confidence going, especially if it's your first game here. You know, you want to get the butterflies out of the way.
Yeah, you know, you get that release timing perfected as you go. Hazard, though, stuck there behind two defensive men. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 was wide open for a three, went for a pump fake, and now, it doesn't really make it pretty as the ball is going to be in the hands of Nigeria.
They're going to go ahead and foul things out, slow things down at the moment.
𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂.
I gotta write down who's who is what I gotta do. I gotta write down.
The greens and whites are messing with your mind. Well, we have Staff heading it over to DXM. He's being covered quite a lot, but MSB finds the way with the cut and play and sets up Nigeria for another two. 4-4. As time is quickly running down. Bashi left wide open. A slight touch from the defense there, but the ball still finds its way. So Algeria find another two after what seemed like a hectic minute on the court.
Looking to drive in, you've got the cut, faked it right back out to the left side. Defense doing a great job staying with it, not falling for the theatrics just yet.
And it looks like Algeria is quite concerned about DXM in general. Quite often, even several people on him, not allowing to set him up for a play. Bashi, though, now is going to be stopped near the midcourt line. Passes over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂 looking for an opening. Can't really find it just yet. Finds himself wide open. That's a far three-pointer fadeaway, and that goes through Algeria with the first three-pointer of the game.
And that's something that I'm looking forward to seeing is what exactly is your game plan on the offensive side? Is it to shoot more threes? Is it just to take the easy slips? As you see a nice little cut there, but denied at the rim and headed the other way on the fast break opportunity. Great job getting back on the defensive end as they go ahead and get a stop there with that effort.
Oh, but that's going to fall short from the hands of the Ben as the defense is already there and no teammates around. Can't really recover the rebound. Having said that, almost gets the steal, but it's got to be out of bounds. It's going to be Algeria's ball. So Algeria get a chance to extend their lead further. As still Nigeria trailing only by 5 now, but we know these leads can grow exponentially if left unchecked.
And whoa, he's just out of bounds. Oh, that defense was just discombobulated. He misses the open shot, but there was the offensive rebounds that we talked about to get them points back up there as well. You had the defender that I think kind of reached a little bit too early, went flying to the stands, and therefore he was not only out of position, but his teammates were out of position because they were trying to cover for him. So those are the, domino effects that you can have on the defensive side. If there's one misread, one miscue, it can just break down the whole defense.
Yeah, Nepa problem. You saw that play from a mile away. He went for the play up close to the board, and MSB with that beautiful pump fake passes a sharp pass over, gives another few points over to Nigeria. But as I say, that Algeria wastes no time to close things out quickly on their side of offense, putting up another 2 for themselves.
A wide open shot. Got to go ahead and make those, and he does. Converts it, cuts the deficit down to 4. Timeout being called as they go in and talk through some things, but a lot of open shots. They're making some, they're missing some, but so far only 3-point shots. 3 3-point shots have been taken, and you expect a lot more from both of these teams as they get more settled into this, especially in the second half as we're almost done with the first quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're seeing, at least for now, a good amount of variance in plays from both teams, putting up close far shots, etc., fast breakaway plays. So nobody really shying, or rather falling into any particular single style just yet. So I would say both teams are comfortable with how things are now. Now, you don't want to leave Nepa problem again wide open. Having said that, though, Stefa from the corner, man, you have to nail those. There was no defense in sight.
Almost a backcourt violation and looking to get inside. Has the space. Great little pullback, but he doesn't convert on the shot. You've got to make those, but nice step back, though, to get the midi up. Go ahead and start things off in the second quarter, 18-11. That's going to be a contested shot. Not going to go. Secures a rebound. And they were looking to push it, but the defense gets right back. Look for the reset, possibly. Oh, they tried to. Out of bounds. They're going to go ahead and maintain possession, though.
I would say that's lucky. Could have been an easy interception from Nigeria in that situation, though. Deben, the one to put the ball back into play, as Peak will find has from the right-hand side, and that's another 3. Yeah, that's a 3-pointer.
Lead is extending out at 10. As Nigeria looking to figure out some things on the offensive side to compete with this Algerian offense.
Bashi quickly gives it out to Hazard. A nice steal mid-air. DXM has an opportunity to go for a fast play. He's going to be fouled against that. Looked that they might go for a fast play there for a foul from the defense. DXM still with the ball. Can go for a dribble play if he chooses to do so. Lingering on that 3-pointer. Looking for that opening. There's the cut-in play he was looking for. Great comms from the team as well to make that happen.
21-13. Peak. Using a bit of pick and roll action. Okay, nice. Get you a bucket. You can get it your own.
Still 10 points between the two, and again, I have to remind you, this is a best of 2, right? So every single basket matters in the grand scheme of things. You need to make sure that you're getting the most amount of baskets you can to come out top in that best of 2 series at the end of it all when the points are going to be combined. Hazard on the 3-pointer. Adax wide open is going to go through.
Quick timeout there. As rightfully so, you don't want the deficit to just get something unattainable as they're looking to communicate with their teams. Down 13. 3:19 left to go in the second.
Yeah, getting closer to this second quarter's second half. I feel like Algeria is starting to amp up the pace. They really want to make sure this lead continues to grow, and they've had actually now a few successive turnovers off the back of misplays from Nigeria. Nigeria holding on here. DXM can't find the pass. Bashi there, though, almost fumbles it. Very far pass over to the corner. That's a 2-pointer, but still goes through. Man, that was a difficult shot to take from the get-go off the back of that pass.
You know, for Nigeria, they had the right read with getting it to the man with the slip on the center down low, but it was just unfortunate that it got stolen away in the middle with the bodies. Great, beautiful cuts to slice him and dice him as he gets to 2.
Yeah, finds the lane opening to himself, not afraid to take initiative. That's what you want to see out of Nigeria right now. They need a little bit of extra initiative for things to go their way. Hazard, it's like a screens play was inbound, but he chooses to play himself. Unfortunately, unlucky. The defensive rebounds are working for Nigeria and paying dividends, I would say, as DXM finds himself opened on the free throw line, and that's an easy 2-pointer for him.
Back and forth of a game since they had a 10-point lead. Obviously, since then, they've been looking to try to crawl back, but anytime they cut it to single digits, Algeria just gets it right back to double digits.
Man, that right-hand side looks very favorable for currently. Just simply nobody's missing once they take a shot from there. DXM, though, will he go in for a play together with Staffa as they did before? Nepa, the problem, has to move. Don't want to get that 3-second violation. Stuck open. Could have gone for the shot there. Instead, opts in to go for a pass. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Back to Steffa. And Steffa, unfortunately, that three-pointer doesn't go through. And I feel like that's the second time.
Takes a shot from the right side. Nice, again, offensive rebound, turning into quick points. You're going to need a lot more of those.
Absolutely. Very good recovery there. You know, that's the thing that we spoke about, that offensive rebound danger that's ever present. What a defensive play.
Nice block there, swung in from the right side to come in inside.
And the man went flying. 8 seconds on the clock, though. DXM fast over to Nepa. Is going to be fouled against no and one this time around. As yes, he gets the opportunity, but no 2 points for free. So Algeria definitely doing everything they can to make sure that Nigeria are not getting close. 14-point lead.
Look at the way they just kind of get back. Obviously, they missed a bucket. There's another offensive rebound. It's going to lead to 3 points. Yeah, betcha.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Nigeria actually is going to have to start to adapt to quite quickly here on the fly. As soon as there is a turnover opportunity, you already have one Algerian player in your defensive zone. So that is a glooming problem, I would say.
35-21. Less than a minute left to go in the second.
Oh, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. I feel like he overplayed it a bit there. I think he could have gone for a shot slightly earlier on. MSB, though, this time on the free throw line as Nigeria scores another point. Let's see if they can get two. They can and should anytime you're on the free throw line like that. Down by 12 now, Nigeria. Have hopefully regained some confidence with those few shots. Peak is going to be stopped near the sideline. Screen set up for him. Pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 goes for the slam dunk and misses. That's an uncharacteristic miss up close so much.
And you got to go and take advantage of those stops that you get, but they're not going to be able to as we get to the half. And it's a great performance by Algeria to maintain a strong lead over Nigeria. They came out, they got the first couple of buckets, but then they were also the ones to knock down the first three-point shot, and they held on their own on the defense side and carried things on the offensive side as well. That's helped them keep this lead, and I expect them to keep the lead as well as we start off the third quarter here shortly.
Yeah, Algeria definitely. I love the pace they have set. It's not like crazy fast, and obviously it's not a crazy scoring game just yet, given that it is 35-23. Having said that, though, I would say all things considered, Algeria definitely are feeling comfortable enough to go for steals like that as a fast breakaway play, slam dunk to finish things off.
See how Algeria is able to, see how Nigeria is able to respond back in this one. Ooh, looked like he wanted to take that one, but just a little too deep, and the defense started to close in just a little too much.
4 seconds on the shot clock. A play needs to happen. Fast to the corner. That goes out as well. Nigeria so far not finding a lot of this success from these far corner shots. Having said that, though, Algeria put up a three-pointer very quickly, and these are the conversion plays I'm talking about. That's a problem. Nigeria can expect that Algeria will go for a fast play once the opportunity presents itself, right? So you kind of have to have your defensive men ready to respond.
Ooh, beautiful.
Man, that was great dribble work. A beautiful opportunity, setting himself up for success there. Nepa even with the rebound, but unfortunately will be fouled again. So, kind of breaks the pace. And I say that 𝐷XM yet again finds himself wide open. This time is resultive and gets the three.
All right, so we know the man can go ahead and get his dribble moves down, and he can go ahead and find the open space, and he can go ahead and now knock them down. You just need a lot more of that, right? I mean, just having two defenders, that's costly turnover there for Algeria, as now Nigeria is going to look to take advantage of it, but that's a quick, smart foul to slow things down and have them play a half-court offense.
Well, they heard you, right? 𝐷XM just now had the opportunity and instantly got fouled again. So I hope to that he does exactly that, right? Goes for more of these plays. Stafford, though, beautiful play given the situation he was in off the backboard, gets the two and make sure that if anything, they at least come out with some points on top. Having said that, though, you can't leave Ashy wide open like that. Beautiful timing on that as well. Make sure that both defensive linemen jump before he takes the shot. And at that point, like if you're on defense, like you're in full-blown panic mode, right? You're like, oh my God, he's wide open.
See, the great dot to the left side. I'm surprised the defender didn't just go ahead and steal that one. Defense doing their best to stay on top from the right side. Goes back to cover it. Contest. Gets the defensive rebound.
Stafford, he does have the opportunities, but unfortunately the accuracy is just slightly off. What a play.
Let's recap that. I don't know if we got replay or not, but I think that's definitely something we got to cover when this game is over. The point guard went to the right corner. The right corner went ahead and cut through the slip. Then the right corner who was in the paint threw it right back to the point guard in the right corner. Everything was right. Didn't plan on saying right 9 times in a sentence, but just a great gameplay there. Great play there by Algeria to get the easy three.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you can't really make plays like that happen if you first don't have the intent, and second you don't have the level of communication that's needed to execute something like that. So again, commendment to Algeria having a very deep playbook, I would say, at least from what they've shown us so far.
Well, it also goes back to on the defensive side, right? You got to play till the final whistle. And that's exactly what they did not do there, which is why they gave up the easy three. There's another quick play, little pick and pop. The ball doesn't go, but they get the offensive rebound by Bash.
Hazard now. 5 seconds to make a shot. It's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 to take it. The rebound falls in the hands of Nigeria. Very fast pass over to MSB. And will be fouled as only a single minute remaining in the third quarter and a few seconds on top. So Nigeria, what feels like they're coming back into it, when I look at the scoreboard every time, it is Algeria that just continues to extend their lead, now up by 14.
Yeah, you have Nigeria that kind of trades buckets and they kind of slow down and make some mistakes, and Algeria just makes them pay and expands on the lead.
𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 even makes them consider that three-point danger from the corner again before slamming it home. It's DXM on his way to set up another offensive play. Lingering on the three-point line, tries to go, finds himself wide open for a second instant violation, falls through, and that is an offensive 3-second violation and a bit of a misplay.
Hello?
Hazard holding on to it, back over to Peak, back to Hazard as 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 barely recovers the ball, hands it over to Hazard. Hazard on the three-pointer, goes through and secures another few. Over.
(52-33). I mean, this is one of those things where you've got to figure out if there are some adjustments that need to be made and how you're going to come back in the second game. You know what I mean? Because, like, yes, you got blown out in this one, but you got to keep in mind point differential as well. So now not only do you need to win the second game if you're Nigeria, but you need to go ahead and come back and beat them by more than what you might get beaten here in the first one.
5 seconds running here. Hazard is going to pass it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. A contested three-pointer goes through. 55-33. The lead exponentially grows. Now 22 points ahead is Algeria, as one more quarter ahead.
All right, all comes down to this. Now, if you're Nigeria, you still got to play aggressively because you want to cut into this deficit as much as possible, because yes, it does matter if you lose by 20 or if you lose by 2. It does matter if you lose by 30 or if you lose by 13. And then, you got to go ahead and make sure you try to cut into this deficit as much as possible to make your life easy in game number 2 if you want a better chance to move on to the semis.
Absolutely.
So they can't give up just yet.
It kind of sets the agenda for Nigeria as well. They might think to themselves, like, okay, we're going to finish probably with some sort of deficit. And it is, as you said, it's only going to be a matter about how much right now, as that is by that much and more. They need to win the next following game to grab the first points for themselves within this group stage. Just yet, Bash finds himself wide open for the dunk. Of course, doesn't
See, now
miss
you're about to get a text. You done messed up.
I messed up, man. I got the eye at the end, and my old man's eyes are telling me, say what you see.
See? I told you you're like 50-something, bro. It's all good. It's all good.
Mentally, for sure, I agree.
I hear you, pal. Nice shot there from the right corner. Knocks down the 3. 4 minutes left to go here in the fourth.
Peak. Beautiful contested shot, and it looked like it's going to go through, but 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 with the rebound waits out the defense for jump. Again, another recovery, and Bash now from the corner sets up another three-pointer. Man, this game is starting to run away from Nigeria. What seemed like a close affair from the beginning now seems to be a problem on all sides of things, like offense, defense. There's tons of things that need to be worked upon. Now, obviously, the players are aware. The question is, how adaptable are you when the pressure is on?
Another 3 there. Knocked down by Nigeria. to try to go ahead and close in on this point differential as Peak looking to get a pick here. Got a successful one. Now you've got some men open. He has the easy slip for the easy dunk.
And that was a statement dunk and a half from Algeria. You know, like that really goes to show what your weaknesses are and how things are going to end up being. Having said that, though, MSB suddenly wide open. No defensive men inside, though. The rebound works in favor of Algeria. Beautiful steal, though, as Nigeria get an opportunity for a free basket. DXM from the free three-pointer. And that, of course, is going to be precise.
Nice way to knock that one down. Final 3 minutes left in this first game. Nice little step back. Nothing there. Oh, got him skating. Takes a three from the top of the key, and he buries it.
That wasn't skating. That was breakdancing. He was on the ground on all fours.
Oh, my goodness. What
brings me back to the Olympics and Australia's performance.
Hey, listen, you didn't have to do him like that. Nice move there, though, especially in the fourth quarter when you know the game's already been put away and you still go ahead and embarrass them. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
X-Peak, though, on fire, passes over again to ADEX. Man, ADEX in this fourth quarter has been quite the impact on the scoreboard for Algeria. DXM, that's a far three-pointer to throw. Beautiful recovery as Hazard is going to slow things down. I feel like Algeria going to start to run down the clock a bit more. ADEX, though, wide open for a three. He can slam dunk. He can put up three-pointers. What's next?
About less than 2 minutes away for Algeria to go ahead and secure game number 1 in this round 1 in the Africa region of eFIBA Season 3. Look for a cut here shortly, trying to get the crab. There's a cut from the left side that we told you to keep an eye out for. He had more space on the left side if he wanted to take the shot with the fadeaway, but instead that one's going to miss. And that's going to be a quick foul. Minute 20 to go.
A nice attempt from Nigeria to try to get the steal in. I feel like might be slightly too late for plays like that, but would be expecting to see them off the bat in the next game. Algeria still with the possession. Hazard finds himself open for the three-pointer. ADEX there with the rebound, though, again.
Wow, I'm surprised he made that one. I'm not going to lie. I definitely thought he was going to brick it.
Right? Easy turn, twist, pulls up for two, no problem.
You can see the scoreboard there. Hazard, 22 points. ADEX, 23 points, 13 rebounds. So a double-double for that man.
Yeah, I think most of it actually comes from the fourth quarter. Might have to double-check myself on that, but that is the shooting foul. So an and one opportunity for Nigeria to try and eliminate the gap between the two points-wise. Makes it happen, but can't say that looked easy.
Now in the final minutes, see how many more points Algeria is able to put on.
And for Algeria as well, right? Like, there's no point of running down the clock, especially having a lead like this, just because, like, you want to secure the biggest amount of lead possible, and that's exactly what X-Peak is doing. Oh, my God, that's illegal. How can you go for a play like that and make it happen to the face of Nigeria in the defense there?
Especially this late in the game, you're just kind of trying to embarrass him at that point. Nice little offensive rebound. Three, that's not going to get you the win, but it'll get you a little bit closer, and he's able to knock that one down. 76-50, final possession here for Algeria.
Is it going to be one more basket as the shot clock is running down? Hazard holding on to it, puts up a high arc three-pointer. Now doesn't go through, and that's going to be the buzzer beater going through. Well, look.
Going to your screen.
Algeria really putting up a show, especially towards the end of it all. And I have to say, Algeria's pace-wise, as how they started is really how they finished as well. So they never really let go at any point. And I have to really, one thing that really stands out to me is these fast turnover plays that Algeria have been quite successful, especially in the first half of the game. Just continuously making sure those end up with points. But what was the thing that really stood out for you?
I think it was 8x, right? You have 23 points, 13 rebounds, 5 dimes, and only 1 turnover. So I think that was a phenomenal game by him. Not to mention the big man also was able to knock down 3 of 6 3-point shots as well. So shooting 50% is always tremendous when you can do that as a big man. Something that your point guard can go ahead and rely on you for the offensive thing. I think that is just incredible for me in terms of Algeria. In terms of Nigeria, I think there's some things they got to work on. But, DMX or DXM, he looked good. 24 points, 6 for 11 from the 3-point line, 9 for 15 overall from the court. He's just got to figure out a way to maybe limit those turnovers. He did have 4 with only 6 assists. So that, assist to turnover ratio isn't the best. So he's got to limit those things a little bit, try to get his teammates set up for success. And we've got to see Darrell Bode kind of step up. Only took 2 shots, didn't make any of them. He did get a couple of steals, but you want to get him a bit more involved in the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, one of the things that also comes to mind is like Nigeria's how active they are on the defense, right? Like I would say overall, I would mostly towards the passive end, just because like we didn't really get to see a lot of opportunities going for steals, etc. What I kind of speculated before the match. So I really want to see more of that coming into this game number 2 in this best of 2 series, because obviously, like if you can't like make sure that every single transition ends up in points for you, then you have to make yourself available for these opportunities and have to make these opportunities basically out of nowhere, and that means going for steals a lot.
Yeah, and you mentioned going for steals, and that's why you can see the fouls between these two teams. You had Algeria that had 14 fouls. You had Nigeria that had 3. So that kind of tells you that, hey, one team is being a bit more aggressive and trying to get the steals, but they're also looking to be aggressive when fast break opportunities.
Anyone?
Opportunities just because they knocked down a lot more threes and different things like that. They did not attempt a single free throw, and they still got the job done, winning by 26 points. So a tall task ahead for Nigeria in this game too.
Well, also, we cannot discount the fact that this is the first game of the day, right? So we kind of spoke before as well about having the pregame jitters. For some of the players, it is the first time representing their nation as well. So there's a lot riding on this. And yes, you're playing from the comfort of your home. But that being said, though, there's a lot riding on this. And of course, I love the fact that there's the support is there from the fans as well. And make sure that you do share on social media using hashtag eFIBAS3 whenever sharing support for your country, or you just want to share how you are enjoying the viewing experience or what your setup is like, etc. Having said that, though, this is only round 1, so obviously both teams, despite, I would have to say, regardless of the result, will have opportunities to grow points-wise within their respective group, moving on throughout the following 2 days. So definitely it's not over for Nigeria. Even if they lose this series, they still have plenty of opportunities to come back into this and make a name for themselves, really.
And we'll see what type of impact they're able to have on this side of things. Of course, you want to go ahead and limit the turnovers that you had. You want to make sure you can play well on both sides of the ball so you can cut into the deficit. 27, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but 27 points. Nigeria needs to win to kind of secure this round 1 kind of matchup, if you will, because it is a best of 2. They lost 76-50, I believe, in that game 1. So now they have to win by 27 points. And of course, if they win by 26, then we've got fun tiebreakers that we can talk to y'all about. But for now, main focus for Nigeria is not just to win, but to win bigly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for Nigeria, like I have to say that for the guys and themselves, like as long as the communications are going to be clear and the spirits are going to be high, you're still in it, right? You have to be in it mentally in order to start to build a comeback. That's like kind of the prerequisite of it all, just to make sure that you keep yourself and everyone else in check as well about it. So if you hear bad vibes going around, you want to eliminate those as quickly as possible.
See what they're able to cook up here in game number 2. We'll get going there momentarily. Want to kind of quickly talk about the different aspects of game number 1. If you're just joining us, you had Peak with 15 points, Hazard with 22, Bash with 11, and of course you had 8X, who to me, player of the game, if you will, 23 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists. We'll see if he's able to kind of keep up that same type of performance, because he had more rebounds himself as an individual than Nigeria had as a team. Nigeria had 10 rebounds as a team collectively, and 8X by himself for Algeria had 13. So the man was horsing, no question. His nickname might not be Horsey. His gamer tag may not be Horsey, but he was horsing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Working himself to the limit. Well, actually, we don't know what the limit is. He might show even more in an upcoming game as well. And that would be a beautiful sight to see.
And we will hope to see that game number 2 here shortly. Let me ask you this. If you're playing, you've been actually in situations where you've played in high stakes esports games, you've competed at a high level. What's going through your mind as you're trying to get ready for game number 2? Now, look, this isn't elimination, so it doesn't mean that they're out, right? But it is still round 1. You still want to go ahead and get the dub. You still want to go ahead and get the points and put yourself in a better place. What's going through the minds of teams and players for Nigeria as you're down 1-0 in this best of 2?
I think the main thing is just like focusing on few core elements that they know they can execute well under any circumstance, and setting that as your game plan pretty much. Because like you have to have a game plan that you can rely on and know that it's gonna go through no matter what. Now, of course, you cannot have 100% confidence, but those are the situations where everyone on the team is going to feel the most comfortable when it comes to it. Like, as you have the reactions in place rather, for whatever play is happening in those situations. When if you try to go for something new and kind of surprise your opponent, you're basically going all in and saying like, well, we're going to try this, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, right? So I'm not really sure that's the right approach if you want to build a comeback story to go for.
We'll see what they're able to do in game number 2. We're just waiting for them to go ahead and load up. And of course, let's see what the chat's got. We'd love to see who the chat thinks is going to win game number 2. Let's see who they've got as MVP. Some different things to keep in mind. And of course, we'll show you, we'll watch game number 2. But if we do have a moment, I'd love to also take a look at the schedule for today so that the folks at home can have an idea of who all is playing. Of course, it is going to be all of round 1 in the Africa region. So right now you're watching Nigeria and you're watching Algeria as well. And of course, we will have Morocco. You will have Egypt. You will have Ivory Coast, and you will have Benin. Hopefully I got that one right. Benin? I don't know. I'm going to get it right. Hopefully. Benin. Yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But either way, though, there's a lot of great gameplay coming up. A lot of individuals that are kind of needle in a haystack. The rare ones. The diamonds in the rough to see what exactly skill set they can go ahead and bring. Is going to be fun to watch. So you've got Sam the Ruler saying Team Nigeria, let's go. So shout out to Sam. Appreciate you for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I wanted to mention of just the beauty of events like this is the fact that both teams have the opportunity to establish their own legacy on the scene, as well as for new talent to arise. As you mentioned, you have so many new people back on rather representing their country that it might be only just the beginning of a beautiful legacy emerging as we get to see the next game coming up.
Here we go. Here's the tip for game number 2 in this round 1 between Algeria and Nigeria. Just a reminder, you had Algeria that won 76-50. So they won by 26 points as a nice 3-point shot coming in from Nigeria to take the lead. So Nigeria needs to win game number 2, the one that you're watching, by 27 points. So I would expect to be a lot more fast-paced ball game between these two teams.
Absolutely.
For Nigeria especially.
Yeah, and it should be a challenge for Algeria. Like, Nigeria should set Algeria in a position where they really have to kind of are forced to respond to that pace, right? And from the get-go, shooting 3-pointers like that, that's exactly what we want to see. I think it was Staff, if I'm not mistaken, who made the shot. So in first game, he didn't really find success. He had a few opportunities, and now this time around, it's a completely different story. Having said that, though, it's Napa the problem, holding on to the ball. 5 seconds to shoot back over to DXM from the high elbow makes it happen.
Nice shot there, Nigeria, looking to push the tempo. 5-2 for them. And of course, now if you're Algeria, you're just going to slow things down. You're just going to be like, nah, we're going to take our sweet time. We're going to milk the clock. So let's see if they take the ball all the way down to 0 on the shot clock before they take it. Now, if you're Nigeria, there you go. You got to get aggressive. When you know they're milking the clock, you got to try to get those steals early on. Here's a three-point shot from the left corner. Oh, he didn't pass it to him. The corners were open momentarily, but they just weren't able to execute on it.
Yeah, Napa still holding on to it. A contested two-pointer, but the rebound is good for MSB as getting a bit fouled against. That is a personal foul from 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Given the pace of things, I feel like Nigeria have amped things up so far. DXM, is he going to go for a contested one? Finds himself open for the two. Goes for it. Not good. MSB, another rebound from him. Staffa is open for 3 if needed. Napa, though, still holding on to it. He wants to get one more defensive person on him, but it doesn't have a lot of time for that. And there's the three-pointer we waited for. Staffa, back-to-back three-pointers from him. Beautiful job.
Able to knock that one down. We'll see if he's able to continue that momentum. That type of performance is what you need from Nigeria, but you also need stops, and you need stops quick.
8-4. Man, must feel good for Nigeria to at least be in the lead from the very beginning, because it gives you that opportunity to grow. And Staffa, another three-pointer. Man, that's a trifecta.
Knocking them down so far early only makes you wonder if they would have done this early on in game number 1, where they'd be in position-wise, but just letting them go inside to get the easy 2. And that's another tactic that they may use, right? Where it's, hey, we're going to guard the 3s and we're going to give up the 2s. So it's like, but you don't want to give them up, though. I don't mean just, hey, let them go for 3, but more so of, make sure you don't leave the 3 open. If you're going to give up a bucket, give up the 2 so you can knock down 3 and at least get the points a little bit in your favor.
MSB fake pumps it a few times before secures the deal. 13-6. Algeria must be scratching the back of their heads and thinking like, man, who are these guys? They came to play. Let's peek with the ball. Still find his pace. Finds the opening for the three-pointer, though, but that rattles out and straight into the hands of Staffa as he passes over to DXM, presumably for Staffa to take the position in the corner. Oh, that is a contested shot, and the defense is good for that. Bash finds himself, well, I say that he finds himself open, but the defensive block is amazing.
That's how quickly they can go ahead and lock you down, man.
And another violation, and it is going to be Algeria's ball. So quick interruption from Nigeria. And I love the fact that they're so active on the defense from the start. This is what we spoke about. Like, they have to be active. They have to create these opportunities for themselves. And the rebound is good for Nigeria. DXM holding on to it. Will it be a fourth three-pointer from Staffa? No, it is a 2 and a foul on top of that. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 again, active on the defense, but not in a clean fashion so far.
Yeah, those are the type of shots you got to knock down. Got to 3-hunt a little bit as well, but the defense knows that's what you want, so it gets a little bit tough.
Ooh, a statement slam from MSB. Like, he's been so good with the rebounds as well. And I feel like that's going to pay dividends in the long run here in game number 2. Round number 1, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 can't go for the shot. Staffa there for the rebound, but it's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 to take it. What a twist from him. Does a quick 360.
We'll take a look at the pace of what it's looking like for Nigeria as we get closer and closer to the end of the first quarter in this game 2 of round 1.
Nepa gives it over to MSB, finds the opening he likes, and gets another 2. So for Nigeria, it is indeed points is the name of the game for them. They really don't care how, as long as they scored, they're going to be happy with it. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, that's a green three-pointer if I've seen one.
See how they're able to close out to the end of the first quarter. They're pinching a little bit from the left side, trying to bait the pass over to the hash.
Felt like for a moment there was a three-point opportunity. Instead, it's MSB again with the brawl near the rim. And as he continuously comes out on top as the fourth quarter is closing, a final say will be for Algeria, but still they're trailing by 6.
Oh, what do you got? Oh, okay. So look, let's see. So 6, right? If we go ahead now, we're going to do some quick math. We're going to bring out the data. That's 24 points. For 4 quarters, that's 24 points. That doesn't cut it. We need 3 more. So we need them to now be up every single quarter by an average of, let's say, 7 or 8. Now that they were only up by 6, which means for quarters 2, 3, and 4, you got to be up by 8. Every single quarter, Nigeria needs to be winning by 8.
Well, definitely doable. Having said that, though, passes like that absolutely are not allowed to go through if you're Nigeria's defense, so you need to slightly work in that department. Having said that, though, DXM finds himself open for a breakaway play, can't really make it happen. Defense is too active. 7 seconds to shoot, passes over to Real. Makes it happen, and an and one on top.
A little bit of a change of pace is what you're looking for. Again, I'm surprised Algeria isn't holding on to the ball more. We'll see how much of the shot clock they utilize.
I do get the sense that Algeria have been slightly taken by surprise by the initial pace of the game, but they're starting to come back into it and working their way, getting quite close now, only down by 3 points. So
yeah, see, on that offensive possession, they went ahead and got the bucket with 14 seconds still on the clock. Like, again, yes, winning is important. I'm sure they want to win, but you got to keep the clock in mind as well. But I think at the moment, you're fine. I think if we get into the high teens, low 20s, that's when Algeria will try to milk the clock a little bit more than they currently are.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bash even goes for a three-pointer there to even things out. 22-22 very quickly. Algeria have caught up and are looking to start to dictate their own pace of the game. So for Nigeria, it's about taking initiative now, and DXM holding on to the ball for quite a while before passing over to MSB. Quick pass over to Napa. Staffa, let's not forget about him. He's been quite successful with three-pointers. Instead, it is a contested three-pointer from Napa that unfortunately doesn't go through, as Algeria now with the possession. Peak pulls up for a two-pointer. Somehow that goes through. I swear to God, I felt like that's going to be way over.
And you know what? Maybe Algeria was like, hey, buddy, we don't like to milk the clock. We like to win games, as they're now up by 2 with Nigeria looking to respond back and possibly reclaim the lead if they knock down a 3. Drop step move from the big fella to tie things up at 24. Tied up here, 2:17 left to go. Nadex, we saw him having big impact on the offensive end.
Well, he almost had, but Stafford was there to ruin his day as he gets the steal. And this time around, though, another foul called. Breaks up the pace of the play, at least. DXM holding on to it. MSB positions himself close, comes in for the screen, and allows for a quick and easy shot for DXM from the free throw line.
That was good patience there, because you had the defender that kind of jumped right at you, and he was mindful, he was patient, he let the defender jump, then he took a step inside and knocked down the 2.
I would say both teams in that department are actually quite good in terms of sensing when the defensive linemen are going to jump and finding those open opportunities. And ADAX, what a pass to catch, and of course to finish things off for his team. 26-26. This is becoming a very close affair, but as your calculator said, Nigeria needs a +8 at the end of every single quarter to make this competitive in a best-of-2 overview.
Beautiful find at the corner. Oh, man, you got to knock those down. See if he's able to find another one. He had an open man down low. You got to get out before you get 3 in the key. Oh, he barely made it out. Oh, see, that's why they called timeout.
Yeah.
They weren't sure if they were going to get 3 in the key or not. A little bit of miscommunication, but also great communication to call the timeout, even though they didn't need to, because he stepped out, I like that.
Is those quick reflexes, you know?
Yeah.
Well, just a few seconds before the second quarter finishes and a few seconds on the shot clock as well. MSB, does he put up another signature move? No, it's going to be Napa to pull up for the three-pointer. Not going to be good, though, slightly short. As Bash far pass over to Ben in the corner, and Ben rattles it home.
Nice shot there to take the lead. It's Algeria now on top. 40 seconds left to go in this one. See how Nigeria is able to respond back. They were off to a hot start in the first, but then kind of got slowed down. Again, we talked about those fouls. Whenever Algeria is in a position they don't like, they'll absolutely go ahead and use the fouls to slow things down.
25 seconds before halftime. DXM milking the clock slightly. Fails the pass to MSB. Adex was already in front, ready to receive, and a hazard. A quick three-pointer for him to put up another three-pointer for Algeria. They're taking the lead and taken now by 6. Definitely the math is not mathing in favor of Nigeria.
Yeah, remember we said they need to win every single quarter by 8? Now they need to win the third and fourth by, like, I don't know, 20.
Double that, yeah, double that.
Yeah, not looking pretty.
But doable, and that's the most important part. You know, coming into the second half, that's what the team has to share across the comms to each other. This is still very doable. Remember how we started. We need to start off strong, same as that, and this time hold on to it.
See what adjustments they go ahead and make in the second half. Again, they need to go ahead and win this ball game. Game number 2 by 27 points if they want to win this round 1. Nigeria, that is, as we go ahead and tip things off here and check it for quarter number 3. Oh, beautiful play there. Oh, see, look at that.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, I mean, we even jumped both on the gun there as Ben finds himself wide open for 2 with a cut-in play, and a steal comes through as well. And another breakaway play, a dunk after dunk, as Algeria extends their lead further by 7.
MSB tries to reset it back. See what type of spacing they're able to find. There's a slip. That's an easy one. Great patience there. Oh, my goodness. Gets the defender in the air and then goes up with it.
And, man, MSB is great once he gets too close to the rim. Perhaps it could be the answer to all of this.
I know they would love for him to be a bit more involved on the offensive side.
Bash with the three-pointer from the corner, not going to be good, but Adex with the offensive rebound, pulls up for a two-pointer of his own. Beautiful, clean block from the defense as DXM is going to be stopped on the sideline. Man, he got pushed out.
You got to get a little rough. Got to let him know you here.
He's like, not on my watch. Are we going back to Denzel on this? It's like, is it get your hands off me time?
Yeah, if you want to make that, if you want to go ahead and call that out, impersonation, that is all you, partner.
MSB though, goodness. Yeah, I mean he's good against one, but there were 2 people around him. Surely, one of the 4 hands around struck the ball. Having said that, though, 3 seconds on the clock. DXM pulls up for a high 2, and gets it as well. Takes down Algeria's lead now only to 3 points. So, a few resultive back-to-back offensive plays from Nigeria in this to make it close yet again. Still plenty of time. And a failed attempt to ram the ball through.
See how they're going to be able to bounce back. Nigeria, though, thankfully, they're still in this game. And again, anything can go ahead and happen. I think even if they don't win the round, they may win the game too, but they may not win the round. I think it's a great boost of morale as they have other matchups coming up as well. So there's nothing to kind of hang your head on, even if you don't win round 1.
Absolutely. Worst case scenario, you take it as a learning experience and take nothing for granted and make sure that you look reality in the eyes and just see what kind of weaknesses were exposed in your defense, in your offense, and just make quick adjustments on the fly. You know, having said that, though, Peak finds himself wide open for the 3. Beautiful job from the offense there, making sure a few defensive people are being pulled, allowing for Peak to take an open shot. DXM, though, on the offensive now. I'm sure he wishes to find a 3-pointer of his own. I'm going to give it over to Staffa. He was good at the start of it.
Oh, beautiful steal.
Yeah, there was the attempt, but I think he heard me. The defensive guy heard me.
They tried to get the steal right back in the paint, but the ball just went through his hands. Algeria now 41-35. See if DXM is able to respond back. Getting bullied around. The ball is loose. They pick it right back up, though. Shoot, boy. Oh.
MSB had to step in there. Nice attempt from Napa. Back over to DXM again as MSB comes in for the screen, even asking for the ball there. It's DXM to take the shot. It goes through 38-41.
Keeping it close here is Algeria. Looking to win game number 2 themselves. Beautiful contest there coming in. Gets the rebound as well. Nigeria now looking to push the pace a little bit. Had the slip open, looking for a 3.
Still 1.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, so whilst it might not be the lead Nigeria needs, they still have a decent opportunity of taking one, as Staffa will find the ball. He was wide open for a shot, and instead it's going to be passed out for a 3-pointer. They want to even this out in style.
Tied up at 41 apiece, a minute 24 left to go in the third. They call a wrap. 8X trying to find a little bit of move. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a $1 million move with a 10-cent finish as he couldn't get it going at the rim.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have even made my eyes more wide than they were looking at how it all panned out. Napa now holding on to the 3-pointer. I feel like he wants to go for it. MSB goes in for the rebound if needed. 5 seconds on the clock, though. DXM has to take the shot, pulls up for the free throw line. Is going to come up short as the ball touched by defense there.
It's going to be a transition. They're going to, excuse me, not a transition, but it's going to be a quick free throw.
Final minute on its way in the third quarter. Algeria leading by a single point. So in the grand scheme of things, things are looking better for Nigeria. But they need just that edge. I feel like they found at the start, but somewhere along the way might have lost it. Having said that, though, DXM, that was a close battle on the brink of a violation. Timeout called.
Yeah, they called. Yeah, exactly. And they were afraid that they were going to go out of bounds, so they called a timeout. But unfortunately, they gave up a wide open 3 with that timeout. So they're going to have to run it back. That could have potentially tied things up. But they still have a chance to go 2 for 1 here. DXM at the top.
Nice and quick. MSB there with the rebound. Takes it back out again. Another opportunity for DXM. He's going to play it out together with MSB. MSB, I mean, he's amazing working up close, even with defensive men around him. He still doesn't seem too phased.
See if they're able to get a bucket here before the end of the third.
It bounces out. No time remaining. 44-43. Algeria in the lead by a single point in this game. The first one finished with plus 26 to their name, so plus 27 in total. That is what Nigeria needs to find, and what a dunk from them to open things up in the fourth quarter.
Let's see if they're able to kind of continue the momentum. I think winning by 27 is a bit out of the question. But you still want to continue different plays, different strategies, implement all those game plans here and execute them to see how you can play in the next round for round number 2.
Beautiful dribble work from DXM. That's a far 2-pointer. He had the opportunity to reset it and go for 3. Instead, went for the shot in transition. Still successful, so points are points, as we say. And Peak will respond with 2 of his own, bringing it back for Algeria. So this is going to be a basket-to-basket game.
Algeria, this is, back and forth they go, trading buckets, trading leads, looking to get a defensive stop, and they're going to go and call a foul on their basket.
And an instant foul called again. This time, though, it's a blocking foul. So very eager defense. And understandably so within the fourth quarter. You expect to see these things like this more often. Napa with a very far contested three-pointer, but the rebound is good for Nigeria still as Staffa holds on to the ball. And wishful thinking if that pass is going to go through. Ben very fast passed over to Hazard, and Ben himself to finish the deal and extend the lead for Algeria, now up by 4.
Here you go. They're looking to put on the pressure here in the fourth quarter, turn it up a notch, coming in those clutch moments with those stops and buckets. But there's Nigeria looking to respond back, and they miss it. Quick basket the other way, puts them up by 6.
Nigeria, yet again on the offensive. DXM holding on to the ball. MSB will find the pass and will find the 2 off the backboard. A beautiful play from Nigeria. Nice and simple. Nothing too overcomplicated, making sure they're playing to their strengths. Having said that, XP holding on to the ball will be fouled against. This is yet again a reach-in foul, so defense always trying to go for those steals, and very justifiably so. Staffa now even joins in. But that leaves Adax open, and Ben goes for the cut-in play to take it home for Algeria.
Algeria, man, they come up with these sick plays where you had that one kind of pass back. You had the cut from the left side. That's going to be a foul, and they get the and one. A potential 4-point play for DXM, and he converts.
Amazing stuff. You rarely get to see those. I think we saw it only like twice when we were covering Asia. And already within the first round of the day, Adex, beautiful recovery, though there was a potential for Nigeria for a breakaway play, and that is a fadeaway 3 that doesn't go through, as it will find the hands of Nigeria. 53-55. Nigeria down by 2 in this game. DXM holding on to it. A fail on the defensive play. Preemptive jump leaves DXM open for 3. It's not going to be good. Napa now over to Bode in the corner. Back to DXM again. Needs to go for a big shot. No time in this. Staffa comes up short. MSB yet again with the rebound. Man, we need to see his statistics after the game as DXM, beautiful dribble work across and around to find the 2.
Tied up at 55 apiece, a minute 30 to go. This is one of the closer ones that we'll get to call today.
That was a far 3-pointer attempt for Algeria. Didn't go through. Minute 15 on the clock. Nigeria, they would have to start dropping some crazy shots to win this one out.
And of course, Algeria is going to try to go and take the lead. They can't do it. So it's been back-to-back misses from beyond the arc, and now we've got a minute left to go. Nigeria just looking to get the win, and that's going to be a quick foul. That's the one to give, so no free throws coming in for Nigeria just yet.
As the pressure grows, the timing on those releases starts to fumble on both sides as MSB will find the opportunity against the backboard. A rare miss from him from that position. As now Bash from the right-hand side corner will not make it as well. Adex, though, with the rebound. Ben is there as well. Back over to Hazard. 7 seconds on the clock to make the shot. Adex with another rebound. Bash with another 3-pointer attempt. This time it's good. It took 4 plays to make that 3-pointer happen.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, Adex had plenty of times and opportunities to just go up with him himself, but he kept dishing it out to his teammates. They kept missing till they didn't.
Well, last few seconds playing out here, and it's safe to say that Algeria are going to be crowned winners in this first best of 2 of the day as DXM puts up one final 3-pointer attempt. 3 seconds on the clock, and Algeria, that first game, made it so close, or rather made it so convincing for them that they really didn't feel that much pressure in the second. And look, man, Algeria, props to them, you know, coming in with a bang in that first game, making sure that they're making use of every single opportunity they can to extend that lead close to 30 points. That is a feat in itself.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to kind of bounce back mentally from being blown out by 26 points and making it a close ball game, obviously couldn't get the job done, but they still put up a tough fight, and that's something you got to respect from them. But like we said, they learned from that first game. They changed things up for game number 2. Now for round number 2, as they still have a couple more games to go, we'll see how they're able to implement the things that they learned.
Absolutely. And well, if we saw anything, that Nigeria only over the span of a few minutes were able to change their play and the way how they're able to score so quickly, I think there's great things to come for this team heading into round number 2. Looking over, so this was only the first game from round number 1, Algeria, Nigeria. Next is going to be Benin coming up against Morocco, one of the teams that definitely most in the Africa region is calling out as favorites.
Yeah, for sure. And that's something that, we'll get to see again. How is Benin going to be able to kind of control the pace? You don't want to go in a fast-paced one, especially if you can get blown out. You want to control it, keep it close, keep it collective. Give yourself a shot in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter to go in and steal the win. That'll be something fun for us to look forward to, as that is going to be the next matchup that we look at. We just concentrate and see what type of style are they going to come out with, because I'm not familiar with their game. Maybe they completely just go ahead and surprise us. Not quite sure, but nonetheless, it should be a fun matchup. Morocco's been here before. They were invited to Sweden, so they definitely have the experience on there. But again, it's a new season, new ball game. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the benefits being, well, not entirely, but a bit of a dark horse in the group, right? Like you are basically unknown, so people will have to adapt to your plays on the fly, and it actually can be quite difficult at times, even for someone to be considered as the favorites of the group. So you might fall into a false sense of security, feeling like, oh, you have this in the bag, right? And very suddenly you find yourself on the back foot, thinking to yourself, what just happened, and how are we down by 15 at the beginning of the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
So it can turn on you quite quickly.
We'll see what happens there. We'll look to get you guys a couple of conversations here as well. But of course, then after we see Benin and Morocco, we do have a couple of other great gameplays coming up as well. You'll get a chance to see Egypt that'll take on Nigeria, the team that we just saw play. And then you'll see Ivory Coast take on Morocco as well. So a lot of great action coming up from the later second half of it, right? Between Egypt and Nigeria, Ivory Coast and Morocco. What are you most looking forward to?
Oh man, Ivory Coast, like these guys are always filled with surprises. I really want to see what they're bringing to the table this time around. I feel like it's if there is a country from Africa that I'm secretly rooting for, it's Ivory Coast, but I cannot be biased. So, I have to say it's even Steven on the board for both.
All right, fine. You can go and try to play neutral and stick to that. That's cool. I respect it. But as you can see, round 1, just so for the folks, I know you see a bunch of different dates and a bunch of different games. Yeah. Today we're covering round 1, which is all the way on the left-hand side of your screen. And so we have already seen Algeria and Nigeria play. We are now going to watch Benin and Morocco play. And then, of course, afterwards, we will go ahead and watch Egypt and Nigeria play for round number 2. And also Ivory Coast and Morocco as well. So still a lot of great gameplay, a lot of matchups coming up ahead. And then, of course, round 3 is going to be something else that we focus on the 23rd of October, which, of course, is tomorrow. And then the semifinals will be followed on the 24th. So back-to-back-to-back gameplay for the Africa region until we figure out who is going to make it to the Philippines.
Okay. Well, interview-wise, unfortunately, it seems like we cannot connect to Algeria just yet, so we'll have to see if we can hear from them another time. Let's give a quick shout-out, though, to the lineups at the end of the day. Benin going up against Morocco. So Benin, on the side of them, is going to be Obasanjo, Miyamoto, 𝐂𝐄𝐂. I'm just going to call him Jin.
You attempted this. Go ahead. Now through.
Now we have Smilek and we have Max Thanos 007. I mean, James Bond and Thanos in the same name, like that has to be a man of posture.
And you've also got a man of mystery there as a 2 guard, it looks like, possibly playing, right? No picture there. So maybe a man of mystery. Who knows? Who knows what it really is like? Maybe it's just LeBron coming out. I don't know. It is NBA season tip-off here today, by the way, for the folks that watch. Should be some fun matchups there. But, of course, on the Morocco side, you've got players that have been here before. They're coming back. I recognize some of the names, and their game as well. So we'll see what type of impact they're able to have on the offensive side and the defensive side as well to create some chaos for Benin and see what they're able to do. By the way, we have production meetings. I'm like 99.9% sure us pronouncing it properly or not pronouncing it or calling it out that we're not pronouncing it is going to be part of the notes. I just want to let you know that.
I already made a note.
Matter of fact, you're already there with the producer, so he might tell you as soon as a stream ends, he's like, "Hey man, cut it out. That's too much."
Yeah, it is what it is at times. But look, that's what you get when you're on the international stage. Our own individual names as well, like India, are not the easiest things in the world, so it can get difficult at times. But that is the glory of a worldwide coverage. You get to see and find out new things that you've never seen or heard before.
Amen to that. And we'll get this matchup here for round number 1 here shortly. Again, Morocco, the favorites coming into this, but that doesn't mean that you may not be faced with an upset. And that's something to kind of keep an eye on, is how fast paced this can go ahead and get. And of course, if you're just joining us, this is the Africa region that we're broadcasting here today to start seeing who is going to move on to round number 3, the semifinals, and of course the finals, as well as this is 62 countries throughout the world that are competing, 7 different regions, and each region, except for Europe, is going to send in one team to the Philippines. Europe is going to have 2 teams that are going to go ahead and be represented there. So a lot of great action. We've already figured out some of the teams that have already been invited to the Philippines. From the Middle East, you have Saudi Arabia. From Asia, you have the Philippines themselves. They get to kind of just hop on a cab and meet us there. And then, of course, from Oceania, you do have New Zealand. So a lot of great action coming up here just momentarily as we get this game going shortly. But it should be fun. And, of course, afterwards, just, you have Egypt taking on Morocco. And you also have Ivory Coast taking on Nigeria, I believe. We'll get that scheduled up there for you. But any other thoughts here before we get going?
Yeah, I had to look at the player surveys again, and I just was wondering, for Benin, like, what do they see as their biggest competitor, at least within their region? They have definitely said it's Morocco, so their dreams have come true, and they have the chance to prove themselves against them. But at the same time, they also say, we don't have a rival. We are here to learn and to put our flag on the map. So there we go. And for Morocco, they're actually kind of, well, not afraid, but they're very respectful towards Algeria. So they are preparing themselves for a match against them. And if Morocco makes it through, they have called out Philippines and Spain as their biggest competitors on the world map. So
that's something we definitely.
That's something to keep in mind, when it comes down to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December.
Amen to that, especially when you play them so many times. You played them in person last year. I don't want to say there's bad blood necessarily like Taylor Swift. Great song, by the way. But it's more so of, hey, look, we want to beat you. Well, you're not a Swiftie? You're not a Swiftie, man?
Not my jam entirely, but I know the song you're talking about.
But point being, when you play certain teams so many times, when you play certain players, their tendencies, a trash talk gets elevated, and you've got a chip on your shoulder. It's almost like playing against your former team. You want to beat them, you want to embarrass them, and you want to advance more than they do.
Absolutely. And it's a lot of this also, like the things that you mentioned, comes down that might fall in favor of Benin here, because having the eagerness to win and to prove to the best that you are better, quote unquote best here, but nonetheless called out as favorites, that is Morocco. I think it really plays in favor of Benin in that sense. Like, as long as they can keep up that mentality throughout the game and keep themselves within it, I feel like anything can happen, And we're calling out quote unquote Cinderella stories here to some degree, but having said that, there's always at least one with a tourney of this scale.
See how things go in.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we get to cast one of those.
I'm
going to be so mad if it's Vince and Chris having to witness live a Cinderella story happening. I'm going to be disappointed.
Hey, man, you with the producer right there in person, baby. You can talk to him. What you mean? I got to put in a chat. You right there.
But it's nothing scripted, India. This is live. This is 5-on-5.
It indeed is. And that's a great reminder that, yes, on the camera side, you might only be seeing one individual, but it's 5 individuals controlling 5 different players. And that's what makes this a pro-am mode of 5v5 a great one, is because you got to rely on your teammates to make the right reads and to make the right decisions, as we will get going with the matchup here shortly between Morocco And Benin, as you see, they're joining. Looks like it's kind of nighttime for them. If that's not a curtain.
Man,
Behind
I don't even dare to guess like what time is where anymore. Like, I'm so gone and lost in time zones.
What time is it in? Let's see. So currently out there, it is 8:23 p.m. So similar to you, it seems. Well, actually, no. For you, it's like what, 9:10?
It's 10:30.
Yeah. You'll be all right. It's 3:30 right here for me. It's all right. Cool. We got the sun up still, baby.
Nice.
A little jealousy, but we'll see how things play out here between Morocco and Benin. Again, this is matchup number 1 in round 1. There will be a best of 2 that'll go ahead and be played between these two teams. Point differential will matter, so keep an eye on how game 1 finishes, because game 2 can have some strong implications on points, which will help us determine who moves on to the semifinals. Of course, there is going to be a round 3 as well, but these matchups matter. Every game matters. Every possession matters. Every single point matters.
And I feel for your desk.
You could hear it.
Yeah, I can definitely hear
I had to
it.
make sure y'all knew it was business. You know what I mean? It's game time. Ready to go.
Yeah, it sounds like you have the controller next to you and you're ready to jump in if anyone needs a sub.
Look, you can't. I guess the world can't see it, so I showed it to you right now. But like, yeah, look, I've got the Xbox right there, the PlayStation ready to go. I'm ready to go, baby.
All right.
Let's play. You play 2K often or no?
I'm not the greatest 2K player per se. My mechanics are poor. I might understand what's needed of me, but the execution is lacking. So I'm here to enjoy the show and not show off for sure.
It's been a long time since I've been the best 2K player on a broadcast team. Typically, whenever I call league games, they're all pretty much better than me. Maybe 1 or 2 people. But here it's like, nah, I can beat you. I can beat Chris. I can beat Vince,
Well, look, India, we spoke about this when we were covering Asia, actually. And do I dare ask you a prediction of how the series will end up with like a plus-minus point differential?
See, the fact that you just disrespected Benin by giving me a plus-minus and not just asking if they were going to win the game or not is disrespectful. Don't you dare think you could just slip that by me. I'm going to call you out on that. But since you asked me a point differential, yes, I think you have Morocco that wins by 23.5 or more.
23.5 or more. That is like betting.
I'll tell you what. Let's have a little bit of fun.
Okay.
If either team, because I want to be very respectful to both sides, if either team wins by 29.5 or more, right? So 30 plus.
Yeah.
You have to do 10 push-ups that then get posted on social media. Come on, that's content. Are you up for it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. But if it's less, then it's you, right?
You know what? That wasn't part of the deal. I'm glad you agreed. So 30 points. There you go, chat. You heard it. 30 points. We can make another bet. We got long games. 30 points or more. If either team wins, then you've got to do 10 push-ups in your nice little suit. I don't know if you're wearing shorts or not, but
I'm not wearing shorts today.
You've got the full suit on?
Not the full suit. It's just jeans, man.
Oh, okay, cool.
Smart casual,
I like it. Are you nervous?
I am nervous because I'm absolutely not a gym rat, and my last any fitness related activity was a hike in the woods 2 weeks ago, and I was sore for 4 days after that was like a 5-mile hike.
I was afraid you were going to say 2 years ago, and I was like, "Damn, bro, come on, we need you to touch grass a little bit."
No, I do touch grass. It's just that it's been ages since I've hit the weights for sure.
No, I got it. I got you. We're still just a couple of moments away from watching this matchup. Let me see what the Twitch chat's saying. Let's see if they're excited for you to do some push-ups here.
I want to make sure that the support is there, though, as well. Just make sure to spam those country flags. I always love to see when a country supporters show up. It's a beautiful sight to behold.
Amen to that. It's nice little, I think the most beautiful thing was when we were in Sweden and you had the national anthem. I think might have been semifinals and finals that we did this for.
Oh my God,
that's beautiful. You had the national anthem of each country being played, and it was awesome. It was great.
If I was a player there having the national anthem playing and I have the country flag on my back, I'd probably shed a tear or two before going into a game.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And then you tell people I cried before a video game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, tears aside, though, it sounds to me that we are ready to jump into the game between Benin and Morocco.
All right. Well, they're going to go ahead and they just have to, get a little bit of patience out the way to see if we're able to get things going. I'll tell you what, since we have some time, let's spice things up a little bit. 30 plus 10 push-ups. I know you're mad. I know you're mad. It's okay. And now you're live, so you can't even say anything to me. 30 plus 10 push-ups. If it's 40 plus, 20 push-ups. If it's 50 plus, I need 30. So 10, 20, 50. 10, 20, 30, excuse me.
Man, I'm going to keep it real. Like, I don't know if I can even do 30 because I'm thinking like 20 is kind of pushing the limit at my current form for sure.
All right, so let's do 30 points, 10 push-ups, 40 points by either team, 20.
It's not like I won't try. I'm just saying like it might not happen. I might give in around 25 and just like
so you accept the challenge of 30, 40, 50, 10, 20, 30. You're good.
But how does it work the other way then?
Oh, you talk about me doing the push-ups?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
like,
no. I get to propose them.
So you just get to enjoy, and I just get the punishment side of things. No, man, it doesn't work like that. We have to. I'm okay with taking odds like that in case we have like an opposite deal as well at the end of it. You know, like so there has to be an even amount of risk. So like yeah, I can't think of.
Okay, so okay, here we go. I got it. All right, well here's as we get ready to wrap up. So here's what we'll do. I'll make it quick. You ready?
Yeah.
30 points, 10 push-ups for you. 40 points, 20 push-ups for you. 50 points, 30 push-ups for you. And I'll go ahead and do the same thing for 10, 20, 30 points or less. I'll do the push-ups. I'll explain it later.
Okay. Well, explain to me. Jumping straight into the game, though, Morocco has been able to open things up with a three-pointer very quickly already. As Benin is looking to respond with a few points of their own. Beautiful steal comes through from Braxo, and he's the man to take it through. Passes over to the left-hand side for another three-pointer for Morocco. Morocco, of course, in your whites. Benin in your red jerseys.
You nervous?
Am I nervous? No, absolutely not. Never in my life.
I see you sweating through the suit.
No, that's just like excitement for the game, man.
And your voice cracking just made it that much better.
It's all good.
Quick 6-0 lead for Morocco, as it looks like a couple of players may not have been able to connect. We'll figure those things out, but we'll keep calling the game with the excitement of at least one of us doing push-ups. There you go. Nice little steal.
Absolutely. Holding on to it as well, allowing for the defense to come back. And that is a three-pointer from down the line. 9-0 so far. Morocco starting off very convincingly from the get-go. Smee holding on to it. Looks like wants to go for an individual play. Calls in for a screen, though. Needs some assistance. Finds himself wide open. Yeah, man. Come on.
You're like so invested.
We need the 50, right?
Oh, my goodness, buddy.
Hey, man, so you don't want to see me in a coaching slot. Trust me, man. That's a different level of comms.
Oh, my good. Look, see, people in the chat are excited. They're saying prepare the push. I assume they meant push-ups. I don't know what the rest of that means, but, you know.
No, they just know I'll only make it halfway through. There's not going to be any up. It's just going to be push.
Oh, look at that. They take a shot. They missed that one. So here you go. Looking for them to push the tempo.
Opportunity for Benin. Smee passes
beautiful.
over to Ken. Ken knocks it down. And takes us back.
Pass.
Yeah, first points on the board as well. It must feel good, you know, get the first jitters off and to allow for the rest to follow. Master finds himself open from the high elbow. No slam dunk. What a steal from the back. Is now Snow holding on to it. Gives it over to Smee in the corner. Smee again open for three. Chooses to play this one out. Passes over to Snow. Snow pump fakes it. Back to Smee from the middle. Not going to be good. There's a fast turnover. Slam dunk for Morocco. 13-2.
You know, you did have someone, only since they talk about how it's an 11-0 run. I don't know about you, but from the Asia games and this one, I don't know if we've seen a quick 11-0 start in any of the games like we just saw here with Morocco.
Absolutely, but again, it's good. It was off the back of a couple of three-pointers as well, right? So does it really count? Well, I mean, you can't discard it, but...
Well, yeah, of course. What? Unlike your push-ups, these counts, bro. You know, all this counts. 15-2.
There's no need to rub it in ahead of time. Like, you'll have plenty of chances.
I just know the social media team is very grateful for your sacrifice. That's all I'm saying.
They're very grateful for your
They
ideas.
Hey
Yes,
man, look, in
the pain
blowouts
was
that I
real in
see
my
coming,
voice.
I gotta take advantage of them. That's all it is. Ooh, nice little step back. Thought he's gonna take the three, crowded inside, so he dishes it out. That's gonna be an infraction. I believe that should have been. I think that might have been shot clock.
Yeah, that was on the brink of it for sure. Well, nonetheless, it is still early days, 15-2. Benin has plenty of time to come back into this as Master puts up a three-pointer. He was open for it as well. Unfortunately, shoots it slightly over. Prince with the recovery. Back over to Master as 7 seconds on the clock. Marquinhos from the corner, not going to find it. Passes over to the other side. That is successful as Morocco score now 18.
See if they're able to get another stop here to continue this momentum that they've been on. Pass it to the top of the key. See, I don't know. I was just about to say, I don't know if that popper can shoot. At least it tried to, but we'll see what the attributes are on the offensive side.
Meanwhile, another three-pointer falls through for Morocco, and so far, very strong start from them. It doesn't look like they have been really challenged just yet, but that is just Benin giving them that false sense of security I was speaking about before. There we go. That's the first three-pointer going through.
Hopefully that gives them a little bit of confidence to continue letting it rip from beyond the arc, but they've got to get some defensive stops here as well. That's not going to cut it, as that was a nice cut from the left side by Morocco.
35 seconds remaining. Hands it over to Snow. Snow is going to be blocked. And another infraction called. Ball is in Benin's hands. Snow over to Ken. Ken back to Snow. No real open shot opportunity. Smee, I would say slightly delayed, but better late than never. The rebound is good for Benin as well. Snow back to Ken. You can see Smee eager to take the shot. Will find himself open for one. Doesn't really roll it over.
Nice little movement there coming on the defensive side to go ahead and go up by 20 as we are just 10 seconds away from ending the first quarter. Oof. See if they're able to knock down a couple of free throws.
Gets the first. Let's make it 2.
Do you hear the chanting in the back, or is that just
There's
me?
fans. It's fans. I have fans in the studio.
Oh, is I didn't know you had that. That's nice. Must be nice. I didn't know you had a paparazzi.
Smee handing it over. Pulls up for 2. It's good for Benin as they narrow down the point gap down to 14. Oh, sorry, 16. I was just checking if you're keeping count.
Oh, trust me. I definitely will. Oh, missed a shot. That's not usually like him. Great offensive rebound. Kicks it to the left to drain the three.
It's a three-pointer game for Morocco so far. Their accuracy is astounding in that department so far. Benin holding on to it, though, off the back of the pass of Snow and successful offensive play. Quick turnover and a far two-pointer in transition for Morocco as they approach the 30-point line. Or rather, cross it. Still 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
There you go. Get that inbound. I mean, they came in a little bit late, but they were still able to get the basket. Extend the lead, 32-9. Benin looking to get into the double digits. They have a man open. Got the defender in the air. Got him again. Oh, got to get out there before you get 3 in the key. Pass it back for a corner 3. You're going to take it yourself. Snow trying to figure out that decision. Step back was there for the 2. Finally gets it to go to get him in double digits.
Nice footwork from Smee there to find the opening for himself. There's the ball yet again in the hands of Morocco. Master finds himself surrounded, but that leaves Marroquinho wide open for 3, and he, of course, nails that shot. No real contention opportunity for Benin. Very far pass. Good recovery, though. And a wide opening as well off the backboard. Doesn't make it happen. As another fast turnover. No foul.
See if they're able to continue pushing the tempo like they have been, at least on the defensive side, that is. See, it just looks like formations are just completely out of sorts here for Benin, right? Typically you have 2 corners, you have 1 hash, pick and roll, but that's just not what they're looking to do. I don't know if they realize what formation they want to be on the offensive side. So look at that, you got 1 corner. The second one is still trying to figure out where in the corner they should be.
Yeah, but a lot of this is off the back of very fast over-the-court passes now, so it takes time for people to take place. Or am I just...
No, I mean, I think you're right. I think in fast break opportunities, you're not sure if, like, you're trying to fill the lanes properly, right? But I think you got to recognize that when your offense is being slowed down, you got to get in your position, right? So, for example, that left corner, look, he doesn't know where to go. It's like, hey, am I going left corner? Am I going in the paint? What am I doing? You're a little bit too far up now. You got to be all the way in the corner so that the defender that's guarding you in the corner isn't able to guard 2 and play the hash as well. Like, look, right there. They can give each other high fives. It's just a traffic jam everywhere you look.
Well, another thing we need to keep in mind, it is also a communications game, right? So it might be a one plan called, someone might mishear something or not understand from the get-go. So that might also be a factor that comes into play. But you're absolutely right. Like, you have to be in the correct positions to give yourself those scoring opportunities. Look, man, we're sitting at, 27 points now in favor for Morocco, and I'm not even worried.
Yeah, no need to worry at all. You're fine. It's all right. It's okay. We appreciate the content nonetheless. Nice 3 there, knocks it down. Matter of fact, bro, you might be down 30 at the half.
Really? Didn't notice.
As Benin goes up with it, driving the paint, not going to go. Looking to push the tempo one more time. Gets the 3 from the left side. 46-14. Can you do the math?
Yes, it is. Wait, so that's like
32.
10, 20, 30, 32. Yeah, that's 32. There we go. Did the math for you. But there's still plenty of time to go. This is only the first half, and I'm absolutely convinced that Benin will pick up the pace in the second, as they're just looking to close things out on a good note here. Hand over to Smith. Far pass over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 in the corner. Pulls up for 2. That was a difficult shot over the defense. Fast breakaway play. And a beautiful layup goes through. 48-14.
So, see, Benin, they did a great job on the right corner on the offensive side where they were. They got the defender in the air. They stepped up, but they didn't just take the shot. They tried to go into the paint. You just got to take the midi. Take the open 2. Knock it down. There's the cut happening. See, right there, didn't need to take the cut, though. Just stay there. Look for the pass, knock it down. You're making it easy for the defense to defend you at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just using those opportunities at the very beginning as soon as they present themselves rather than overplaying the hand. I feel like it becomes a running theme for many of the teams participating in the event. You know, you get so sucked in by the moment that you feel like you can go for that extra mile and end up overplaying it.
Closing it out here in the final seconds of the half. And that's going to do it for that one. Just a dominating performance from Morocco. What are your thoughts on that first half?
Well, all things considered, I feel like they started off quite okay, that is, Benin, but unfortunately the game just simply got out of hand for them with these fast breakaway plays, fast turnovers that Morocco made sure they score on. On top of things, they've been very precise on the three-point department. So for Benin, I think that's what you mentioned there before is correct in the sense that, like, as if you see an opening like this, just stay where you are, take the shot, right? Like, It's about just getting those baskets now to go through. Just a couple of buckets needed to really get a feel for the game, and then things are going to start to fall through for you.
See how things start off here in the third quarter. As they nice, okay, all right, cool. We move in the offense now, get a jam down. cuts the deficit down to 32. Kicking it right back out to Prince. Shoots it to the right side. That's a wide open shot. That one's going to go. 53-18. And they're looking to play a little bit of a full court press here, even though they've got the lead. No way. This isn't happening.
That is not leaving anything up for chance. That's what it's called. You need to make sure that nothing crazy happens, is basically what Morocco is saying.
Well, I'm hoping nothing crazy happens as they continue playing here. You just got to finish the game out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. But still, look, this is only the first game between
rotation.
the two. So beautiful dribble work from Smee. Puts himself on the line. Nice pass over to Snow, but too much defense around. Timeout called. I think they were afraid of that 3-second violation.
I was afraid for them.
You were counting?
Oh, for sure. Oh, the 3 in the key? No, I was counting how many points they were winning by.
No, that thing, like, we've long forgot about it. Like, what were you talking about?
The chat hasn't. Just let it go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, long shot. Long 3. Doesn't go.
Okay, but if chat doesn't forget it, I want to see also more use of that hashtag eFIBA S3 whenever you're sharing stuff about NBA 2K and this event, particularly online.
Amen to that. There you go. So you got to get something out of it. Oh, nice step back there. Drains the 3. Where has that been? We need more of that.
Exactly.
Wow. That's the second time we've done that today. I don't know how I feel about it, but
what do you mean? We're on the same note. Imagine if we would be on a team, we wouldn't even need to give call outs. We would just like pass to each other. We just know. Exactly. Imagine our cut-in plays. It would be insane. Back to Benin though, on the offensive, 21-59. Pass over to the right-hand side. Smee wide open for a 3. Not going to be good, but the recovery is, though. Ken there. Smee open to take the shot as well. Miyamoto instead on the 3-point line. And a foul called.
Taking it out.
Unlucky.
Indeed. As Mastur. Dribbling it back and forth, looking for an open space. Damn, he didn't utilize a pick there. He's just dishing it out. He's like, who wants it? Hot potato. Great defense, though, based on whatever that offense was, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I mean, I feel like Morocco definitely overplayed their hand there as well with the passing department, just trying to show off at this point. Ken, though, with a far 3-pointer, makes it happen as well for the big guy. That is an impressive feat.
Wide open shot from the left side. Can't get it to go. Those are the ones you got to knock down. Look, I understand it's not a close game, but you just, oh my goodness. Back-to-back open misses for Morocco.
That is that false sense of security getting to you. Early on the releases, late on the releases, and suddenly you'll find yourself thinking, how did that point gap narrow down? Ken with the rebound, back over to Smee on the 3-point line. 8 seconds to shoot. No screen for him. Has to make it happen himself from the high elbow. No, it's going to be a fast pass over to Miyamoto. Beautiful cut-in play from him. Found the timing. Good call-out as well on the comms.
See if they're able to go ahead and there you go. Get the open man one more time. The defender's just, oh my goodness. How many times are we going to see corner misses? That's definitely not something you want if you're Morocco.
It's starting to become a problem, I would say. Nice steal. Take away the ball. These fast breakaway plays have been key to their success so far. Pulls up for a quick 3-pointer, and that's good. See, the pace, that's what they love. Morocco, that is.
Well, they'll see if Benin is able to keep up with it. So far, they try to go for the steal as Morocco. Nothing there.
Finds the opening, though. Finds the opening between the two defensive men. Man, I swear, sometimes these passes look unreal when they go through. Beautiful shot from Braxo from the corner, though. Even an offensive rebound waiting to happen, but not needed. Smee stopped early on. Can't even find an open way across the line. Instant steal, fast pass to the same corner. Again, not good. Offensive rebound is Braxo. Pulls up from the right side. Another three-pointer falls through for Morocco as they extend their lead now up by 40.
I know the viewers
you
can't see
paid
your
the-
face. I know the viewers can't see your face, but I wish they could on that one.
Yeah, let's not ask production for that.
Continuing to miss on the open shots, though, with Benin looking to push it up the pace a little bit. Takes a contested shot very early in the shot clock. That one's not going to go. Passing it down in Morocco. Morocco open three from the top of the key. Can't get it to go, but the offensive board is good. And were they able to get it off in time?
It counts.
Looks like they did.
It counts. 70-28. As Morocco still on the offensive. Marquinhos, beautiful three-pointer for him as well. Rattles it home. Morocco definitely don't have anything to worry about just yet, as Benin are still looking to cross that 30-point line. Ken stopped near the free throw line. Smee looking for that three-pointer opportunity. Now good fake pump once. Pass over to the left-hand side to rock it home. A three-pointer for them.
See if they're able to make something happen here. Quick little cut from the left side.
Well, you can't say Morocco players are lacking confidence, that's for sure. With the amount of three-pointers attempted and secured on top of that, it definitely has been a key part of their success in this match against Benin so far in round one still of the day. We still have round two ahead of us, where Morocco find a bit more challenging gameplay.
Looking to finish the quarter strong. 3:44 left to go. Nice little cut there, but the defender's right in front of them. Defense staying on top of it. Beautiful pass to find the three, and they go ahead and try to find the open shots.
Nice stop on Braxo as well, not allowing him to advance. Having said that, though, he finds himself wide open off the back of a few passes around. And another three-pointer heading over the way of Morocco. Even get the steal on top of things just to add insult to injury here if you're a Benin supporter.
Just got to find a way to get through the quarter, learn from your mistakes, huddle up, talk about it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, like there's a few things to point out, as you said. Like one would be using those easy opportunities. Second, I feel like just Benin might want to switch to a slightly faster style. I feel like they're slightly lacking in pace. Alley-oop, but imp, not good. Second one as well, not going to go through. Fast turnover breakaway play. And should be an easy two, but it is a foul. And on the free throw line. Let's see if Smee can nail these. Does get the first. Does he get the second? Ooh. Takes it home. 2 points going over to Benin.
See what type of aggression. Oh, there you go. You expect nothing less from Morocco, as it doesn't matter the lead, doesn't matter the game. They're going to continue the offensive output. Takes a shot, looking to at least, but they didn't go ahead and fire it off from the left side.
Yeah, Miyamoto there as well if help needed. I feel like Smee could use it by now. It's only 3 seconds remaining, man. You're going to have to take a very difficult shot. Instead, it's Snow to go with the cut-in play, but a foul called against him, and now it's going to be Snow on the free throw line. So, well, if you can't find free opportunities with a simple play-in, you can find that from the free throw line. That being said, though, Snow misses the first. Can he get the second? He does. And secures at least one on the offensive play.
Bringing it up the court. Oh, nice. See, they just keep calling those cuts. I mean, it's just like every single day. They just keep on calling those cuts.
And now that I think about it, I haven't seen really that many steal attempts from Benin as well. Like, I would have expected at least that they go for those steals quite aggressively. And if it fouls, well, so be it. At this point, it's not going to change things by a large margin. Well,
goes and misses that one too.
might come to their mind if they see them missing like this. Well, they do get the second though, nonetheless. Keeping it a 50-point difference.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Cool. You can do the push-ups without your suit on. It's quite all right.
All good. Well, it's so far definitely the biggest lead we've seen covering games with yourself together.
Yeah.
Nice attempt. Does not pan out the way how it was intended. Hand over to Prince, back to Marquinhos, left open, no one's there. Miyamoto dropped the ball on that one.
That's a great pass back, though, right? You kind of kicked it out, and the guy who inbounded it, no one guarded him, and you got an easy 2. Because sometimes you forget about the inbounder because you're like, all right, cool, I got to go guard who else is open. Well, the inbounder, you need to focus on as well. So an easy 2 there for Morocco as it's 91-40, less than 2 minutes left to go till this one gets decided.
Morocco in the bonus. So free throws coming in. First one goes through. Second one doesn't again for Morocco. So there's one weakness Benin might be looking forward to. From the corner, a beautiful attempt though, but it was just like a millimeter over. Marquinhos from the high elbow passes over to Prince. Prince doesn't nail it. Good recovery.
Yeah, great block there on the defensive side. Way to go and hold on strong here. As you're looking to add a couple more points to save you some soreness. 7 seconds to work with, though. Got to get a shot open. Has the right corner open. Oh, that's just an unfortunate pass animation. Can't get the shot to go, though. Where Morocco on the other side, that's how quickly they can make it rain on you.
Absolutely. No hesitance at all. As soon as the ball touches his hands, he goes for the shot. 30 seconds to go in the final quarter here in game number 1, round number 1, between Benin and Morocco, where Morocco is taking a convincing 55-point lead and looking to see perhaps they could start to set us a new record in the point differential department.
I mean, we've seen
at least for now. At least for now.
We've seen, what was it? I think 300 in the pre-qualifier.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy stuff happen before.
Yeah. Knocks down that one. Less than 21 seconds left.
Instant foul called as well against Morocco. So once again on the free throw line, putting up the first and probably making the second. Interesting stance. Can Morocco break into the hundreds? 15 seconds on the clock. They need a steal or a turnover to do that. Smee holding on to it. Wants to have the final say in this. And the steal does go through 5 seconds to shoot. Has to be a three-pointer. No, it's going to be 2 and 99 on the board for Morocco with 3 seconds remaining. Can't do much more about it. As you can see.
No, he's just staring at you.
He's like,
he's just staring at you. Like, what is that stare for? It's like, yeah, you thought we wouldn't do it. You thought we wouldn't do it. We did it. We done did it.
Sent him a message. Hey, it just goes to show that I believe in the miracle story. But all jokes aside, though, Benin, it's not like they were completely out of it, right? Like they definitely had their moments of brilliance, and they were also showed good capability in putting up three-pointers. So it was just about tightening up their defense, second positioning on the offense, right? So like I want to see more picks from them, definitely at least attempts heading into game number 2, if they don't plan to change anything else in their defense. And on the offense, as you said, man, you have to go for those open opportunities. You can't wait for the perfect play. It's not going to pan out the way you think against Morocco.
No, it really isn't in sports. You got to keep up with the pace. So if you're going to try to keep up with the pace in that game 1, you've got to control the pace yourself. Because if you try to go basket for basket, bucket for bucket, point for point against Morocco, you're going to find yourself in a losing position. It's just what's going to happen. And we saw that happen in game 1. So for this game 2, look, let's be realistic. Our audience isn't, they're smart people. It's almost impossible, in my opinion, for Benin to come back and win game 2 by 57 points. However, I think there is a chance for them to go ahead and make it a closer battle than it currently was, so that when they play the other teams, right, when they play Ivory Coast tomorrow, they can maybe go ahead and pull off a victory, not just in that game 1, but also in that game 2 for that best of 2 series. So it's all about what have you learned from here today in that game one to figure it out against one of the best teams in Africa, which is Morocco, so you can implement it towards others as well. So every game you got to learn something, and hopefully they did in that game one to implement it here in game two.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's good to get that cold shower in first before you get to kind of relax afterwards and reflect on what kind of went wrong. Obviously, Benin did not hide the fact that they do consider Morocco to be the favorites heading against them, so they knew from the get-go this game is not going to be easy. So I think as long as they're not too harsh on themselves as well, you have to keep in mind the fact that a lot of these lineups are quite fresh when it comes to coming together and representing their country. They definitely have put up their flag on the region for sure, making it through the pre-qualifying rounds and putting up an appearance here as well, and still keeping in contention. Like, you never know how these other games are going to pan out. There's still plenty of surprises along the way in round number 2, round number 3. So plenty of opportunities. Now, the sides are going to be swapped heading into game number 2 in this best of 2 series. As you mentioned, it is going to be unlikely that Benin will come back and secure an even bigger lead over Morocco heading into game number 2. Having said that, though, I would expect to see a few improvements across the board, as at least the improvements in comms when it comes to offensive plays and having more cut-in plays and making more use, I would say, of Miyamoto, who quite often finds himself lingering in the corners.
And they just got to figure out their formations as well, especially on the offensive end. We've talked about it many times. You got to know who is in what corner. You got to know who's at what hash, what play are we running, who is going to go in and grab the offensive rebound, where are the pinches coming from on the defensive side. So a lot more communication, I feel, is needed from them to make this one closer against Morocco.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far, Morocco also, with this match, one of the things that they do is they definitely give something that their opponents need to be worried about, putting up shows like this. I think for Morocco, as a personal sort of achievement they might go for is to see if they can score 100 points within this game, because that is a definition of a high-scoring game in NBA 2K on this type of a stage. Like online, it might be a different story when it's just online, playing with your friends or whatnot, but when it comes to competitive, then it might be a different thing.
We'll see what happens here in game number 2. And, it's just going to be interesting to see how Benin comes out. Are they going to try to get more twos? Are they going to try to go ahead and force some threes? Or what type of game plan are they going to have to make this one a little bit closer? But why is that man so angry?
Who?
Oh, the Moroccan player. I believe that's Marroquino, I believe, is who we have on camera.
Yeah.
So, just an angry fella just staring us down, man.
It's just locked in. What do you mean? Morocco definitely are locked in when it comes to it.
Just a few moments away from this one tipping off here for game number 2. Again, if you're just joining us, game number 1 was won by Morocco by more than 50 points, which means my man V has 30 push-ups to do, or at least try to do 30 push-ups. Are you going to try to do them all at once, or are you going to break it down 10, 10, 10? Like, what are we thinking here, man?
Well, I mean, we'll have to discuss it behind the scenes, I think. I'm not going to hide away the fact that I probably would prefer to break it down, though I'm kind of curious if I can make it in one go. So I think I'll try to find out, but yeah, we'll see where we can facilitate that, and I'll probably just need to find time to prepare myself mentally or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe go work out a little bit. You know what I mean? Look, we got some time for this one. Maybe just go practice.
Flex in the mirror at least beforehand. Be like, yeah, you could do it.
Yeah. I would ask you to just flex on the camera, but I don't want to embarrass you. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure that we hold our integrity.
There's nothing to flex, my man.
Matter of fact, while we wait for the head-to-head, I don't know how far we are from this game starting. I'd love to show
soon, my friend.
Okay, cool. You have the insights. You're there in the studio. You see it all. I want to see the schedule so the folks know the results of the first round earlier in the day. So you have Algeria that went ahead and beat Nigeria 76-50. The second game, closer, 58-55. 8X was a player of the game for me in game number 1 between those two teams. But then, of course, the second was a little bit closer. Nigeria, like we said, learned some things, fixed their mistakes, made it a closer battle. And, of course, you have Morocco that went ahead and beat Benin by 99-41. We'll see what ends up happening in game number 2. And then after that, we do have 2 more. We have another round to go with 4 more teams to play. Egypt taking on Nigeria, and then Ivory Coast taking on Morocco. So plenty of action still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Nigeria has showed anything, they're able to improve drastically over small periods of time. So I'm very curious how their match against Egypt is going to go. That's going to happen slightly later on. And as for mentioned, Ivory Coast, as I said, like they're full of surprises. So definitely, I feel like they can put Morocco in a difficult position on a good evening.
And that's how things are going to shape out. And of course, you do see round number 3 is going to be tomorrow between Egypt and Algeria. And then you'll have Benin taking on Ivory Coast as well tomorrow. So tomorrow is just 2 series for us. 2 best of
tomorrow
two
tomorrow is going to be a short day. And I think it's going to be actually you and Vince tomorrow. So I'm probably going to take time to practice. I'm going to take time to practice those push-ups, and then I'll be back for the semis on the 24th.
Oh, see, I didn't know you were leaving me like that, bro.
I'm
Just 2
not,
days?
I'm not,
You can only
I'm
handle me
n-
for 2 days? That's it?
Absolutely not.
So you pretty much said, hey, look, the shortest day I'm out.
Yeah, of
You're
course.
like, I'll be back for the long ones where it's like 5 hours, 4.5, 4 hours.
Hey,
whatever.
I'm in it for the long run, so that's why I didn't agree to just 10 push-ups. I went
There
for
you
the
go. Oh, you
for
were
the
right. Hey,
whole
look.
thing.
I appreciate the sportsmanship as we wait for these, teams to kind of get going. We can also, matter of fact, take a look at the world map to talk about the region breakdown as well. So folks know, hey, today we're covering Africa, but there are 6 other regions that are competing to find at least one country to send to the Philippines as well. You already have the Middle East that went ahead and secured Saudi Arabia being the representative there going to the Philippines. You have Oceania that went ahead and had New Zealand go ahead and punch their ticket to the Philippines. And then, of course, from the Asia region, you had the Philippines secure their ticket to be in the Philippines. So the home team is going to have quite a lot of fans. I'm sure. I'm jealous. It's going to be an electric moment there, an electric atmosphere in the World Cup finals for eFIBA Season 3.
Absolutely. And well, you also need to keep in mind with every single season, we have newer and more countries participating. This time around, it's a total of 62 countries. So that's like the third of the planet already playing. So next is half, I would like to see. Let's just amp up the ante quite a lot. That being said, though, like I'm really happy about how far eFIBA has grown with this and how many countries already have made a name for themselves and had the opportunity really to expand on that.
They had to make sure that the fly didn't kill you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just like it's the sweat, man.
The world of remote broadcast that we live in isn't always an easy one. Anyhow, this is the lineup for game number 2 in this best of 2 series of this head-to-head between Benin and also Morocco, as Morocco had a convincing blowout win in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm just wondering as well, like if you're Morocco, what do you do in this position? Do you just keep up with the current game plan, or do you use this game, assuming that they have plenty of confidence that they'll be able to win it either way, to perhaps try to expand and just like try out a few new tactics and see how those pan out for them, just to like get the reps in, etc., heading into tomorrow where they have another game set up for them?
Well, we'll see. It looks like, you know what? Okay, sometimes if a game's about to start when the player kind of scoots up in their seat, or at least that's what it seemed like Morocco was doing, is they were just kind of leaning in a little bit, but then they kind of leaned back out. So they're locked in. They're ready to go. Here's game number 2 between Morocco taking on Benin.
Let's see it. Benin in your yellow jerseys, Morocco in the reds and greens. Both teams eager to start. Is that face paint or face mask? I can't tell. I think that's face paint, just.
I'm not sure, but you should try it.
I'm not going to say it. You know what? Whatever. 3 points heading over to Morocco as they kick things off in the same way as they did before. And Benin holding on to it on the offensive now. The agent Passes over to Ken. Ken back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 on the three-point line, looking to find an opening from the high elbow. Will not make it, though a decent attempt indeed.
That offense looked good, though. I like it. They tried to get the quick midi, too. They weren't able to, but I like the way that it was looking. Just got to knock down the shots.
Well, the pace is there for sure. As Morocco now are looking to start off strong yet again. They do nail the free throw. And Master on the three-point line will take it a notch closer and puts up a two-pointer.
And this is looking more and more like game number 1, where we were off to a 11-0 start for Morocco. Now off to a 6-0 start.
All good.
Game number 2.
Yeah, all good if you're Morocco. 4 three-pointer and a contested one on top of that as well for Benin. Didn't go through, fast turnover, and of course that play happens as Morocco's, I would say, starting to develop a signature move in situations like this. They always have someone ready to pounce.
They're going to need a bit of more of a defensive play. There's Morocco looking to make an impact on the defensive side that leads to an offensive bucket easily.
Starting off strong and with conviction, Morocco looking to take a nice big lead early on. Now up by 10. Benin still to score. Is just about getting that first bucket, just getting a taste for it before the next will follow. Surely 2 seconds to shoot, no time.
Bounce. Yeah. Well, we saw an 11-0 start in game 1. Do we possibly see a 12-0 or a 13-0 start in game number 2? Mastour has the open shot. There's a 3 from the right hash. 13-0 is the start for Morocco.
Playing with full confidence. No doubt at all in the back of the minds of Morocco as they take these shots, and truth be told, not really contested. Very nice sharp pass over to Smee, though, under the net. Can't make it off the backboard. Quick pass across. It is going to be Mastour to drive it home. 15-0.
See, on the offensive side of Benin, you had the defender jump, right? When you were in the paint and you made a pump fake, the defender jumped. You have to go up with it, but then that second pump fake, you had another option. You had the player on the right side where you could have dished it out for an open 3. Just not quite able to see the field or the court that they would like, but they do go in and finally get on the board. Hopefully this gives them the momentum to get back in this ball game as they're down by 13 with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, those first 2 minutes look good pace-wise from Benin, so I feel like they just need to continue and run with that. Snow is going to be held on to. Is a foul called. No bonus just yet.
Coming up to the left side, getting bumped around, looking for a little bit of space. Looking for a cut, possibly. Oh, he's going to try to take it down on the little fella. Is he going to be able to do it successfully? No. Could not score. Dishes it out to the left, and it's Morocco that finds the open man for another 3 from the left corner.
18-2, commanding lead at the start here for Morocco. Is still a minute and 40 left on the clock for Benin to work with. Can go for a right-hand side quick play. Smee. Instead, nice cut-in play from Snow, but is going to be stopped. Miyamoto needs to get out of there. Passes over to Ken. 5 seconds on the clock. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 over to Smee again. Has to shoot. And a beautiful shot at that goes green.
Able to knock that one down. Making it a 14-point ball game. But then, unfortunately, they just give it right back. I mean, you work so hard to get the bucket, then you give it back within like 4 seconds off the shot clock.
𝐂𝐄𝐄 over to Ken. Back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 on the three-point line. Nice steal attempt from Morocco. Not going to go through just yet, though. Smee holds on to it. Ken heading closer to the rim and lays it up. 6 points for Benin.
See if Morocco is able to maybe take a little bit longer to score a basket this time around. And the answer is, well, the shot was taken in the right amount of speed, but they're not just going to make it.
Fast pass to the left-hand side. Smee instantly stopped on the three-point line. Can't really find an opening. Look at the defense from Morocco. They're not leaving any breathing room, and that's the reason why they find the ball. Quick transition as well. Fast pass into the corner, and instead going to be passed over to Marquinhos on the three-point line. Doesn't make it. Rebound is good for the defense, and it's Benin on the offensive.
See how they're able to close out the quarter. Gets it down low. Gets a defender in the air. There you go. Got the pump fake. Defender in the air, and you go up right up with it. That's what I want to see. That's quick reaction there coming in.
Yeah, beautiful work. Taking it down to what? Only 12 points now between the two. So Benin do find some footing in this as we head into the second quarter. And you just need a few more baskets like that to feel good right before halftime. Marquinhos looking to see if he can get the steal from Ken, but Ken just too big, too good, too long of arms on him.
Calls a wrap, gets bumped around a little bit, looking for a little bit of space from the right side. Nothing there. Dishes is out to the right corner. Cross court pass for the three. Yikes.
Another three-pointer goes through for Morocco as they seems that one of the most dangerous tools they have in their arsenal. Pulls up for a far two-pointer. Slightly overshoots it. And Braxo can take the shot himself. Make sure he doesn't risk it at all. And just against the backboard, lays up an easy two.
Great momentum continuing from game one to game number two. Benin trying to keep it close, though, as much as they possibly can.
𝐂𝐄𝐄 pulls up himself, and beautiful dribble work from him. Didn't really see an opening for a pass anytime soon, so decided to just go for it, and rightly so. As Elias, a far three-pointer from him, but was a difficult and contested. Another chance over this time for Masterux.
Oh, nice little steal there, right there. Defense. I mean, I don't even know if they did anything special. They were just like, yeah, now we got it. Thank you, though.
Morocco are exceptionally good at finding these timings mid-passes. You know, it's one thing that you can see they're really looking out for when Benin is going to pass and just go in for a quick, clean steal. Even going for picks is something they're not afraid of, and they're actually quite clean with it. Having said that, though, Ken left wide open for three, overshoots it, fast pass over, no one there. Braxo nails it.
Way to just continue things on, 29-12. See if Benin is able to call a cut. See, for me right there, as soon as you pass half court, I would try to call a cut because that defense is kind of sleeping. You haven't called it much often. If you're Benin, you want to catch them off guard. That pass should have gone to the left hash directly. Now the paint was open. A couple of slow reads coming in for Morocco as they take a three. Slow or not, they'll get their buckets.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like they do seem to find a way despite whatever obstacle in front of them. And Smee goes up high himself to nail the shot back. 32-14. Benin not out of it at all.
See how they're able to close out the last 2 minutes. That's not going to help you if you're trying to come back in this ball game. See, oh, nice alley-oop there. I thought he was going to try to take a midi, but he said, nah, watch this.
Yeah. He just quick air adjustments. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 being worked against, can't really find any breathing room. Like, this clock has been a problem for Benin several times now where their hand is kind of forced to go for it. Nice attempt, but again, too much defense around. Braxo finds himself wide open from the left hash, puts up a three, 37-14.
Oh, that's going to be a charge. Is it a charge? Looks like a charge. That's going to be a charge. Not something you see often in NBA 2K.
Exactly, and that's a problem, you know, like when you make fouls like this, it's just easy pickings for Morocco to go for. That's also one of the things like you can try and minimize as a team, right? Like try to avoid as much as possible mistakes like this because it just gives free opportunities for the opposing side. And unfortunate play on the offensive there, but beautiful work from the defense in retrospect as they go for this three-pointer attempt. Not going to be good for Basso. Back over to Marquinhos again from the corner. This time it goes through.
They just continue to pile it on here, 42-14. See if Benini is able to crack the 15 points mark.
𝐂𝐄𝐄 again toying with the shot clock, and there's that timing for those passes. Braxa was looking out for it. Beautiful alley-oop play as Marquinhos secures it. And you can see finally some smiles cracking on Morocco faces. See, they just want to make sure they have the game first in control, and then you can have fun with it.
Well, so far they're doing just that, toying with them. Oh, man. Had the open lane to get the basket. Decided not to take it.
No time. No time. You have to take the shot. That is after the clock, and it's not going to go through either way.
Yeah. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, but it's the pressure that Morocco exerts on you, right? Like they're just so pressuring on the defense that you really feel like you have no breathing space. And let's be real here, Benin haven't really nailed down the screen plays and the pick and rolls just yet in the execution department. So that is something that needs work on and might find more openings for them as we head into halftime.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to kind of put together a couple of string of baskets in the third quarter to make this a little bit closer. Try to at least win the quarter. You know what I mean? If you can't win the game, try to at least win the quarter. See if they're able to do that. As we get the third quarter going here shortly. Is there anything else that you feel like you would change if you're Benin to try to make this a little bit closer ball game?
No, I think just the pick and rolls, just more of that. If anything, you know, with having defense playing so close against you, I feel like it should be relatively easy to set up.
We'll see if they're able to.
Braxo holding on to it, running down the clock. I feel like he himself wants to go for the shot, and that is indeed the case as he nails another three. This is just some stat padding going on now for Morocco in the three-pointer department. I feel like they're having an eternal push-up contest about who can nail the most. Meanwhile, Miyamoto.
There we go. Oh, come on. You got to get that one going. Right corner is open, but it's a great job cutting that one off to get it to the top, to get to man in the middle.
Yeah, Master, though, misses his opportunity. Ball back in the hands of 𝐂𝐄𝐄. Smee with an instant three-pointer. There's those timings we were speaking about, like going for nice and quick openings. It is going to be out of bounds, though. I'm actually surprised Benin didn't touch the ball there. Felt like one of the defensive men might have. Nonetheless, it is Benin on the offensive. 30-point lead for Morocco so far in the third quarter. As Smee.
Oh, man, I was just about to say they're just a little discombobulated, I feel, on the offensive side. Get that turnover. Beautiful step back there to knock that shot, but can't get it to go. Rebound secured. Here we go. Fast break opportunity. How do they finish? They get the midi. Not the best transition play, but forget it. At least they get the points.
Yeah, exactly. At that point.
At this point.
Exactly. You just take what's being given to you and don't take any further risks. Elias with a difficult shot in transition. That's a three-pointer. That's not going to go through. Instant foul called as well. And a free throw opportunity for 𝐂𝐄𝐄.
Able to knock that one. Download. There you go. Get some passing involved.
And get Ken involved as well more. Like he has the height. He has the size. He can definitely make use of that on the offensive. Get a few more of those offensive rebounds in as well. But an instant response from Morocco still sets them up for success, being up by 27.
And they're playing. I mean, look, whether it's Morocco not going 100% or whether it's Benin learning from their mistakes and kind of keeping the pace a little bit closer, this is a closer matchup than the first one, right? The first game that we saw, I think they had scored, 90 something, I believe. And so this one, it doesn't look like Morocco is going to maybe get that place. Maybe they'll get in the 80s. I'm not sure. It depends on how their third finishes. But so far, they're keeping it closer. I understand it's still not a close game, but they're keeping it closer than they did in the past.
Yeah,
Benin
absolutely.
that is.
I think it might be the fact that Morocco might be just working on a few details and using the opportunity to do that on a live game, in the sense that we've seen them going more for these clean steals when they really don't have to, and Braxo nailing shots like this. We mentioned beforehand having that little internal three-pointer contest. They're just getting the accuracy down, getting the timings down, and making sure they're making good call outs for what's about to happen next, because that's really how you can set yourself up for steals midair.
Something to notice is anytime Morocco gets a defensive rebound, gets a defensive stop, they're always, always, always flanking to the corners, trying to get their open threes as soon as possible. And just keep an eye on that. So look, they got the steal. They're looking to go. Obviously, this one here is an easy alley-oop. They don't take advantage of it, but they still get the two.
Yeah, and if anything, left-hand side corner was open to take a pass as well if for a worst-case scenario happens, so to say. That being said, though, Benin again back on the offensive. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 holding on to it. Not much has changed. There is a screen wrong side, though. Smee holding on to it. Shot clock being run down. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 holding on to it. They have to make a shot. I mean, I don't like the fact that they're running it down to 2 seconds or less than that.
It's just bad, man. It's just bad shot clock. Just bad management of the shot clock, rather. Just a blowout coming in here again from Morocco. It's what you would expect, but
it must feel slightly overwhelming for Benin, and then I understand in that situation when you feel overwhelmed, the time kind of runs away from you because you feel like there's so much going on. It's hard to keep track with everything, especially we don't know. Again, there's 5 people on the server, and we don't know what the communications is like. It's like someone might be giving out a lot of calls, or someone's trying to listen in whilst holding on to the ball, and that's kind of how it slips away from you.
See, there you go. There's a rebound pass. They had the left corner open, but they take the easy two every single time. It's just easier and easier for Morocco to turn in good defensive stops into easy offensive points, and that's why they've got the lead here.
Yeah, it's very strong, drilled in good basics, I would say, on turnover plays. Well, of course, having good accuracy helps, but nonetheless.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit,
And they're cold on that side too. So any shots that you take with that player that has like a cold ring, it's just not going to help you get some points up. There you go. There's a wide open shot. Drains the three.
Must feel like a sigh of relief at this point. I can't remember the last 3-pointer that went through for Benin. I'm sure it wasn't this match. Nonetheless, though, it has been a Morocco show so far.
One more quarter to go. As they go ahead and pull up with the midi, and they knock that one down.
Yeah, nice and simple from the high elbow. Stops on the line. Whereas 𝐂𝐄𝐄 is struggling to get past anyone. 2 people up front. Kendo, using his drive, will pass and will slam it home.
Bringing it up. Looking for a little bit of space. Oh, no one's there in the paint to defend him, and they go ahead and get the easy slam. Benin looking to respond back as they call a cut. That's okay. I haven't seen much of play sets like that, but they finally try to get one going, but that one's going to be tipped away. It should stay here, and it will. As Benin. Right corner is open for a second. See what play they run. Has the midi. Trying to drive it into the paint. Takes a free throw jump of a shot. Can't get that one to go. Flanks it right out. There's a corner 3 that we talked about on the transitions. Couldn't get that one to go, though.
A good job on the rebounds. So Smile, yet again, will try to pass. Good timing on the defense there still. On the offensive is Benin. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 pulls up for a 3-pointer. Not going to be good. Fast pass over to the right-hand side. Is that a 3? I think it is. As the scoreboard tells us, 68 for Morocco against 27.
Nice little cut pass to get the easy 2. Looking to finish the fourth quarter strong. Appreciate all the viewers out there that are hanging out with us. And of course, we've got 2 more matchups coming up after. You'll get to see Egypt play for the first time today.
Yeah, this is only the first half of the day. And something tells me the most action is yet to come.
Got about at least another 3 hours of gameplay, or at least 3 hours of broadcast work. So we appreciate you guys for hanging out. Order your lunch, order your dinner. Should be a good time. Here's Mastur. Dishes it out to the right side, takes the shot, looks contested, but the offensive rebound is there for the kick out for the easy 3. Another miss, though. I will say this. Look, this isn't a close game, so it's okay. But as you play the Egypts of the world, you've got to be able to knock down those shots, or else it's going to become a nightmare for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Good recovery on the offensive, though. Still holding on to the ball is Benin. Back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. Finds himself open for 3. Slightly overshoots it. Ken again with the rebound, holding on to it. Shoots it back out to 𝐂𝐄𝐄 for another chance. It also doesn't fall through. So almost identical plays on the 3-point line on both sides. But eventually, Morocco will come out on top in that engagement.
Dishes it inside. Tries to go up with it. Pump fakes it to the right side. Great steal. Now it's a 3 on none. Which corner is it going to be? It's the left one. It's a 3. 77-31 with less than 2 minutes left to go in this game.
Yeah, Morocco hit 99 before. Let's see if they can do it again. Technically doable. There's plenty of time. But Benin trying their best to close that gap still. Marquinhos on the 3-point line. Not going to find success. Doesn't get the rebound as well. Tries to go for a steal there for a pick. Can't make it happen just yet. Fast pass over to Ken. Ken was patient with the defense jumps, but didn't play his hand off the back of that. Was open to go for a play-in as well, but instead it's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄 to take it against the board. Not going to be good. Fast pass over to Marquinhos. Alley-oop. Not going to be good. And the second one as well. Now they're just jumping.
Yeah, and they're just trying to play some defense, but except it's just jumping jacks, trying to get some cardio in. Of course, we'll have an interview after this game's over. We've got a minute 18 left in this one. 77-31. Morocco comfortably on top here in game 2, looking to take the best of 2 series as well. Dishing it to the right side. That's going to be swatted away and a block to knock it off of his noggin. Goes out of bounds. They'll retain the possession.
Nice long pass. Still 12 seconds on the clock. Finds Snow wide open. Beautiful backhander to get the 2 easy points for Benin there. Mastur holding on to it. Off the back of that screenplay. That's a far 3-pointer to put up. What is that? 31 feet.
Wow. Quick steal. Quick 3, quick violation for goaltending.
That's also like a first that I've seen.
Goaltending?
So
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think we saw it last night. Or
Definitely wasn't in Asia.
What did we
no.
broadcast? A couple of nights ago? Yeah.
2-ish?
It was Saturday morning for me because I remember yeah. Fun times.
Let's just leave it at that.
Bro, what a fun 48 hours that was.
Well,
deep 3 once again, 31.4 it seems.
only 30 seconds remaining, and speaking about fun hours, definitely fun hours of the day for Morocco as they've on a commanding lead in game number 2 as well. Not going to make it to the 99-point line. Nonetheless, though, have been able to build up quite the lead. What was actually a relatively close game between the two in the first 2 quarters. And Benin trying to put up a fight, not finding previous games scorelines just yet. Finding good opportunities at times, but now the clock is just being run down. And Morocco take the win.
They heard me say that Morocco would not get in the 90s, and they're like, we got you, India. We'll make sure.
No problem. Seems like you have a good connection over to that Moroccan line. So let's see if we can get them on a call after this as well and hear from them.
Guaranteed interview. Guaranteed interview.
That is.
You know what I mean? Right there. Stare at the camera, baby. Let them know. Stare at it.
He's just staring them down.
I think he's staring you down. I don't know why, but
Me down? I don't know
I'm
why.
just imagining it's you. You know,
Why would you stare me down?
I'm not quite sure, but what a good ball game from Morocco as it's going to take on game 1 and game 2 in that best of 2 series against Benin. What's your biggest takeaway for Morocco?
For Morocco, definitely. So there's actually two. Fast turnover plays is one thing that's just insane how they're good with that. And second thing is watch out for those steals because like by no means they went for picks. It was just like mid-air steals, meaning that like they're very good with their comms on as to where the ball is going to go, and they're very good with their predictions. So that is something to watch out for any team that's going to face them.
You know, so much of the game of NBA 2K is also about angles and animations. So they know that, hey, this ball, if it's trying to dish it all the way to the right corner, you have to go through this lane. And therefore, if I just stay in the middle of it, I can get those lane steals and get those lane passes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Benin, heading into it next is like we spoke about it a lot, so I'm not going to linger on it too much. We have Morocco on the line. Hello and congratulations first and foremost. Can you hear us?
Yeah, he is.
Nice. So can you give us a little bit more behind the scenes? What was it like preparing for regional matches in general?
We play a lot. We train a lot with different composition. So we try a center, we try another one, we try another SG to find the best starting five. I think we found the best starting five, and it worked today, and hopefully I think it will work for the next time.
Well, so here's the thing. You've been to, Sweden before. You've been in this position. You've played in competitive games. Realistically speaking, this game wasn't that tough for you, but you will have more games that are going to be a bit more competitive. How do you stay composed to make sure that, hey, we are still following the rules and fundamentals that we have?
I will say because we play a lot of games against people in French, so we know that the level for in French in Europe, it's not only French, but we know the level in Africa is not the same like in Europe. So we try to match up against the best team. So we match up against Great Britain, French, Spain, and it's difficult to beat them. So sometimes we beat them, sometimes they beat us. And then we can face up against the good team like Algeria, because I know Algeria is a very good team. So maybe we will play them in the final. I don't know, but we're ready to face them if we have to play them.
Absolutely. And perhaps can you take us through like for the average viewer, what does it mean like to actually prepare a specific opponent? Like, do you go through replays? Do you take notes of specific plays players do and things like that?
Yeah, we learn how the guy play. Like I will say, in Algeria, you see Adax. They is one of the best of this team. So we watch a lot Adax how he play, what the tactic of Adax, what Pick do, when he have the ball. Okay, he search Adax, so we will let Pick play alone. We will focus on Adax. So we found some tactics. You have to try to find the best one. So yeah, we watch a lot of game. We watch a lot of game, and we know them. So and we know how to play defense. That's the key.
Awesome. Well, appreciate your time, man. It's always great to talk to you, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you in the Philippines. And of course, best of luck in your other matchups and to your teammates as well.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
All right. It's always good, man, to talk to the players, see what they're what's going through their mind and different things like that. So it's always lovely to talk to them and get some insights. Any final thoughts from you on this matchup that we just saw between Morocco and Benin? As you can see, Morocco soon enough will be ahead in the Group B area.
Well, absolutely. Like
it
is nice and refreshed. So they do secure the 2 points to the name, same as Algeria has. So I think the prophecy might fulfill itself in Moroccan own words, in the sense that these two might meet relatively soon. That being said, though, here's a quick overview of how things have gone so far. This was only round 1 of the day. We still have round 2 ahead of us, so I'm not going to hold on too long on the mic. I think it's time for everyone to take a quick breather, and when we are back, it's going to be round 2 and more action.
Get some push-ups.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of picture tent in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sin is spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed a constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene, and unplugged for the madness. The calf is golden, hands open as they scream. It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so weak and feeble. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew. As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the law and their disgrace, longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people, riding beside them. I whisper asylum, goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land. Beneath my feet, I don't mind slipping inside and knowing I will arise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus. It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so weak and feeble. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa, they ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of fame, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Dealt with the dealer, baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead it to legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yay. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears. tears in my goal so near. It's a J, we break through. 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 It's a J, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the family to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe 'em everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect. Yeah, she call, I put her on block list. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I guess I'm back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in an anomaly, no. You would never put the motherfucking work into doing dreaming. It's obvious, not body, everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see ya. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends I won't be ya. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no show. Till I go down to the open mic, show love to the real ones that know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground and they stepping on and land mine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been ballin', but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my God's here and he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I start to go and doubt they intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, extra.
Dive right in, let's go. You wanna be in, let's go.
Welcome back to the second half of the Africa action that we've got. We've got eFIBA Season 3. My name is Zunaid Suleiman. That is my man V. Bro, it's just been a jam-packed day so far. We've still got 4 more games to go. We got a chance to watch Morocco beat Benin. We got a chance to watch Nigeria take on Algeria as well. Now we get a chance to go ahead and take a look at a couple of other matchups. But so far, before we break down the regions and everything, quick insights. What are your thoughts on the day so far?
Hey, I mean, the day has shown us they can be high-scoring games. It can be super close games as well. So it can go both ways. And I feel like the best is still ahead of us as we're going to be jumping into round number 2. But before that, as you mentioned, we have basically a third of the planet participating, right? So we have 62 countries, and those countries are divided in regions just to keep things fair, as everything is happening online still from the comfort of the players' homes, or some might have facilities. So we have 6 teams from NA, that is North America, 4 teams South America, 17 Africa, 22 Europe, 3 from Middle East, 8 from Asia, and 2 from Oceania.
So there it is, the Middle East. For the Middle East, we do have Saudi Arabia that punched their tickets to the Philippines, so they'll be advancing to the World Cup finals in December. And then we go ahead and move on to the Asia region, where you have the Philippines that went ahead and qualified for their hometown advantage as they went ahead and beat Indonesia in that matchup in Game 3 reverse sweep. We move on to Oceania, where we do have New Zealand that went ahead and got the job done convincingly against Guam. And then, of course, we still got a few more regions left as we quickly go by them, just like that fly on your face. I saw that. North America, you've still got the United States, Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, and Mexico. These teams haven't quite played in the qualifiers. They did play in the pre-qualifiers, which is why you see Puerto Rico and Guatemala grayed out, because they did not make it. But we will see North America with some action later on in this tournament. Go down south to South America. You've got Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Again, countries still remaining to be played to see who's going to go there. And tell you what, V, I'll go ahead and let you get the biggest region of all, Europe.
Yeah, Europe, man. I mean, there's so many countries that I could give a call out to here, and namely, of course, France and Spain. Those are one of the 2 big contenders, as well as Turkey in the bunch. But I feel like every country here could really put up a huge show coming into it. And then we have the Africa region, the one that we are covering today, where Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Benin, Algeria, and Ivory Coast are trying to find their way to Philippines. That all being said, though, it's not just myself and India on the show, right? Like, we also have Vince, we also have Chris, and you're going to hear from those guys as well a bit more in the upcoming days, and actually weeks, I have to say, because there's so much basketball ahead of us.
Indeed, there is. And those are your talents that will be calling the games throughout this tournament. And of course, here is what's happening in terms of a simple format. These are your regional champions who do have a slot at the World Finals in the Philippines. Starting us off, hometown team, Philippines. And of course, North America, South America, Africa, Europe is still to be played and determined, but we do know from the Middle East that it's going to be Saudi Arabia, then New Zealand from Oceania as well. Those are your regional champions that have earned the right to play in the Philippines for a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. So some big money there. And of course, we would love for you guys to be engaged in the chat with us as well. We have a lot of fun, so make sure you use the hashtag eFIBAS3 if you're going to, send us a screenshot about what your camera setup is looking like, where you're watching the game, put the jersey on, get the flags. We want to hear from you. We want to know who you are that's out there watching us. And of course, we'll go ahead and take a look at the lineups here as well between these 2 teams that we've got coming up. It's Nigeria taking on Egypt. We did get a chance to see Nigeria play early on. The game 1 against Algeria, not so great, not their best performance, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And they made it a 3-point ball game in that game number 2, and now they get a chance to take on Egypt.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, we spoke about this before, but Nigeria was able to quite quickly adapt on the fly, and I think they have made their conclusions about really what needs improvement. And Egypt, though, I'm sure some of the guys, if not all of them, were watching the stream beforehand as well, just to see how Nigeria plays, if they haven't already beforehand. We spoke to Morocco before, and they did say that, like, whenever you're preparing for matches where you know your opponent, you do spend quite a lot of time studying them. So I'm sure Egypt Egypt has a clear idea in mind as to how they want to play this one out. That being said, though, you never know how these things are going to go. If your plan doesn't go the way how you thought it will at the very beginning, how quickly can you adapt on the fly? Seems to be the name of the game. As we spoke about this a few times when covering Asia. It is quite a momentum-based game, so it does mean that a lot of these times you're basically kind of riding the wave.
And we'll see Egypt for the first time. Again, they did play the pre-qualifiers, but this is the first time we are watching them play in the qualifiers. So I expect a little bit of rustiness from them, right? So I expect them to come out, maybe miss a couple of shots, maybe not have as much precision with their passes, maybe some turnovers as well, where Nigeria, you just played about a couple of hours ago. So you should be good. You got a chance to play 2 games. You got a chance to huddle up with your team as well. You got a chance to communicate. You should come out ahead, at least in the first 2 minutes. In my opinion, you should have an advantage.
Yeah, I completely agree. You already had sort of the taste what the court feels like today and really get a good feeling for it overall. The tip as well goes in the favor of Nigeria as they hold on to the ball. That's MSB on the line there, passing over to DXM, a man who has been able to put up quite a few 3-pointers for Nigeria. Having said that, though, it's going to be MSB to open things up in favor of Nigeria as they put up the 2 and put Egypt on the offensive, looking to see if they can perhaps return the favor.
And that's a great way to get the pump fake in the ear, get the defender, gets the easy 2, looking to find a little bit of space to the right side, nothing there. Goes right back up to the top. Great defense coming in from the left corner, left his man open. That's going to be a rebound secured.
Yeah, really forces a move for Egypt, and that's a difficult shot to take in transition when the defense is playing so close to you now. DXM, though, lingering on the 3-point line, finds MSB again. Back-to-back plays from him. Let's see, 5 seconds on the clock. Tries to make his way to the net. Pump fakes it once, goes for the layup. Doesn't get it, though. A beautiful attempt, and almost a steal happens, but Kyle just in time tries to go for the basket. Timeout called as I think that was a brink of a 3-second offensive violation.
And that's how you know it's been a great way to kind of push the pace, push the tempo, because even they're having a little madness of, hey, let's slow it down. Let's, create some opportunities for us and not just go ahead and finish things through as they go ahead and see an inbound. You still got that fly bugging you, buddy?
No. It's just,
okay. I thought you killed it.
I'm just waving to nobody.
There's a pass back and forth. 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Got to take a shot. That's contested. Rebound secured. But the defense is right back, so there's no fast break opportunity for them.
DXM, he's going to be fouled against. That was an attempt to go for a steal. So I would say overall justified. We spoke about this before, that like early on in the game, you shouldn't really be shying away from trying to go for these picks if you can. DXM, though, nice attempt at the play off the back of that screen, though. It's going to be Stafford to see if he can have the final say. Instead, it's MSB to put him up against the backboard again. 4-0 so far with almost 2 minutes past. This definitely has been the lowest scoring game of the day in terms of the beginning of the match, but it just goes to show how close it is and neck and neck these two are playing.
They're looking to push the tempo themselves as well, right? Trying to get some points up on the board. They call a cut from the left side, gets that one to go. A little bit surprised. I thought the defender was right there to contest it, but just a baby, just a little too small. There's not much you can do on the defensive side there as DXM looking to push the tempo. They had the cut, didn't get it to them. And now you've got the lock on you. Trying to find a little bit of space through the pick and roll. There's a slip. Gets it to him a little bit late, but they get the connection either way.
Yeah, MSB absolutely an impact player so far in the first quarter for Nigeria. And Egypt, pace-wise on the defense, they definitely don't want to let things escalate easily. Having said that, though, Egypt put up a huge 3-pointer for them. You can see the cheer, but an instant steal comes through, and Egypt calls a timeout, as I think they managed to recover in the nick of time. But that was a dangerous situation in the defensive zone.
All 6 points coming from the big man for Nigeria. No guards, no power forwards, no lock involved on the offensive end, and they still manage to hold on to the lead as the points in the paint is what's helping them out at the moment. As it's 6 points, 3 rebounds for MSB, 3 for 4 from the field.
Amazing. Amazing dribble work from Remindsy and even a rebound there, but a personal foul instantly called. MSB trying to stop the tempo that Egypt is amping up the pace right now. Hand over to Tahir. Tahir over to Remind. Perhaps he could go for another 3-pointer play. Instead, it's going to be Fidget from the left-hand side corner. Not going to be good. Defensive rebound caught And fast play pass over to Napa. Napa has been blocked. MSB there again with the recovery. DXM far three-pointer takes it home for Nigeria.
That's what you love to see, a deep shot to get things continue to move on in your favor. It was just twos the whole way, as I mentioned. It was a big man in MSB taking the shots. Now you get some threes involved. You expand the lead a little bit. Looked like it was going to be blocked from behind, but they get the dunk to cut it into a 2-point ball game with about a minute 36 left in the first of this game one in a best of two, and that's taken away. Looking to finish at the rim, slows things down. Gets it back to the guard Z. Dots the right side. Three, corner, shot. Missed it. Rebound secured on the offensive side. Looking to find a little bit of space. Calls a timeout because they didn't have anywhere to go safely.
Yeah, good job overall from Egypt, really, first of all, keeping up with the pace of Nigeria. That's one. Second, trying to make a fast impact on these fast offensive plays. They really want to pull the trigger nice and early if they can. That being said, though, Khalid now with the dribble finds himself open for a second. Again, doesn't take the shot. Instead, passes over to Tahir with the second remaining. Tries to go for it, and it is going to be blocked. Beautiful work on the defense from Nigeria as DXM now on the offensive. We'll find an opening for a brief moment, and I feel like he overplayed his hand there.
I hope they find an opening just like that fly keeps finding you. Inbound coming in.
It's getting to me, man. It's getting to me. Like, if you
Wide
hear a loud
open.
smack, you know what happened. Wide open three goes the way of Nigeria. And they're actually taking now a solid lead, up by 5 as the clock runs down.
Got to be careful. Looked like it was almost going to be a backcourt violation. Has the slip, gets it to the big man. Dot the right side. Dot the right side. And he gets called for a foul. A little bit of aggressiveness, but hey, they get the call. Let's see, he's able to knock down the free throws. 6 points for DXM, 6 points for MSB. For Nigeria, knocks down the second one.
Yeah, all things considered, justified for MSB. That dunk would have gone through otherwise. So at least he has the hope that one of these free throws goes away. Instead, it didn't. Both made it through. DXM now on the three-point line. Pass over to MSB, aforementioned, as he puts it up against the backboard, 14-9. 27 seconds remaining. So basically, this offensive play, if Egypt chooses to run down the clock to the last second, I think they could. Instead, it's going to be Khalid to put up the three-pointer. It is good. 15 seconds, plenty of time for Nigeria to still close this out in their favor, so long as they don't overplay their hand. Will it be MSB again? It is actually going to be a foul, and Nigeria on the line as they are in the bonus.
Good back and forth ball game so far in this one as they're looking to expand the lead before the quarter ends. Egypt just keeps on responding. They just need a couple of stops and they'll be able to take the lead. Let's see how they finish out the quarter. Down 4, bringing it up the court from the right side. Calls a cut, gets the finish of the reverse layup to cut the deficit down to 2.
And a few seconds remaining. Nigeria to take the final shot. It doesn't find the hoop. 16-14, Nigeria ends up with +2 after the first quarter, and love the pace actually from both teams, and I can't really say that I see any glaring faults at the time on either side. It's just active basketball and both teams adjusting on the fly, and as I say that, that's a far two-pointer for Egypt.
And just like that, we're tied things up at 16 apiece. Nigeria looking to take the lead right back, calls a little pick and roll action from the right side. Has the slip, gets it down low, gets the dunk of MSB, and he's been quite involved on the offensive end, making a big impact for his team to have this 2-point lead.
Yeah, absolutely. MSB so far basically unstoppable when it comes to offense. He has the rebounds, he has the 2-pointers, even beautiful, easy layups against the board. DXM, though, finds himself again in a shooting position. MSB there to take the pass, slams it home as Nigeria take the lead 20-16.
See if Egypt is able to respond back like they did in the first quarter. They call a wrap, gets their guard to the right side. Khalid looking to find a little bit of space. Takes a shot. He knows his offensive teammate is there for the board, and board it is. Got to get it down to the paint, and that's a smart foul from Nigeria because there was an easy 2 waiting under the rim.
Absolutely breaks up the play. Now Egypt forced to set up again with only 10 seconds on the clock. Reminds you, though, finds himself wide open, drives it home for the team. No one even made a move on Nigeria, as everyone just simply was looking at Romanzi waltzing by. DXM now, again, together with the help of MSB, looking to see if they can close this one out. The rebound, though, falls in the hands of Egypt.
See how they're able to respond back on this one. So far, so good. Slowing things down, gets it back to Z. Z now takes a shot. No one there to grab the board except the defense. Oh, and they almost went ahead and missed it. Couple of big bounces from the rim as DXM trying to get past half court, gets bumped around. Pick and roll action working out to try to get him some space. Nothing there so far. Gets it down low. That one's going to be tipped. That one's going to be stolen. And now Egypt has a chance to not just tie it up, but take the lead with the three.
Tahir holding on to it. He wants Romanzi to set up the play. Romanzi, alley-oop on top of things. Where did that come out from?
And what a great way to finish at the rim to tie things up at 20 apiece. That's the way you want to finish. Get the points, do it in style. But MSB says whether it's an alley-oop or a straight-up dunk, the points count the same as Nigeria's back up by 2.
Both teams in it to win it. This is a best-of-2 scenario, so point differentials absolutely matter in the grand scheme of things, as the points are going to be added up after the second game, and whoever has the most is going to be declared winner of this game series between the two. DXM on the offensive, they absolutely need to net this basket.
2 minutes left to go. Goes up in the air. Ref calls a foul. They're going to be shooting 2 shots at the line. Didn't like the contact at the rim.
Nepa nails the first. Yeah, exactly. Extending the lead further on now, down by 3. Make it 4 as Egypt get their Nigeria get their second free throw. And Egypt really now looking the eyes of a three-pointer and another one on top if they want to even things out. Nigeria extremely active on the defense, instantly going for that rebound as well. No fast turnover play, though, as everyone makes it back in time. As I say that, though, Staffa finds himself wide open, has to nail shots like that. Unfortunately, just overshoots it by a bit.
They missed that pass. I thought it came a little bit too slow. Right corner's open again. See where that pump fake just ruins out the rhythm, but they find the open shot. They still can't get it to go. Rebound secured by Nigeria. Defense doing a great job from Egypt getting back in time. No easy baskets from the fast break opportunities. A what in the world type of shot. Oh, and they get the steal. He gets it up himself. Didn't get the board. Got the steal. Got the 2. Got the 6-point lead. A minute left to go in the second.
Yeah, MSB is an absolute problem right now for Egypt as Nigeria finds continuous success with him. Even get the turnover as well off the back of that pick. Nepa now pass. No, actually goes for the shot. MSB there for the rebound, but Tahir is going to come out on top this time, though. Khaled is going to be stopped on the three-point line as he finds the corner player. That's Fidget. Only gone to it for now. 12 seconds on the shot clock, 40 in the second quarter, but it's Y that comes through with the dunk, with the cut-in play.
Nice little cut there from the left side. Egypt looking to get a stop before the second quarter ends to try to cut into this deficit. Gets it down low. Defender in the air. Great pump fake coming in from the big man to get the easy 2. 7 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock between these two teams here in the second quarter. What a move. What a shot. Can't finish at the rim, though. Rebound secured.
Yeah, those threes sometimes come up long, sometimes short, and simply seem to evade Egypt now scoreboard-wise. That being said, though, Widget there almost gets the steal, but instead it is going to be a three-pointer that goes through for Nigeria. And, man, they have to be thinking to themselves, we were just like even on the board. Suddenly, up by 9 is Nigeria. As Khalid tries to put up a 3, doesn't go through, but it is going to be foul. So 1.6 seconds remaining before halftime. Has to nail these, gets the first, and should get the second to at least narrow that point gap.
Basketball is a game of runs, and just like you mentioned, close, they tied it up at 20 apiece, and now they're looking at a 7-point deficit headed into the third quarter, and that's why you got to be very smart about the possessions. You can't try to push the pace if that's not your ball game. You got to protect the basketball. The more possessions you give to the other team, the more danger you're putting yourselves. And I'll be honest, there were a few times where they were just pump faking a little bit too cute. If you have the open man, just dish it out to him. Get the ball to him as soon as you can so you can get the open look. And look, alley-oops are cute, but nonetheless, you're still down single digits. You have plenty of time to come back in this one. Let's see how they attack things here in the third quarter with the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if we compare the two, the only benefit that Nigeria really is playing into right now is MSB, all right? He's playing up close and personal, putting up those easy two-pointers, whereas Egypt, not by a lot, but still inclined more to go for those three-pointers, and they, by their nature, are slightly more risky. So that's really the reason behind the point differential right now is DXM is the one to put up the two-pointer, not MSB. So keep your eyes on the short man. You can't count him out to go for dunks.
6-point deficit, looking to make it 3, and making it 3 they do, 33-30. That's how you want to start things off here in the third quarter. Another stop is in the books or not is to be found out here. DXM gets a beautiful pick, has the man in a crab, takes the midi, can't get his go, but the offensive rebound is secured for the 2.
Yeah, MSB is like a saving grace for Nigeria right now, and that's the reason why they can afford themselves to actually go for these long-distance shots. You simply know that the rebound is most likely yours either way. Reminds though, finds himself wide open to the net as 3 defensive players just simply part in front of his eyes and offering that opportunity up for free. You can't give opportunities like that to Egypt. They'll make use of them every single time. DXM on the three-pointer. Steph, man, you have to step up there. You can't just simply wait for the ball to come to you. 5 seconds to shoot. DXM has to go for this. DSM comes in for the screen as DXM loses it. MSB, excuse me.
No. Oh, they couldn't do it. The block, the biggest block, ended up causing a shot clock violation, 35-32. As Egypt looking to get some more points up on the board. Gets it to the right side. Beautiful shot. Gets the 3 to tie things up. And we mentioned basketball as a game of runs as Nigeria has only scored about 4 or so points here in the third quarter. 2 minutes in, and we're tied up at 35 apiece. DXM looking to find an opening. The pick didn't hit. Drives inside. Gets it down low for the jam.
Yeah, beautiful stuff overall. This is the basketball that we want to see, toe-to-toe, neck and neck, as the board tells the story. But I feel like Egypt are starting to become more locked in as they continuously find plays like this, just catching Nigeria's defense sleeping, basically, and not spotting the opportunity that Egypt continuously finds. As DXM now, screen set up for him. Does he go for a 3 off the back of this? Instead, it is going to be a pass over to MSB. Yet another point to his name. I feel like it's just been an MSB and some friends game for now for Nigeria. I don't know how many points the man has been able to put up. It's probably majority.
See how things are going for Remind as he shoots that one. Beautiful dribble move. Whoa, got me in trouble there almost. I know. Goaltending called, though. That's the second one we've seen here today. That's DXM. Finds the open space on the left side. Can't get that shot to drop. And it's Egypt with the lead. It's Egypt with the ball with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to finish this quarter if you're Egypt, right? Like you want to be ahead. You want to build upon that lead as well heading into the fourth. The point differential is crucial. Every single net matters. Every single rebound matters. And having said that, the defensive rebound is beautiful. DXM, nice fake out. Could have gone for it. Instead, passes out on the three-point line. I don't think Bode was really ready for it as well. It seemed like he was caught off by that pass. And now MSB has to do the dirty work, but timeout called.
There are a lot of things that upset me. I'm like an old grandpa that'll tell you to get off his lawn. But how do you not go up when you've got 2 defenders in the air? How do you just not go right back up with it? Or find the open guy? Missed opportunity there. And, of course, they had to burn a timeout. We'll see if they're able to get points out of this one or not. There we go. That's how you do it, big fella.
Yeah, MSB shows how it's done. Fakes out the one. The second was late. And they have a single-point lead for now, but how long can they hold on to it? If the Khaled is wide open like this, slightly over on the release, though, there's the ball straight in the hands of MSB, and now back to DXM. Staffa open for 3 as well, and if needed, instead it's DXM himself to put him up from the line.
Z calls a wrap. Guard switches to the right side. Slip, looking up, going the way. Defense right there in the moment.
Oh, that looked dodgy.
Gets the 3 up. Can't get it to go, though. Rebound secured. As we'll inbound it here with 14 seconds left.
8 seconds on the clock. Screen set up. Does he go for 3? He does from the corner. It's green. As Egypt score 43 altogether against the 44 of Nigeria, trailing only by a single point. They will still have time for one more quick offensive play, and they're just hoping MSB misses these, and it's not going to happen. It is a 3-point difference, and Egypt have to set up the perfect play if they want to even things out before the fourth quarter. Can they do it? Remindsy holding on to it. Can't really find an open way just yet. Will it be a high arc shot? Holding on again, and goes up close. Passes back out, but instead straight into the hands of Bode as he gives it over to DXM. 1 second remaining. Pulls up for 2. It's not good, but it doesn't allow for Egypt to even things out as we head into the fourth quarter.
DXM now starting things off for us here in the fourth. Gets the pick. Looking to find a little bit of space. Takes the midi. Gets that one to go. Egypt had themselves the lead, and now they face themselves at a 5-point deficit. Plenty of basketball left to go. 4:44 in the 4. Takes a shot. Top of the key. Not going to go. Rebound secured in the 2 as they make it a 3-point ball game.
Man, this is becoming way too close for comfort for either side. They're really going at it right now. Beautiful dribble work from Nepa so far. MSB yet again finds himself open to the net as he slams it home. Picking it back up to 5 now. Egypt. Nice hit on the brakes there. Could have gone for a shot off the back of that. Tries to make use of his dribble skills. 3-pointer open on the right-hand side. Doesn't go through. Step back to Nap. A far pass back. So it kind of resets the momentum of the offensive play here. I felt like that could have been a breakaway play. Instead, it's DXM to hold on. And never mind me as it... Oh, DSM doesn't make it. And of course, he gets fouled against. But, man, I really felt like that could have gone through.
I'm a little surprised that the guard didn't just finish at the rim and instead gave it to the big fella. Of course, he gets the first one to go. But just in case he didn't, you want all the points you can get. 16 points in the first for Nigeria, 15 and 15 for second and third. They're looking to finish the fourth one strong. 3:52 left to go. Z bringing it up the court, looking for a pick. Nothing there. Calls a wrap for his guard. That ball's loose, but they secure it right back. Egypt's got to be a little bit careful. Dots it to the right side, right corner, trying to pinch. Keep an eye on a cut there or the dot. Great rotations from the defensive side of Nigeria. Got to get out the paint, and they were a little bit too slow and had to burn a timeout.
Hey, you can see Egypt as well, like a lot of comms being dropped on the mic as that timeout comes in, you know, like really just resetting themselves for the play they want to make and just clarify what is going to happen next as there's only 6 seconds on the clock remaining. Tahir gives it over to Khalid. Khalid has to go for this shot. He's been successful before, not this time around as a defensive rebound is there. Bode passes over to Nepa. Nepa is being stopped and can't really make the shot. Another steal. This time from Remindsy. Does he go up close? Slams it home? No. No, he does. Sorry. The net didn't even move. The net didn't even move. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. You've got a 5-point ball game now. Nigeria, 52-47, gets the slip down low. They're going to look to finish at the rim, but they can't. Egypt with the stop. Egypt looking to push the tempo, but they slow it down now. Trying to get themselves a basket. Corner, 3, left side is good. 2-point ball game, and that's a timeout being called by Nigeria as it's 2:50 left to go in this close one.
Yeah, man, like Nigeria really need to find answers for these 3-point plays that Egypt has been able to put up, you know, and quite often, especially in the last, I would say, like 4 or 5 offensive plays, Egypt continuously just finds a wide open pathway to the net that really exposes Nigeria's defense so far. That being said, though, DXM's trying to put up a 3-pointer of his own. That's a clean 3 to go through and instantly take it back up to 5 now for Nigeria. 2.5 minutes remaining. It reminds you, hitting the brakes again on the 3-point line, loses the ball, though, against the leg of DXM, and DXM on the fast breakaway play, of course, secures it.
That was the 4th 3-point shot that DXM has made, and the steal is his first one. He's got 17 points, 12 assists, 1 steal, and only 3 turnovers. As Z Looking to answer back with a couple of points of his own. Has a breakaway opportunity, and that's denied. Blocked from behind. Z could not finish at the rim, but they'll retain the ball back as Egypt. Gets it down low to the big fella, and he says, look, you're little. I got it. I can finish. He does.
Yeah, you know, I called out Nigeria's defense there, and they showed us a beautiful display of skill on that blocking department. That being said, though, of course, you saw how it ended up panning out, though. Staffa going to be the one to put the ball back into play, straight into the hands of DXM, who instantly goes for the three-pointer. That was a bit of a surprise move, I think, and caught Egypt off guard as well. Nobody really reacted to that, though. That being said, that wasn't accurate enough. Taher stopped on the free throw line. Reminds me as well, holding on the three-pointer line. Taher to take the shot.
Oh, couldn't get that one to go. I thought the big fella would come up huge for Egypt, as that would have been making it a one-possession game. But here's DXM trying to bob and weave, trying to find a little bit of space. Right corner, late pass. Who's open? The left corner is. Not sure. Oh, forget what I said. There's a reason I'm commentating and you're playing as he knocks down the fadeaway too.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't feel comfortable with taking the three-pointer there. Took a few steps closer to make sure he can nail it. Now up by 7 is Nigeria. As a minute and 10 seconds on the clock. This is the moment where Egypt is going to be looking to just simply score and have to go for these rebounds as quickly as possible on the defense. Even try to go for aggressive steals here if you can. Nobody in the bonus just yet. MSB holding on to it for now. DXM right next to him. Yet another setup play from these two. As the duo, MSB almost loses the ball. Instead, it's Nepa pulling up with the 3.
Great defense, and that's going to be a quick foul to slow things down. 5-point ball game. You don't need to force a 3. A 2 will just go ahead and get the job done as well to get you right back in this ball game. Z has the cut. Big fella down low. Easy scoop for the 2. And now it's a 3-point ball game.
Oh, this is going to come down to the line, isn't it, right? I really feel like we're getting to a point where a buzzer beater might decide it. Yeah, I see what you mean. MSB was wide open to take it himself. Instead, hit the brakes, and now Nepa holding on to it. 8 seconds on the clock. Over to DXM. DXM stopped on the line as well. The ball is lost.
They lose the ball. They get it right back. Left corner's open, and they don't get it to him. Egypt, right corner. Nothing there. That's a long 2. Even if it goes, it's an offensive rebound. Khalid with it. Do they have a timeout? No, they don't, but they fouled. That is interesting, but I'm not mad at it. That's going to put them at the line. Egypt does not have any timeouts.
Yeah, but they're going to be trailing by a single point. They have to go for a steal here with 8 seconds remaining on the clock. Nigeria might just close this one out, holding on to it. Yeah, there we go. That's the foul called.
Oh, you can't miss the second one.
Oh, this is going to be a three-pointer decider, right?
Yeah! Here we go. 7.4. Egypt needs a 3 to tie things up and send it to overtime. Gets it to the left side. Khalid with the contested shot. Nothing there. Nigeria with the rebound. Nigeria with the lead. Nigeria with the ball game of game 1 as they go ahead and squeak this one out in the final moments. They were down, I believe, in that second half, but they came back and they got the job done. What a finish by Nigeria to hold on and secure game number 1.
Man, this was backwards and forwards from the very beginning. And as I said, you know, like, we really need to start nitpick here if we really want to find any big faults with either side, in my opinion, because I feel like both teams were just simply adjusting to each other on the fly, and the tempo was there from the very start till the very finish. MSB, of course, a huge impact for Nigeria's result overall, kicking things off strong, adding just an insane amount of Talia points to his name, and especially off the back of those offensive rebounds as well, just continuously hitting shot after shot from close to the rim. But what do you feel like were the strong suits of Egypt, apart from resilience, of course?
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest thing was, you know, always just staying back in the game, always going punch for punch, blow for blow. So they always kept themselves there, but they also went ahead and hit the big shots. They weren't afraid of the moment. If they needed a 3, they went out and got the job done with the 3. As you see the results of round number 2 here today between Egypt and Nigeria. Nigeria had dropped game number 2 against Algeria by 3, but they come back in round number 2 and they get the job done against Egypt. But that's just game 1. in this best of 2. We will play game number 2. Now, keep in mind, since Egypt lost by 3, they need to win by at least 4 in this second game that's coming up. So not only do you have to win, but you got to win by at least 4. That's where I think free throws will come late into the game as well, just to see if, they can secure the 4-point victory or not. But the first things first, you got to get the dub. Then you got to worry about the points.
Yeah, and when it comes to the way how the game panned out, and I feel like a lot this is going to dictate the pace of the game coming up, is that Nigeria was able to secure the lead from the start and basically held on to it throughout the game. I think might have lost it for a second there, or at least a couple of times it evened out. But having said that, though, that has to be the game plan for Egypt coming into this. Get the lead first, at least like 2-3 buckets, and then try to hold on to it if you can, obviously. But Egypt have displayed great job again at trying to go for those early steals and going for those fast turnover plays. I feel like positioning-wise, Egypt has a slightly better job done in the three-point department than Nigeria has. So Nigeria is closing things out up close, whereas Egypt has a better job at positioning themselves for open threes. So that could be something that Nigeria wants to watch out for.
And of course, you can go and find the open threes, but you got to be able to knock them down as well. I know late in that fourth quarter, it was 7 for 22 for Egypt. So they knocked down threes, but they took so many more compared to, say, 4 for 10 for Nigeria. So again, made less threes, but they shot significantly less. So Egypt, once again, they're getting the open shots. They're getting the open threes. Z's finding them those things, but you got to be able to knock them down. So if they can, I mean, this could be I want to say a double-digit victory for Egypt, but possibly if they're just able to go to knock down those threes. And we're just a few moments away from getting game number 2 locked in and loaded. Should be a fun one. I'm glad that we saw a close competitive game. That's what this region can go ahead and give us. That's what they have to offer. And this is your starting lineup again. You've got Nigeria on the left side and Egypt on the right side as they switch sides and kind of go from home and away. And that's what's going to make this one interesting for the game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, everything's on the line in some sense here for Nigeria, because like if they want to have a decent chance to get into the semifinals of the African region, they really actually need to take this game to set themselves up for success, right? Because off the back of that first loss, you really want to secure points in the bigger picture of things. And for Egypt, this still being the first game, technically they'll still have opportunities coming up next. So in terms of importance of the match, I really put up more pressure on the shoulders of Nigeria here, if you ask me. So I hope that doesn't get to their heads. It didn't seem like it was a problem during the first game, but just in terms of like if the game gets out of hand in the beginning, that might be something they're thinking about to themselves as well. So I hope that doesn't become an internal discussion during the game. You can have your talks after.
We'll see how things go ahead and play out as we get ready for game number 2. Things to keep in mind is, of course, if Egypt is able to knock down the significant amount of threes that they take. Again, I believe they took at least 20, but I think they may have only knocked down about 9 or so compared to Nigeria being more selective when it comes to their three-point shots.
Yeah, I mean, if you convert that number to points, really, not gain, instead of just like simply amount of shots, it's a crazy amount of points, right?
Absolutely. That's data. Let them know, V. Let them know. That's data.
That's data, and we have context for it as well.
Excel 101, baby. Wait till we pull out the formulas,
Oh, don't get me started on those. AI is great with that, by the way.
Oh, it is. It is indeed. I feel like a rock star anytime. A couple of head-to-head matches ready to go here for us. You know what I think we should do? I think we should ask the chat if there's a word that they want us to incorporate in our broadcast, and we have to try to incorporate it in a very non-forced way.
I see. Just kind of slip it in there.
Yeah, just slip it in there. So if you have a word, obviously, come on, don't try to get us fired. If you got a word you want us to involve in the broadcast, just let us know, because sometimes it's fun to kind of change things up, get a little bit of in there, and then we'll do our best.
And also, like, show support to your teams. I know Egypt has a huge following, and they're definitely here you need to show, because Egypt really need your support right now. And that's the same goes for Nigeria. Like if you want your teams to keep the lead that they have, even by a slim margin, a win's a win, and they really need that to continue be competitive in this African region group. So we're still waiting to jump into the game, quick reminder, this is simply day one of these Africa region games. We're still going to have round 2 tomorrow. And I think some part of the semis, or that comes the day after. I think round 2 tomorrow and then semis and finals after, right?
That's correct. You decided to take a day off on the shortest day. So tomorrow is just round number 3. And then we'll get the semis, you and I, along with the grand finals as well the day after. But as we wait for these two teams to load in for matchup number 2, just to recap, it is Nigeria that got the 3-point lead over Egypt. And they're looking to go ahead and get the dub once again. We'll see if they're able to. But Egypt, they've got plenty of adjustments, plenty of firepower on the offensive end to go ahead and steal game number 2. So it should be a fun and close matchup between these two countries.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just again on the Nigeria team's topic, like thinking back to game number 1 and game number 2 of the date that they had, like how changed did that look like? They look like a completely different team, both pace-wise, both play-wise. I might be like dreaming here, but I feel like I'm watching a different team. So the adaptation on the fly, that's the thing that I'm talking about. I feel like might be the strongest trait these players have.
What's interesting to me is how they're able to kind of go back and forth with each other and complement them on the defensive and the offensive side as well as Egypt. I mean, you're fixing the camera. I'm going to need you to load up. I'm going to need you to rock. I'm going to need you to get ready. By the way, do you still have that fly?
Good. What? Sorry,
do you still have that fly bothering you?
Don't call it over. It hasn't bothered me for like 10 minutes, and I'm keeping an eye out, but I hope
I'm just trying to call it.
Returning. I know.
Maybe you'll have to smack it as if you were at Topgolf.
We'll see if it comes to it, but I think it's left me alone, thankfully.
All right. Well, we'll just say fly 3 times and see if it comes back in your life. But by the way, you've got Nigeria, Egypt for round number 2 of today's matchup. Again, we appreciate you for joining us. I know we've been broadcasting since like 1:30, and it's always fun. Whenever you get a close game like this, it's always great to just kind of put all your energy out there, So let's hope for another close one.
I really feel like I'm in there with the players when the games are so close like this, because I quite often find myself almost jumping in the seat, just feeling the pressure that, oh, you have to nail the shot. I need to make this play, and that really is the thing that makes it so exciting for me to watch these games. And you really see it in every single region. So I really love that despite wherever on the planet we are, the basketball is just so competitive and continues growing season over season, year over year. And the support as well, of course, for the teams is just immense. And on separate occasions, you have some crazy support behind the scenes to the teams, and I love to see that grow.
And I know we forgot to, we mentioned MSB having a great impact on the last game that we saw. He had over 30 points, a double-double for sure, like 32 points, at least 14 rebounds, 2 dimes, 1 steal, 1 block as well. And we're just a couple of minutes, I promise, we're just a couple of minutes away from the seconds. All right, my producer said seconds. So if we have any tech issues, I'll just give you his address. You can just, you can mess with him. I don't know, send him a prank. A dead cat.
No, we'll just get him on the mic as well next to us.
Here we go. Game number 2, it's Nigeria taking on Egypt. Game number 1, it was Nigeria that won by 3. Egypt is looking to get revenge, but keep in mind, not only do they have to win, but they have to win by at least 4 or more points if they want to maximize the opportunity here in round number 2. Keys to the game for me, you got to get the defensive stops and get quick points off of turnovers. What's the one key to the game from you, V?
Yeah, Egypt absolutely needs to start converting more up close baskets, if they're not going to continue, if they're going to continue missing their 3-pointers, basically is what I'm trying to say. Kicking things off though, Nigeria with the possession in their greens, Egypt in the white jerseys, and DXM pulls up a quick and easy 2-pointer from the free throw line. Can't really say it was contested. And as far as Egypt goes, like getting a 4-point lead, if there ever was a doable job, this is the one.
And we'll see if they're able to as they go ahead and go back-to-back. Again, with Morocco, we saw like an 11-0 lead, and it's never fun when you're trying to come from behind. You want to go ahead and go jab for jab.
Yeah, DXM Stopped on the three-point line, but that's where MSB comes in, takes the ball, drives it to the net, doesn't even care if there's any defense in place, just simply walks by. There's another day in the park for him. Khalid on the three-point line is going to be forced to slow down. Reminds you as well, no easy pickings for him, but instead still finds the opportunity to go for the three. And unfortunately, doesn't find the points just yet.
4-2. Looking to find some open space. DXM had himself almost a 20-point ball game last time around. Gets it to the big fella. Big fella gets him in the air, gets it through the hole.
MSB again. Like, start getting used to the name. If you're a Nigeria supporter, might want to get that printed, because he is definitely now making sure his nation is able to step up, and really put up a big impact. Staffa, though, beautiful intercept, hands it over to Napa to play this one out as Staffa takes his position in the corner. Oh, bit of a misplay on the offensive there. Corners got mixed up as DXM, though, still lingering on the three-point line. MSB was open. Instead, it's a corner three-pointer. Not good. MSB with the rebound is there, and a foul called. They want to stop the pace, that is Egypt, as it started to look awfully dangerous for them on the defense.
Great job securing the offensive board. And when it comes to trying to get as many offensive boards as possible, bigger the better, especially when you're looking to finish at the rim in the hole. That's exactly the type of offense you want. Easy points with the slip, not a defender in sight.
Now this is a bit of a replay as to how the first game between the two started. And for Egypt, of course, early days, just yet on the lost out points, but it's something they could easily correct here. Having said that, though, there was a lot of action happening around the ball and not a lot of precision involved.
You got to make sure that if you have bodies piled up there, you walk away with it. 8-2 quick lead for Nigeria. Egypt trying to get themselves a stop. They had a great game plan defensively in the game one. We'll see if they're able to replicate those same efforts and execution here in game number two. Right corner's open. Didn't dot him up, though. Way too late. Pass back isn't there either. Not the greatest passing game between these two teams, as that shot's not going to go. Rebound secured, and no one there to guard this man for the easy 2 points the other way.
That is how Egypt is going to punish you if you're going to try to overplay your hand like this. You know, there was a couple of opportunities where you could have gone for the shot, and DXM now does exactly that as he finds himself open to the net, puts up an easy three-pointer to his name, and Nigeria needs more plays like that and less of whatever that was before.
And of course, just a reminder, we're playing 5v5, which means each and every single player that you see on the court is controlled by one human. So there's 10 humans playing the game and trying to find a spot to go to the Philippines in December. Quick little steal there to get the easy 2.
Yeah, why always me? Just like adds insult to injury. Quick points on the board for Egypt, taking it down to only a 3-point difference. DXM, I'm sure he's keen to put up a three-pointer here, but again, every single basket matters, and as long as Nigeria is in the lead, they can relatively feel safe, but it's about how you close out the games, not how you start them. So Egypt are going to be looking to see if they can adapt on the fly. Tahir holding on to the ball on the three-point line. Reminds he comes in. I mean, there's only 8 seconds remaining. What are they looking for? That's Khalid with the foul called. We'll get the 2, and can he get the and 1 on top?
Got himself 5 points as DXM again. Oh, he almost missed it, but now we're tied up at 11 apiece. Less than a minute left to go. Can they finish this quarter with the lead? DXM looking for the open space. Finds his way to the basket with a little bit of a zigzag move.
Yeah, even puts Tahir on the ground there as he leaps in for a defensive play. Couldn't make it happen, though. Reminds he holding on to it now. Over to Tahir. Nobody going for the cut-in just yet. It's wide open for an opportunity. If anyone chooses to go for this, again running down the clock, will it be a three-pointer? Reminds Z, far three, slightly over on the release. DXM has an opportunity to extend the lead. and they have plenty of time to run down the clock here as well. It was open, instead passes over. It doesn't go through. MSB with the rebound, 5 seconds on the clock. MSB just want to make sure he scores here. Time. You have to go for it, but it's goaltending instead.
Did they get it?
It counted. How?
Oh my goodness! I thought it was a shot clock violation, but
yeah, it felt like it was 5 seconds by then.
Nonetheless, it's 15-11. Nigeria on top.
Hey, that's why we don't have the stripes on us.
There you go. I'd just be calling fouls all day. Ticky-tack fouls. Look at me the wrong way, technical.
That's football. There's more leeway there. Oh, beautiful three-pointer, though, from Egypt. Kicking things off in the second quarter with a three-pointer, narrowing it down to a single point. DXM, as per usual, holding on to it, looking for that golden opportunity. MSB is there as well, but instead it is going to be a fast turnover. Khaled stopped on the three-point line. Why always Mo? Being held on to. Reminds Z, giving it over. 10 seconds, drives it home. Gets it.
Way to go to come back and take the lead, 16-15. That's how you want to start things off in the second quarter. We appreciate all 200 of you watching right now. We've got folks on Twitch and YouTube as well.
Don't forget about TikTok.
Oh, we got a TikTok too?
We got them talks, man.
I didn't know that. My bad. I'm not hip like that. My fault. DXM looking to find some space. Gets it down low to the big fellow who's not in position. Whips it right back out. Nepa with it. Trying to find some space. Nothing there. Dots it to the left side. DXM for the three.
Absolutely huge and coming in crucial at this stage of the game where you want to finish off strong right before halftime. Staffa there together with his team is going to try to stop. Reminds he still finds the opportunity, though. MSB, of course, with a defensive rebound this time around. Napa, nice pump fake, tries to go for a breakaway play, can't make it happen. Staffa pump fakes it again, pulls up from the high elbow, can't make it happen as MSB holds on to it, passes back out to DXM, needs to make his way out as well. 7 seconds to shoot. DXM covered, can't find the opening. MSB not there as well. Staffa with a three-pointer. Again, another rebound.
It's a lot of letters, man. Don't you worry about it. DXM.
I'm going to call out the alphabet soon, man.
It's all right. It's all right. We didn't get hooked on fines before we hopped on the broadcast. No worries. 4-point lead for Nigeria. Looking to get things done and get them done well.
Well, 4-point lead is exactly what Egypt is looking for. They somehow need to change the tides a far two, and that goes through. As now it's only 2 between the two. DXM. I think he's looking for Staffa in this one. I have a sense that Staffa hasn't put up a three-pointer. Never mind me. He finds the open way to the net himself.
4-point lead, Nigeria. Z bringing it up the court. A lot of traffic there. Interesting play call. Calls a wrap. Can't get it to go. Tahir with the rebound. Why are there two? Okay, interesting. All right. Took a minute to get the formation right. Not going to go. Oh, yes, it is. Gets the bounce to go. The friendly roll.
Makes it a single-point game. And now Nigeria, I would say pace-wise, slightly on the back foot, are going to be fouled against. So play broken up, as I feel like they saw MSB going close to the rim and probably looking for that pass. So Staffa hands it over to DXM again. A very dangerous player. Finds himself open to take the shot. Why would you? Okay, never mind me. They know better. But I feel like DXM could have gone for the play himself. Instead, now this is a turnover and a foul.
Possible 4-point swing if Khalid can go ahead and get them the lead here with the second free throw. Gets that one up. Not going to go. Rebound secured by Nigeria. Less than 2 minutes left to go. 22-22. 137. DXM. Looking to find some space. Thought he had the slip, but brings it right back out. Cut from the right corner. Fakes it. A lot of traffic. Where does he go? Gets it down low. MSB with the jam. There's just so much pressure on both of these teams to execute, especially in a close game like this.
Absolutely. Nobody really wants to take any unnecessary risk as well. They want to make sure they're making those secured plays. And We know how that can go, you know, like you don't want to overplay your hand in this, and saying that reminds he finds himself open for the three. That's not going to go through. Now Nigeria again on the offensive could potentially extend their lead slightly further on than the measly 2 points that they have now over Egypt. 50 seconds on game clock and a slam dunk from MSB again.
A minute left to go to close things out. Egypt could have taken the lead with a missed free throw. Gets the cut. Beautiful. Defense just fell asleep.
Absolutely. Why always Mo? You know, like he's often in that corner, finds the timing on this, and now this is going to be a problem for Nigeria because they're always going to have that lingering thought in mind. Are they going for this again, or is it the good old classics that they're playing? MSB holding on to it for now. 8 seconds on the clock. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 pulls up from the elbow, back over to MSB. Beautiful fake out again. Insane work under the rim.
4-point lead. No shot clock. Guys, the open three. They take it. Oh, and it goes above. Can't finish. And we talked about this, right? They had the open looks. They have the open opportunities, but they just can't get it to go every single time, it seems.
Final seconds here for Nigeria. They want to nail this one, and they can't make it happen. Fast pass, but it's way too light. As we close things out before halftime, still Nigeria in the lead, but it's a manageable one for Egypt. They just need to find a bit more success here. And, you know, again, I have to bring up MSB's impact playing up close. If the three-pointers don't work out, MSB is there. And we, unfortunately, for now, can't say the same for Egypt. You know, they need an MSB of their own. They need someone to step up.
Yeah, I mean, so far, you see it's kind of spread even. You have Z that has 10 points.
Oh, defensive 3-second violation. That is a misplay there from Nigeria. Free points.
Egypt looking to tie things up here with possession of it. Takes it to the top, to here, to the right side over to Khalid. Khalid now looking to find an open three. He finds the three. He drains it, and we're all tied up at 28 apiece.
Oh, that's exactly how you want to start off the second half, you know. Even opportunities on both sides. A foul called. And you can see how worried Egypt are for these fast-paced plays that Nigeria has been able to put up off the back of MSB's success. He's even there for the screen. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 pulls up, fakes it out, gives it over to MSB as he slams it home and secures it again for Nigeria. They're not really risking it so much with the three-pointers. They want to make sure they are securing baskets. So long as MSB can do it, they will continue doing so. Reminds you now, over to Taher. I said Egypt need an MSB of their own, and that's Taher, and I really want to see more of that from him.
We'll see if 𝐂𝐄𝐄 is able to respond back as he gets it back over to MSB. MSB back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄, looking to find a bit of space from the pick. Thought he was going to throw it down low. He gets it. It's 𝐂𝐄𝐄. It's MSB, and he goes ahead and loses the ball. I will say, look, me being dyslexic, calling out these names of MXB and
You're doing an amazing job, but you're doing an amazing job.
I need a pet. I'm sure you'd be a great wingman.
Probably. I would say, yeah.
You know what? You don't sound confident. You just got demoted. Don't even worry about it. Z looking to respond back from the defensive stop.
And I'm catching strays all day here. Like, what's going on? Well, the same thing can be.
Is like, you're like, it's almost midnight for you, so I feel so bad, and I'm not helping your situation at all.
Well, Egypt is helping themselves to another 2 points, making themselves now up by 3 against Nigeria, who held on to their lead throughout the first half. Can Egypt continue on their success and build up a streak of their own? They need to finish off with a 4-point lead. Instead, it's Nigeria who responds with a three-pointer, catches the defense slightly asleep, find an opening, and now Egypt, what felt like a small victory for them, suddenly is swept away as Khalid, nice fake out, doesn't go for the shot, reminds me on the three-point line, 8 seconds on the shot clock, has to go for this and gets it as well.
3-point lead now for Egypt. 2:46 left to go. DXM has the slip, has the corner. Nothing there. Oh, easy, nice little slip. What are you seeing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, like, why is everyone leaving just MSB wide open? He's suddenly not going to be a problem? Of course he's going to nail shots like that. Reminds me, though, he was great on the three-pointer before. Why always Mo from the left corner? Not going to go through this time around. Nepa, dangerous pass. Thank God he recovered it. But it forces everything to slow down. As DXM has first and foremost defense to deal with. Pump fakes it over to MSB again. DXM puts himself on the three-point line as well. Does he go for it off the back of this screen? Was open for a shot from the free throw line. He's going to go too far to the right. Far pass over to 𝐂𝐂 and an instant foul as there was just too much risk involved.
You're doing great, sweetie, especially with this whole broadcast thing, especially almost close to midnight. I can see your eye roll.
It's 1 o'clock, man. Like, what do you mean close to midnight?
Oh, my goodness.
It's all good. When games are like this, they keep you up. You don't even need, like, coffee or anything, man. I want a whole day, like, with games like this. Please.
100%. We love a good close game matchup. Here is what we've got. Back-to-back games. 38-35. That's a nice slam to cut the deficit down to 1. Nigeria's the one now looking to close in to take the lead in the final moments of the third.
Yeah, exactly. Only a minute remaining. Egypt holding onto it. Pulls up the three-pointer. That's not going to be good. As it falls out and straight goes to the hands of DXM. No fast breakaway play possibility just yet, but that hasn't really deterred Nigeria from scoring. DXM pulls up dangerously close, and instead it's MSB to have the final say as Nigeria take the lead back, but only by a single point.
Z looking to claim the lead back. Had a chance to just take it to the rim, decides not to. Wants to make life a little bit harder for himself. Harder the better, and he can't get the three to go as he misses that one.
Oh, man, they really want to overturn this and make it so that at least Nigeria cannot instantly take the lead back by continuously putting themselves in these three-pointer shooting positions. 8 seconds on the clock, as I say so. The XM tries to pull up. Being slowed down. 4 seconds to shoot. Staffa with the fake pump three. Doesn't get it. MSB with the rebound. Pump fakes it twice to make sure he has an open way to the rim. 41-38. Now up by 3 points is Nigeria versus Egypt. As 𝐂𝐄 has to slam this dunk, but can't get it.
Had the rebound there as well. Passes it back for a deep three to tie things up. 41-41. 3.9 in the third. We get a whole quarter of this, but do we get a bucket before then? Shots up, shots no good. And it's tied up at 41 apiece as we go into the fourth quarter.
Oh, man. I can't imagine what the comms are like at this point because I feel like it's getting more hectic with every second. And you know that fourth quarter flies by so fast that every single basket is going to count here. Egypt needs to find +4 at the end of it all, but it is once again Nigeria to open up, and once again it's none other than MSB to get the slam dunk. 𝐂𝐄 presumably over back to ZZ, holding on to it. Can't find the drive. 𝐂𝐄 there for the rebound. No, never mind. He gets the three despite the defense.
I don't know how he went ahead and got that three. Seemed like the defender was all over his face on that one.
DXM.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were drinking. My bad. No. You had your hand on your forehead. I thought you were drinking.
I was just holding on. I'm basically holding my breath with every single shot here.
(45-44). Nigeria on top. 4 minutes left to go. What a great best of two this has been.
Z. Does he go for the three? Does he dare to do it? 10 seconds on the clock. Pump fakes it once over to Fidget. Fidget back to Z. Z takes it out and gives it over to Mo. Beautiful drive-by shot from Mo there with the cut-in. And now DXM looking for retaliation as Egypt once again has overtaken the lead. This is going to be a point-to-point battle. Doesn't get it. Comes up short, but MSB, of course, there to save the day. Over to DXM. Almost lost the ball, though. Has to be careful. 5 seconds on the clock. Pulls up for 3. It's good.
Gets that one to go, and just like that, it's now a 2-point lead for Nigeria. Egypt looking to respond back and either tie it up or take the lead themselves. What a dribble move. What a shot. What a guy, and what a lead now for Egypt. Got the 3 to go to give him a 1-point lead.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out just the fact that, like, you know, for Egypt right now, at least as far as we can see, there's not a lot of comms being shared. Everyone has a clear idea in mind what needs to be done here. It's just about being locked in and making sure every single offensive play counts. And having said that, Nigeria is running down, running out of time, but they still managed to get it and get the lead back again.
2:22 here in the fourth for game number 2. That's going to be a reach-in foul. Outside of the 2-minute mark, so no free throws yet.
Trying to disrupt the pace of Egypt is Nigeria as they set themselves up for defense, but they can't. They're caught sleeping again by Mo. Mo has been crucial. I feel like it's like being, what, 3 cut-in plays, almost identical like this, but they suddenly leave DXM wide open, and he doesn't opt in to go for the play. Instead, it was a pass, and find themselves suddenly with a turnover. Khalid hits the brakes on the 3-point line. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 pump fakes it over to Khalid. Khalid gives it to Z. Z has been so successful with these threes. This is looking good, but it's not good enough.
You got to bury those shots. It looked like the defender was all over it. Great rotations coming in. Egypt, though, still have a 1-point lead to defend. Get the cut from Nigeria. Nigeria finished at the rim. I was surprised there was no foul call there for the and one. We've got a good minute 30 left in this one. Egypt on fire is Z. Gets the pass over half court. Has a cut. Fakes it out to the left side. Left corner could get a cut if he's open to it. Trying to get some action here on the right side. Takes that shot. Gets the offensive rebound. That's huge. Right corner shot. Foot on the line. Gets them the lead.
Oh, but that was a 2-pointer. I really feel like that could have gone through as a 3. Nonetheless, though, points are points, and they're worth their weight in gold right now for Egypt as they are up wide by a single basket. Foul called. Oh, God, that looked so on point.
All right, bro, this man just tickled him. That's all it was. I don't know where that foul call came from. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Well, Nigeria make it happen. 55-53, a single minute and a few seconds on top for Egypt to take the lead back. They need to finish with a 4-point upper hand. It's Mo again. No, it's back to Fidget on the 3-point line. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 there with the rebound, just slam it through. Instead gives it over to why always Mo. And Z now holding on to it. A few seconds remaining. Is this a far 3-pointer attempt? It is from the sidelines. It's good. Egypt takes it back to a single-point advantage, but look at the clock.
40 seconds. DXM trying to figure out which way to go. Goes to the right, goes to the left. Got me feeling dizzy. I can't know what the defender's feeling like. Getting bumped around, though. Defender doing a great job staying right in front of him. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Got to create something here. Takes a shot. Rebound is needed. Rebound is secured by MSB. Huge. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. It's DXM. Takes the shot. Contest comes in. Egypt with the rebound. You got to foul them quick, and they can't do it. Takes the midi. He missed it. Timeout called by Nigeria.
No way.
My. You've got the lead. You've got the open midi, and you miss it. And now it's Nigeria with the inbound. 6 seconds left. Looking to make something happen here. They have one timeout. They're going to use the foul, though. Egypt is, and put him at the line.
Nigeria bring it back with just a few seconds on the clock off the back of that foul. And Egypt, I mean, look, what can you do here, really? Like, it has to be a 3-pointer and an and one. And that's still not going to be enough, right? Like, wait, my math is completely off. Yeah, that's still gonna be off by a single point. So it looks like Nigeria has been able to secure the series here, but My,
Oh,
my,
man.
was it close. And you saw there as well in the last seconds, Egypt just grabbing their heads as we gasped in the studio on that last offensive play. But props to Nigeria, man. Like those offensive and defensive adjustments that were made between the matches heading into this, to be honest, like I was expecting a different kind of game, definitely pace-wise, it was just all guns blazing from the start. What are the key takeaways here before we jump to the interview?
Well, we talk about how every point matters, and this is exactly why. And remember, not just Egypt did they need to win the game. They needed to win by 4 or more points. So there's a lot of things that they needed to figure out in terms of, hey, we can get the win with the 2, but we need the points. So do we go for a 3? A lot of strategy is involved. So you got to hand it to Nigeria. We talked about Egypt staying with them in game 1, punch for punch, blow for blow. In game 2, I felt like Nigeria held on at the end. Just a phenomenal game overall for game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if I was, in Egypt's shoes, I would just take a look back and take a look at the bigger picture. Look how things started off for Nigeria, and look where they are when it comes to game 3 of the day for themselves. So for this was only game 1, game 2 for Egypt, and they still have a long way ahead of themselves. So they still have time to get it out of their system, so to say, and really adjust heading into this. Now, as I said in the beginning, this was an absolute must-grab win for Nigeria to keep things competitive in the whole overall stage of the regional groups, right? So they really want to make sure that they're keeping themselves open to that ticket opportunity heading over to Philippines on the 11th and 12th December. But I think we have our man on the line. Hi, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you guys.
Nice, beautiful. Well, first of all, congratulations on the victory. It was a very intense game between the two. Can you tell us a bit more? What did it feel like going up against Egypt? It seemed like it was a very intense game.
It was very intense. I felt like it was gonna be easy, but they put on the fight. So congrats to them, and I wish them all the best as well. So.
When it comes to close games like that, tell us what the comms are like, right? We'd love to know what the communication was like between your teammates, especially in those final moments.
It was very intense. One of our guys was having a connection problem, so he couldn't play properly. It was a bit delayed, so it was keep trying to encourage him to still stay in the game, and we were just fighting through. Yeah.
Well, look, guys, like this.
And we had to make.
Yeah, despite the connection problems, you still were able to adjust a lot on the fly and between matches, and I feel like that's one of your strong suits. So is there any secret recipe that you guys are using, or is it just simply talking things out and being open about what the problem was?
Oh, no, there is a secret.
Oh.
So I'm not going to say that is a secret, so we're not saying it.
All right. Well, save the secrets for best. There's still a lot more games coming up. I'm going to allow you to rest, guys, and thank you for the beautiful show.
Thank you very much.
All right, man. Appreciate that. And, we have folks talking. So I'm going to bring up this point here. Someone in the chat, I believe it was Pro Play TJ, that says, wasn't it just a 1-point game? Why did he shoot and they were winning? So here's the thing. And the folks in the chat are talking about, and I'll get to here in a second, I promise. But we'll go over the schedule as you just saw gameplay of Egypt and Nigeria. Game 1, Nigeria took it by 3 points. Game 2, Nigeria took it by 1 point. And you can see the recap of round 1 earlier. But here's the thing. I see what people in the chat are saying is they needed to win by 4 or more. Well, they were up by 1, and he took a midi. I think he took a midi because he just thought he was wide open, which he was, and he took the shot. If they were concerned about winning by 4, I think they would have tried to get a 3-point shot, because then it's 3 + 1. That's 4, not a midi. So I agree with what he was trying to do maybe, but not that he was trying to get a 4-point play. I think he just didn't want to go to deal with free throws. I think he just wanted to take the open 2. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But those are the crucial moments. This is why the pre-qualifiers matter. This is why the scrimmages matter. This is why we say that 2K is not just a game of skill set, but it's also the mental awareness of what's happening in the situation and how you bounce back and how just what's happening. You got to be aware of the score and the clock at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Nigeria said it themselves. They do have some sort of a secret recipe behind the scenes as to how quickly they've been able to adapt between these matches. So be it the coaching staff or be it the players themselves, but someone has great insight as to what needs to change for the team heading into their next matches. And I feel like it makes for a great narrative heading into the latter stages of these group plays. And speaking about latter stages, we do have one more game coming up, rather 2 games coming up between Ivory Coast and Morocco. So Morocco definitely put up a strong showing in the first match of the day between themselves and Benin. And now Ivory Coast, they do have a tall order ahead of themselves. But as I said in the very beginning of the show, I really feel like Ivory Coast can come up with a few surprises of their own.
Yeah, but they definitely can, and we'll get a chance to watch those two teams. We talked about the underdog and the favorite. That's exactly what we'll get to do. But I'll tell you what, after that, I need some more water, right? So I'm going to go take a quick break. I'm sure you'll want to break too. Try to find that fly, kill it. I don't know, go to sleep.
Yeah, for sure.
Ivory Coast and Morocco for the last series, best of two, in just a moment.
Focus in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I Celtics, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though. Finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air, I breathe, God, I wanna see your face. Nothing stolen, cause you're holding me, I'm wrapped in your embrace. Both things are gone and they gone, though. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you're not making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever, my God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, crescent these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my pen and no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave you warm embrace. Heal my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
I swear I like your style. Put you in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love became. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you, I feel high. Yeah.
The last two games that we've casted have resulted in the difference of 4 points. And that was just a phenomenal matchup between Egypt taking on Nigeria. Nigeria won game number 1 by 3 points. They won game number 2 by 1 point. Welcome back to eFIBA Season 3. Tonight, we're casting the qualifiers for Africa. My name is India. That's V over there. V, what are your thoughts so far on the games that we've called here tonight?
Hey man, the prediction just comes to fruition when it comes to every single game being more intense than the one before. You know, and we saw the things opening up between Algeria and Nigeria. Then we had Benin, Morocco. Now Egypt, Nigeria, close affair. And to close things off tonight, Ivory Coast taking on Morocco. Can the second part of the prophecy come through, and can Ivory come up clutch with a surprise score against Morocco, or will it be Morocco taking a convincing win here as well? We'll find out in just a second. And of course, on your screens, you can see this is not the only games Africa region has. We're still going to have round 3 tomorrow and the day after, semifinals and the grand final, to find out which country is going to be advancing to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December to have a chance to fight for their fair share of that $50K prize pool.
And of course, here is the group standings. As you can see in Group A, you have Nigeria that went ahead and has a 3-point lead. Now, we'll talk about them here in just a second. And then you also have in Group B, Morocco, who has a 2-point lead. Excuse me, they have 2 points, so they have the lead in Group number B. Now, what's interesting is Nigeria has a point differential of minus 25 because of the beatdown that they got from Algeria. But because they've gone ahead and won a game, and now he gets 3 points over there. So that's kind of going to be interesting for us to see how things shake out when we go to round number 3. But those are the ways that the matchups are. And of course, Egypt, they dropped the game point differential of 4. It is gut-wrenching to lose with that many points in 2 games. It's not fun, but I'm sure they'll look to bounce back in round number 3 possibly as well. Coming up, though, like you mentioned, you have Ivory Coast taking on Morocco, and we'll see if Morocco is able to continue their dominance, as you see a point differential there of 112.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, after such a convincing game, you have to ask yourself, do they have enough fuel in the tank to continue putting up points like they did during their first game of the day, or will it be a slightly slower pace when it comes to playing against the likes of Ivory Coast? And for Ivory Coast as well, you know, I'm sure they were watching the game, and I'm sure they have studied the ways how Morocco loves to play, and I'm very curious to see what kind of adaptations that they will be making as we're heading into this matchup. You know, again, this is a best of 2 between the 2 teams, so obviously every single net counts. It is a sum of 2 games points that is going to determine who is going to take the win here, and in the grand scheme of things can actually change quite a lot if you see how the group points are working out.
And of course, we'll get a chance to kind of watch them play. Ivory Coast, I'm sure, wants to go ahead and pull out the upset, and we'll see if they're able to. But are there any keys to the game that you feel like Morocco has to continue doing from the game 1 that we saw? For me, it's just a fast pace that they were going with. But do you agree with me? Do you have any other insight there?
Pace was one thing. I think second, they definitely need to hold on to the ball rotation that they had. You know, they did an excellent job finding openings just off the back of the ball rotation, making sure they passed 3, even 4 times at times before taking the shot. And that quite often lands them a wide open net opportunity that, of course, they capitalize on.
And we'll see if they're able to do just that for Ivory Coast. They've got their jerseys on, or at least I don't know exactly what the jersey is, if it's like their own eFIBA one, but obviously they got the color represented in like a light orange situation. So that's always good to see from their end. And we'll get the matchup going here shortly. Again, Morocco already had a great win in terms of 112 points in that game number 1. Sorry, I'm like drawing a blank here, but it was 2 matchups. They went ahead and had a point differential of 112 points. Now they're looking to beat Ivory Coast and keep that number 1 spot that they have.
Yeah, and most of the countries here in the regionals do consider Morocco to be the favorites. That being said, you know, I personally if I ever was a favorite in something, I never really had that sense of comfort in me. I always feel like everyone's out to get me. So you have to really keep on your toes and make sure nobody sneaks up. Because one thing that we haven't seen yet is Morocco playing on the back foot. So it'll be very curious to see if Ivory Coast manages to start off strong, how well can Morocco adapt to that, and what kind of answers can they bring to the table?
Yeah, and that's interesting for us, especially to see if they're going to fight back, especially if Ivory Coast gets, behind early on in the first quarter, the second quarter, how Morocco is able to put them on pace and how Ivory Coast is able to respond. Are they going to be able to find the open threes, or are they going to have to kind of grind it out with twos the whole time? Who knows? But that's something for us to kind of keep in mind, because Ivory Coast, we haven't gotten a chance to see them play. We don't know exactly what type of style they've been practicing and how that matches up, because so much of 2K, so much of any sport, I feel like, is all about matchups. Yes, sometimes it's the best teams that will find a way to win, but the matchups is key to keep an eye on as well. Any prediction here?
Ooh, prediction. Point differentials. Do I dare take any predictions anymore today? Let me think. I think Morocco will have this, but I think it's going to be a lot closer affair than it was against B9.
All right. We will see if that ends up being the case. And may have jinxed ourselves a little bit, possibly. Nope, we got it. Cool. Sweet. We were just being teased. That's all it was.
Yep.
They're just messing with us. By the way, appreciate you for hanging out with me, man. It's like, what, 2 a.m. for you?
Yeah, no problem. Like anytime, just feel free to call me up. Whenever you have afternoon, I'm sure I'll enjoy the call midnight.
Yeah. I'm sure folks in the studio feel the same exact way as well. So yeah,
no, it's all good. When the games are close, it doesn't really matter what time is it. I always love to see close basketball. Having said that, though, it is Morocco to hold on to it after the tip-off. And a beautiful first shot attempt now as Ivory Coast do get the defensive rebound. Holding on to it, far pass to right-hand side corner. No shots taken just yet. You can't say the game is crazy fast, though. That's a wide-open three. Falls short, and a fast turnover play. It's good for Morocco as they open things up. And these fast turnovers, man, like we gave so many praises to Morocco for those.
Yeah, and especially with this type of defense, you want to go ahead and make sure you capitalize on those opportunities. That's a bounce pass to Lord knows who, but it is a turnover as it's Morocco looking to get a quick 4-0 lead. I'm not quite sure. I think that bounce pass may have been a mistake. I think maybe they were trying to pump fake and they mistakenly bounce pass.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. It ended up in points for Morocco, so food for thought. When Ivory Coast, what a sharp pass under the net, back out to Lord Easy on the three-point line, holding on to it. Corners open for a pass as well, but instead it's a three-point attempt and it rattles out. And how did that man even manage to catch it? That's Braxo in the corner. We know he's a danger from the three-point line. Instead, it is his teammate to put up the points to Morocco, and instantly a timeout call just to slow things down. India, you've mentioned it so many times, this is a momentum-based game, and they want to make sure that Morocco are not starting off hot.
And especially when Morocco has had a 11-0 lead, an 11-0 run in the game one that we saw early on. Then they had a 13-0 run, and now they were trying to get something more, but Ivory Coast says, no, we're not them. And they put some points up on the board beforehand. And you can see the fast-paced offense from Morocco. Look at that. 9 points in less than 2 minutes is the type of game Morocco loves to play.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not taking any opportunity for granted. What a steal from Braxo and himself as well to take it down. Maastricht from the corner. It rattles out, but Prince is there for the rebound. Pass over to Marquinhos. I think that's a 2, but it falls short. And Prince again with the rebound. Second chance. Not good.
Bruh, you can't knock down one of them? You can't just knock down one of them? Come on.
I mean, he was wide open for the second one as well, right? So you kind of were expecting it, but it is what it is. Lord Easy, fast pass over to Kembe. Nice hand play as he gets the 2. Only trailing by 5. And Master, suddenly finds himself open. What a block. No turnover just yet. Good recovery, but that was on the brink of disaster.
See if Mastur is able to go ahead and get some points off of this possession. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Gets it down low. Got to get it up. Defense is all over it. And they are going to go ahead and secure the rebound as well. Tight cover.
Lord Easy holding on to it. Marquinhos coming in for the block. Might be too late. That's a three-pointer for Ivory Coast.
12-7. Morocco looking to extend this lead before the end of the first quarter. A minute 30 left. Could have taken a 2. Walks it back. There's a 2. There's the midi. There's the 7-point lead.
Yeah, Morocco starting to extend that further. So Ivory Coast want to keep tabs on it if they can. So far, I would say they're doing a great job at keeping this competitive. From the corner, it rattles the 3. And 14-10, just like that.
Morocco, that's going to be a foul. Looked like it could have been a stolen pass from behind. And you can see Ivory Coast looking to communicate with their teammates from the hand gestures we're seeing from the player cam. As a nice little cut from Morocco from the right side gives them a 6-point lead. Less than a minute left to go in the first.
By the way, just a side note, I love the flag in the background for Ivory Coast.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice it. You know, Morocco, I'm surprised, actually. Morocco, typically when they win, they bring out their own flag, and I'm surprised they didn't this time around.
Well, it might not be just in the shot.
Like during an interview, they, like, wave it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll have to ask them about that next time.
Absolutely. Morocco already in the bonus on the line. Puts up the first. Surely makes the second. Yes, he does. It is 18-10 now between the two. Still only an 8-point game as the first quarter is approaching its finish.
I have no idea if this is true or not, but the Moroccan player, if you can hear us, just give me a thumbs up. I'm just really curious if he has a broadcast on. I have zero idea if he does or not, but sometimes these guys and gals will play the video games while they're listening to us, and it always creeps me. But it doesn't look like he is, but it just always freaks me out.
You just want to make sure that. So you think he was actually staring us down in that case?
I mean, honestly, hey, listen, I'm just saying.
Hey, look, man, Ivory Coast keeping things competitive, trying to have the final say, but doesn't fall in their favor just yet. 22-10 as Ivory Coast kick things off in the second quarter. It's only a 10-point game, so we know how quickly that can change. Good dribble work. And Campbell from the left-hand corner, not going to be good this time around. I think he was successful before, though. Braxo with from under the net will slam it home, and Morocco now start to extend their lead. Ivory Coast want to put a quick stop to it if they can, and preferably without fouls. Nice attempt there on the steal, though. Doesn't go through. Bilimala finds himself open over to Knight. Knight forced to slow down.
Great job just taking what the defense gives you. Contested shot. That one's not going to go. Rebound secured by Morocco. Is looking to swing it to the right corner. Oh, and that one gets stolen away. Great read by Ivory Coast, but Morocco looking to return the favor. Loose ball. It's Ivory Coast. They got to get it past half court. They got to get it past half court. Oh, I guess not because it was tipped.
I think, yeah. But I really felt like that was still on the edge of a foul called. Nevertheless, 14 seconds on the shot clock. Hands it over to Lord Easy. Pump fakes it once. Knight on the three-point line. You have a teammate in the corner available. Instead, it's Knight who goes for the three. Finds the defense sleeping. They didn't believe that Knight is going to go for the shot, and he absolutely nails it. 9 points between the two. Ivory Coast, what feels like after like a full minute without scoring, are able to respond, but very quickly Morocco opens up with the 2 points of their own. And for Ivory Coast, you know, like looking how that first quarter went, I really feel like they just need a bit more action in the paint.
See if they're able to make something happen here. Trying to find a little bit of opening, getting bumped around. Tries to go to the corner. Nothing there. Top of the key shot. Defense is all over it. Great rotations coming in so far. Look at the defense just stepping up, trying to get back. There's a small fella, though, inside the paint. The ball is tipped by the big fella. Got to shoot it. That could be a shot clock violation. He barely gets it up, but he can't knock it down. Fast-paced opportunity on the fast break, and it's Morocco with a 13-point lead. 3 minutes left in the second.
Yeah, Morocco, you know, like it feels like just in a nick of seconds, and then suddenly they find themselves on the losing side and losing by a large margin. That's how quickly Morocco can change the tides here. So Ivory Coast definitely need to be wary of the fact that these fast breakaway plays are most likely going to go the way of Morocco every single time if they can. Braxo again is there to take the pass, and that's exactly what I mean. Look at it. It wasn't even like, what, 2 seconds, and suddenly another basket goes through.
2:22 left to go in the second. Ivory Coast looking to cut into this deficit before the half. Nice cut from the right side as they go ahead and get the easy 2. Those are the types of plays you need, but you also need some defensive stops on the other side. That's not the way to get it done as Morocco drains the 3. You give up a 2 and you drain the 3. That's not the type of math you want if you're Ivory Coast.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like this lead has, while slowly, but is still growing in favor of Morocco. I love the cut-in play before. I want to see more of that, but if they can put up 3-pointers like this, a few more, then it'll be all good. Master holding on to it for now. Wants to find the opening on his own. Pulls up from the high elbow. Falls slightly short. Now quick turnover opportunity. Fast pass over to Najer on the right. He makes it happen as it rattles the 3 home, and suddenly it's only a 10-point game.
See if they're able to. Oh, man, it's always those easy ones. You know what I mean? From the cuts from the left side. You just can't give up such easy baskets. You got to make Morocco earn it.
They feel so punishing. You know, it feels like, oh, we just got a break in the point differential, and very quickly they just put up easy 2-pointers like that. Nice defensive work there as well. That ball should have gone through any time of the day. Instead, it's Morocco to put up the 2 points, taking us back up to 14. And only 50 seconds remaining before halftime. You want to finish off strong on a good note. That's a good attempt, but not good on the rebound. Another fast pass over to Braxo. Braxo so versatile on these fast turnover plays, up close or from the 3-point line. You name it, he got it.
Let's see if they're able to respond back or not. Less than a minute left to go in the second quarter. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Dribbles it up, passes it to the left side. That shot's good. Ivory Coast responds back with the 3 of their own.
25 seconds remaining. Essentially the final offense, but if a steal like this goes through, that is great news for Ivory Coast. Fast pass over to Najer. Najer over to Billy Mala from the 3-point line. Slightly over on the release. Braxo again there to catch the ball. 5 seconds on the clock. Mastrokes holding on to it, and it sprints to slam it home with 3.6 seconds remaining. 16-point lead back on the board again for Morocco. Ivory Coast trying to have the final say, but it doesn't come to fruition.
Indeed, and that's something that we'll have to see how they make adjustments. We always talk about that. We've seen Ivory Coast, we've seen Nigeria make the adjustments in the second half. We've seen Egypt make the adjustments in the second half. Now we get to see if Ivory Coast is going to do a little bit of the same. They get the baskets, but it's when they give up the quick points to Morocco that kind of hurts them, right? They'll go down and spend about 10 seconds to get the 2s and 3s themselves. Ivory Coast will, but then they'll give up the 2s on cuts within seconds, and that's what kind of gets them into trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. So these fast breakaway plays is something that Ivory Coast need to find an answer to, or if everything else fails, like at least you have to be able to put up ones of your own. Lord Easy stopped on the 3-point line. Over to Knight. Knight can't really go for the play or for a shot. Instead, goes for a screen. Back over to Billy Malo, left-hand side. Now Najer on the 3-point line. Can't make the shot. Lord Easy with 3 seconds to spare. Finds the 3 points. And that's a fresh breath there.
By the way, if we missed something, let us know, Raven, but we do read the chat. So if we missed something, though, let me know. We've got multiple screens for a reason, as it's 42-27. Starting things off here in the fourth, Ivory Coast. Dribbling around, thought he had some space. That's going to be a tip ball. Great hustle there to get that one as they call a timeout to avoid any jump balls happening. And this is a fast-paced game.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job for Ivory Coast on the recovery there. I felt like there was that 3-point opportunity. That might come back and haunt them. Nevertheless, over to Lord 5 seconds on the clock. Back over to Knight. That was just a handover. That wasn't even a pass. A far two-pointer, though, is good enough for Ivory Coast on this offensive play, as they're still keeping things in check and relatively close to Morocco. And Morocco, well, as I said, there you go. That's another fast cut-in two-pointer that they find.
Lord Easy trying to find a little bit of space. Top of the key, goes to the right side. Now they're trying to run a little bit of 5-out situation, but he almost loses the ball again. It's Knight that gets it back for him. Right corner was open, but he gets it inside. Defender in the air. Way to wait patiently. Way to get the N1.
Absolutely. I mean, Ivory Coast, that was best case scenario for them. All things considered, they just continuously find themselves on the back foot in terms of the shot clock. You know, quite often they shoot with 2 seconds to spare. And that was best case scenario for them. Now, having said that, these type of passes is what Ivory Coast absolutely need to look out for. I feel like there's a lot of potential for picks during these type of passes that Ivory Coast might not be using just yet. Let's see if they pick up on it, as they're still on the offensive. Lord Easy holding on to it. 10 seconds on the clock. Back over to Knight. Knight tries to give them a bit of taste of their own medicine. It doesn't happen to pan out the way he intended. Braxo in transition with the 3. Gets it. What a beautiful shot.
And that's the way you want to go ahead and knock him down. Lord Easy gets the ball right back. Lost it for a moment. Has had some trouble holding on to the ball. As Knight back over to Lord Easy. Gets it to the left side. That's going to be an open shot from the left side. Doesn't go, though. Now look at that fast break opportunity. They just are running to the other side of the rim.
That is the definition of punishing slow defense.
Oh, my goodness. Look at those moves. Oh, and that one gets denied. Blocked by the defense. It's Morocco with the block, with the 2, with a 21-point lead with 2 minutes left in the third.
And so quickly things get out of hand for Ivory Coast, as they find themselves just struggling to keep up with the pace of the game when it comes to how Morocco loves to play. And they've been having problems of dictating their own pace on the game here against Morocco. As Nojer, only 3 seconds remaining. Billy Mala again pulls up for a shot. Is going to fall short this time around. Another far pass. This time defense is there. Braxo is going to be stopped. Can he take the shot? No, he can. Gives it over to Master. Master is going to be slowed down, as well as 2 defensive players on him, but that leaves Elias open. Elias pulls it up and gets the green. 56-32.
Way to go ahead and knock him down. Looking for the steals, Morocco. They're still being aggressive because they know how much point differential will matter, but it's also just the art of being competitive, as that one's not going to go. Left corner, shot 3. That one's good. You get the rebound, you dish it out to the left corner, and within 3 seconds, they pile it on again.
Man, look, I have to give a shout out to Braxo. He's been an absolute offensive menace in terms of securing these turnovers and taking control of those long court passes as well. You know, like, you have to be ready on the receiving end, and he absolutely nails it basically every single time. Very rarely he gets contested on those, and with only 10 seconds remaining, Ivory Coast, well, I can't say they look shocked or stomped, but they definitely have slowed down pace-wise. Billy Mala pulls up from up close with the 2 off the board. It's good, but is it enough heading into the fourth quarter as the final seconds are on the clock?
See if they're able to make some type of impact to close things out here in the third. Gets the ball right down low. That's going to be a foul. That's going to be an and one. This one, but also they came into this game with a 112-point difference.
Yeah, so
as Ivory Coast.
They definitely came in confident, and those first seconds, and rather first minutes, definitely put up a competitive game, that is Ivory Coast, but somehow, miraculously, it feels like Morocco is able to find opportunity after opportunity, and they're so incredibly precise with their passes and making sure these pans out. Now, that is a very far 3 to take. 34-footer. Oh, my God.
Like, I know you got the lead, but, like, come on now.
That's like, at that point, just take the mid-court shot, right?
That's just disrespectful.
Over to Lord Easy. See if he can make it happen. It's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄 instead from the right-hand side corner. Will fall short. 𝐵RAXO left wide open, and he punishes with the 3. 65-34. It's 31 points now between the two, and Morocco starts to really run away with this one. As Billy Mala holding on to it. Back to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 fails on the pass, but it's out of bounds, so it's still going to be Ivory Coast's ball.
See if they're able to go ahead and try to make up some of the difference here.
No one on the inbound. Hello? What's going on? They're just
corner. Uh-oh, defense fell asleep. Gave up an open shot, but he shot it very late.
That's the way it's going down. That's what they say in game, and that absolutely is the name of the game right now for 𝐵RAXO and his team, as he's able to put up point after point after point.
Gets it back over to the left side. Trying to play hot potato, but they need to get points. They need to get points fast, and it almost got turned over there again. A lot of missed opportunities.
Not a lot of time remaining on this offensive. 14 seconds, 4 minutes in total before we approach the end of the first game. Again, point differential is the name of the game for Ivory Coast here, so damage control is the mode they are in currently, as Knight pulls up for the 3. He was open, but slightly off on that. 𝐵RAXO this time wasn't too fast on taking on that pass, but Prince there with the rebound makes the correction and takes Morocco to 69.
Looking to find something on the left side. No RJ. Back over to the right side. Takes the 3. That one's good. 3:18 left to go now in this game 1.
Will Morocco try to start running down the clock? I feel like no, because even in the previous game as well, they really want to make sure they are hot when it comes to the scoring department and making sure they are squeezing out as much as they can in the point differential department, making sure there's nothing left up for chance when it comes to basketball, and they're doing a great job at it.
No RJ. Brings it up the court. That one's going to be a loose ball. That's recovered by Morocco. Morocco 2-3. Always 3. That's the best answer to give. And they continue to pile it on. Points off turnovers have been huge for Morocco.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is getting to a point where you have to say it's getting out of control, or rather it's gotten out of control for sure. Getting like we're way past that at this point. Far pass over to 𝐵RAXO on the right-hand side corner. Quick pass over back to Master, and it's 𝐵RAXO to take the shot. Another three-pointer. It's a 40-point difference now between the two, and Ivory Coast find themselves stunned as to how this got out of hand so quickly. Lord Easy on the three-point line now. 15 seconds to shoot. Takes the shot in hopes at least getting the rebound, but guess who? It's 𝐵RAXO on the sidelines, taking the long pass, passes over to Elias, as now 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄 slows things down, not finding that opening. Elias double pump, fakes it back over to Master, and it's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄 to take the shot and rattles that two-pointer home. Easy peasy.
Gets the job done there as we're in the final 2 minutes of game number 1. That was Morocco with a very comfortable lead, what some would expect, what many expected. Lord Easy, though. Oh, I thought he had a shot there, but that one isn't, and that's another turnover. And you know they want the 3. Keep it on the left corner. Oh, and they put it inside the paint, and they get fouled.
I would be very surprised if 𝐵RAXO would miss these free throws, but in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't change much now, would it? We are not far from getting the 50-point difference between the two, as there's still 1:20 on the clock.
Takes a shot. That one's going to be defended. Rebound secured by Ivory Coast. Looking to dish on the top of the key, and that one's stolen away by 𝐵RAXO. Looking at alley-oop, that puppy, and they get it to land. 83-37.
That is
Some
just
style points.
Yeah, that is just to make themselves feel even better. Billy Mala was left wide open for the 3 in the corner, is successful with it this time, and keeps it at a, let's say, manageable 43-point difference, as Morocco will miss that 3-point opportunity. Final seconds on the clock. 𝐂𝐄𝐂, a huge slam dunk.
Mastur bringing it up the court. He's going to take an open three, and just like that, they give up a two. They take the three right back. Dishing it out to the right side. No RJ. Takes the mid. He can't get it to go. It's Morocco with the long 2 foot well above the line. Or well inside, rather.
88-42. What might be the final possession here for Ivory Coast. Knight finds himself open under the net, but it's his teammate from the 3-point line to take the shot. And of course, it's over to Braxo, who nails it again. How many points? It's a 40 bomb.
91-42. Takes a shot from the left side. That one's good to go. We've seen Morocco have themselves 90s in the past. We haven't seen them secure the 100 just yet. Maybe they will do so in game number 2 of round number 2. But for now, it's 91-45. Give us a stare. Here you go.
Even a smirk. Even a smirk on top of that. I mean, look, that got out of control so fast. Even my head is spinning, and I can't imagine how Ivory Coast feel like right now. After game 1 against Morocco, Morocco once again showing like why they are considered the favorites in this group so far. For sure, Ivory Coast did start off, and I would say on even grounds with Morocco, but Morocco felt like we're just kind of feeling for the rhythm of the game. And as soon as they found that pace that they felt comfortable with, the game just completely spun out of control. And again, it's off the back of those offensive turnovers and off the back of course, Braxo's incredible success, both from the three-point line as well as from down under. Any thoughts on like what Ivory Coast can do against this?
I mean, the number one thing is you've got to make sure that I would typically say, hey, make sure the guards aren't the ones that beat you, but then you've got Braxo just turn it up a notch, right? You mentioned it, 40 points, 4 steals, 3 dimes. I mean, it just looked like late in the game, especially in the second half, Morocco was just able to get as many steals as they wanted. They had 6 as a team. They knocked down 12 3-point shots compared to 10 of Ivory Coast. So they tried to keep up in that manner, but it's just too many opportunities. It's just too many missed shots, 17 for 42 for Ivory Coast, which only gives Morocco more of a chance to get the possessions and get the points. So to me, you just got to slow it down. Well, that's what we've been saying. You cannot play Morocco's game and beat them. You've got to play your own game. You've got to play at your own pace and slow things down. So that way it's, hey, we took, 30 shots, you took 30 shots, and it's just a matter of who was able to make what. And then you got to get back on the defensive side as well. Way too many easy points on the fast break. The defense needs to get back. As soon as your offense lets a shot go, 3 of y'all got to hustle back and make sure you're not giving up the easy points. You got to utilize your fouls as well. They only had 4 fouls. Guys, as a team, you have at least, 20-plus fouls to give? Utilize them. You shouldn't be in the single digits, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And, especially when it comes to it, when you feel like the game is starting to run out of control, you're absolutely justified to go for those fouls, to try to break that pace, if anything, of Morocco. Now, it doesn't look like it might be easy to break the pace of Morocco, all things considered. So I completely agree with you, like that the game plan for Ivory Coast has to be try and play your own game and stop trying to match whatever Morocco is doing. Like it's just simply not going to work out for you. And that ties into what we spoke about before, I think, during the first half of the show, where in a situation like this, where you're down by so much coming into the next game, you have your only hope is to rely on whatever has worked for you in the past and try to get those basics polished, basically. Go for simple, easy, executable plays. And so far, again, this is a running theme, but I see so many players trying to go for that perfect play where it's not necessary. Just use the openings that the game presents you. It's not like Morocco's defense is impenetrable. They're just running away with the turnovers, not because of their indestructible defense,
And you got to get the guards get going on offensive side as well. I mean, you have Ivory Coast, you have Lord Easy that went ahead and only had 8 points. You have their 2 guard that only had 5 points, right? No RJ. So no RJ went 2 for 6. You had Lord Easy that went 3 for 6. You got to get more involved. You got to take more shots. It's okay if you're taking shots and they're not hitting. It happens to the best of us. But to not even take 10 shots as a guard and not get 10 dimes, something's got to change on the offensive end, and I think it starts with the guards.
Yeah, and off the back of that, that will present more opportunities under the rim for your offensive rebounds. So if there's no shots taken, there's also no opportunity for offensive rebounds. You either drive it home with an easy 2 off the board or the rim, and you don't. That at least has been the name of the game so far for Ivory Coast. Having said that, though, again, I want to tie in the beginning of the game because I feel like Ivory Coast were playing their pace and what they felt comfortable with, and it was working for them, right? So they have shown us that they can do it. It's just about the fact that with a midst of things, when you're getting down by 10, by 12, by 15, by 16, etc., you get this sense of being overwhelmed, and that's where you fall in that rhythm of trying to chase the enemy rather than trying to impose your own style.
And we'll see how things go ahead and play out in game number 2. Again, they did go ahead and switch sides as Morocco took game number 1 in a convincing manner. Game number 2 is coming up as Ivory Coast will look to make some adjustments and come back like Nigeria did earlier in the matchups. And of course, keys to the game for me is just going to be the point guards for Ivory Coast need to get going early on, need to get their buckets, need to get some threes to drop through the hoop. And they also need to do a better job to get back on the defensive side. You cannot give up such easy possessions, such easy points.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, what else can you say, really, if you're Ivory Coast, other than wishing them good luck heading into what is going to be the final game of today. But we have a lot more Africa region action over the next 2 days. Tomorrow, we're still going to have round 3, and then we head into day number 3 for the semifinals and the grand finals to decide and crown one winner of the Africa region that's going to represent Africa heading into 11th and 12th December in Philippines, where teams from across the globe will have a chance to fight for an overall prize pool of $50K dollars, and that's a lot of money.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's incredible to be able to do what we do and to have a chance to go ahead and win like that. And because you're playing a video game, I think it's just incredible. And what an opportunity these guys and gals will have to go ahead and fly all the way to the Philippines to compete, not just for the money, but to get the experience as well. We talked about the national anthem that, is played when you make it to the semis and the finals. Just an incredible experience to truly internally recognize and realize and take in that you are representing your country with the national anthem being played, with you wearing the jersey representing your country as well. It's a big memorable moment for these athletes. E-athletes? Yeah. I will call them e-athletes.
E-athletes? Athletes?
E-athletes.
It's still being disputed in the grand scheme of things, but that is above my pay grade. I'm not getting into that. It's just, there's split opinions in society. Let us know in the chat as well, which teams are you rooting for, not only from the Africa region, but in general. Who do you feel like is going to take it all and take the big W in December? Because I really, really feel like a lot of it is going to come down to the wire, and I want to see that. That perfect story would be a buzzer beater victory in the grand finals. That's like the ultimate dream, right?
Yeah, I mean, indeed it is. And we'll see which teams are able to compete for that. We'll see which countries are able to qualify and recognize those, especially ones that have made it. I'm sure they want to make it back. That way they, kind of don't feel some type of FOMO when they're watching all the ceremonies and everything happening in person. And, Ivory Coast hasn't had a chance to make it. Morocco has, but then once you've been there and you haven't had the type of success you wanted, now you want it even more.
Actually, now on the theme of our ever so loved hashtag eFIBA S3, I want to see someone sharing their tickets to Philippines. You don't need to show us the full ticket, but just show me that you bought them. Just to show off that you're going to be there with us.
That would be incredible. That would be a lot of fun. And it's cool because you see people in the chat that are kind of engaging with us, and then you get a chance to meet them in person and take pictures and whatever else. It's a memorable moment for us as casters as well to kind of remember that, hey, at this event, I saw so-and-so, you know what I mean? So
absolutely,
it's definitely a joyous time for everybody involved.
And I love the basketball community overall. Everyone's so involved and always rooting for their favorite teams. But I'm also surprised as to the level of knowledge, the support the viewers have, from all sides has been immense, and it makes our job actually quite easy. Quite often you guys spot out things that we might miss out on.
All right, well, we'll get right back into the gameplay of things here. It's a quick 7-0 lead with a, here's the thing. Morocco has always kind of gotten to these fast starts, and we've talked about it, right? First game, 11-0 lead. Second game, 13-0 lead. Third game here, 7-0 lead. Fourth game, 9-0. So it's the fast starts all the time for Morocco, which is why we're a little late. They just started a little bit too soon. What do you want us to do? You know what I mean?
They're just too fast to jump the gun, and we're barely able to keep up, and that is exactly how it feels to play against Morocco when they're slamming down threes like this, making it a 12-0 start. And Ivory Coast, what feels like the game just only started, already your head is spinning.
Indeed it is, and they're off to a 12-0 start, looking to pile it on as well, but it starts with a defensive stop for them if they can go ahead and get it. There's a shot from the right side, and now the run has ended, or at least they're able to respond back with a three of their own.
Masterooks pulls up for a three-pointer of his own. He wanted to go tit for tat with that. The rebound is good on the offense, and 14-3 now. This Ivory Coast, only a single net to their name. That is going to be out of bounds as Marquinhos tried to go for the steal there. Wanted to extend that lead even further from the get-go. Once again, Morocco's team has been not leaving anything up for chance. That was a risky move.
Able to go and avoid the turnover there. You can't do that. We talked about not giving Morocco too many possessions. Great rebound there. Great box out. It's the fundamentals that lead to the open three from your teammates. Even if you didn't make it, looked like they almost didn't secure the rebound, but they did on the defensive side of Ivory Coast. Gets it back to the point guard. Dishes it to the left side. Look to call a cut. Nothing there. Back over to no RJ. Oh, and that's just a bad turnover.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Braxo, quick pass over to Elias in the corner, back to Braxo again, and he's been finding a lot of success from this corner. Not going to be good this time, but of course, Prince is there to pick up the rebound. Makes it look incredibly clean. 16-3 as Ivory Coast start their offensive journey. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. I feel like the time is running so fast in this first quarter. That's just the pace of the game and how things are going to go. Back-to-back three-pointers, though, for Ivory Coast from that right-hand side corner. At least some success in that department.
Mastor looking to bring it back up top. Trying to make something happen. He's going to go ahead and take that shot. Doesn't go. Rebound secured by Ivory Coast. Look how fast Morocco gets back. There's no chance for a fast break opportunity for Ivory Coast because of the defense that Morocco plays. That's what you got to replicate if you're Ivory Coast.
Yeah, but a beautiful break, cut-in play from NoJR there to pick up the ball amidst the two defensive men and make the shot happen. Braxo, though, I mean, he has some crazy accuracy. He's been able to put up shots from all over the place. Another steal attempt that was a clean one, but it is out of bounds, so it is going to remain. The ball is going to remain in the hands of Ivory Coast as there's still 37 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Marquinhos comes in to stop the play in its tracks. A contested three-pointer. You could see he's even surprised. Morocco is surprised. How did that even happen? How did it go through?
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. At that time, they had it all, and that's a beautiful play. Off-ball screen, top of the key, three to extend the lead to double digits. The final seconds of the first quarter. Impressive gameplay from Morocco to no one's surprise. Lord Easy, he gets it down low. Defense could have gone and snagged that easy steal.
Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it go through and find its connection. Master pulls up for his two-pointer. It's not going to go through as the rebound is good for defense, but it's out of bounds as well. It's going to be Ivory Coast's ball, but only 2.1 seconds remaining. So it has to be a fast pass and a shot. Instead, not even that. 21-12. Ivory Coast still keeping it manageable for themselves, so Morocco haven't been able to run away with the lead just yet. Prince, though, makes it look easy with the two.
Starting things off in the second quarter as Ivory Coast looking to bring this back into the single digits. Passes it outside. Now that's going to be a loose ball. There's another turnover. Do they stop and pop for the three, or they go to the right corner? Right corner pass came in a little bit too late. Right corner still open. Right corner still open. Right corner still open. Now it's not. Come on, bro. I said it 4 times. Come on. This is why you need the broadcast on when you're watching the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the left corner misses. This is why the right corner is important.
Even more so. Braxo, though, pulls up from the midline. Isn't good enough, and Prince finally has the final word on the offensive play. As the play is reset, Ivory Coast's ball. Catter on the right-hand side has found two three-pointers to his name. Gives it over to Billy Mala, though, on the left-hand side. No JR. Back over to Knight. Knight holding on to it. 8 seconds on the clock. Lord Easy not finding an opening. Pump fakes it for once. I feel like he could have gone for that. Instead, it's no JR over to Knight. And Knight somehow misses that one. And it's going to be a foul from Knight. Morocco on the free throw line.
Look like might have been a transition take foul on that one.
Yeah.
As Morocco has a shot open and Brax top of the key. That one doesn't go. Takes it from the left side a little bit. That one's good. 29-12. Morocco with a comfortable lead. 3:33 left to go in the second quarter of this game 2. The last game of the night. Because I know my man V is ready to get some rest.
Nah, we'll get to it. We first need to find out who closes this one out. Of course, yes, Morocco, your favorites, but still, nonetheless, I believe in the fairy tale story. I believe in miracles. India, having said that, there is going to be 6 seconds on the clock for Ivory Coast to try and secure some points on this offensive play.
Speaking of believes, I also believe you can do 30 push-ups. Here's
there we go.
3:12 on the second. Oh, and that one gets denied from the right corner. It's not often you see a three-point shot get denied, but you just saw one there.
A single second to work with. What is the plan here? Billy Mala over to the corner, and that is not going to fall through. Fast pass. Marquinhos already preemptively positioned himself there, and of course had all the time in the world to prepare to make that play. Three-pointer goes through very quickly. It is what now? My math is not mathing. Help. 20 points. There we go.
Hey, see, look, we all need help a little bit sometimes. 20 plus 3 is, wait for it. Wait for it. 23-point lead for Morocco.
Man, I'm going to have games that finish at 5 a.m. Like, what is going to happen with my math then? It's 2 o'clock now.
Wait, we're done for the day, right?
Well, not yet.
Oh, well, you made it seem like we had another 4 blocks of games. I was like, what is he talking
No.
about?
That's going to be in a few days' time. Still, though, Morocco keeping this nice, quick, and sharp. As Braxo, uncharacteristically for him, is going to miss that wide open two-pointer. No JR, though. Slowed on the three-point line. Pass over to Kader. Kader gives it straight into the hands of Braxo. You absolutely can't make mistakes like that. Mastro pulls up for a far two-pointer in motion. Makes it happen nonetheless.
Ay. Things are not looking pretty. No RJ, or no JR, excuse me. Lord Easy, he's cold. He's going to have a tough time making that shot, as seen right there. Morocco, left corner. Let me know if you've heard it, but that's an easy 3. 40-12 now as they're piling it on with 1:20 to go.
Yeah, Lord Easy cold and has the shakes and needs to shake it off. Absolutely. His team needs him more than ever right now as Morocco start to run away with it. 28-point lead between the two. Looking to see if they can perhaps pop a pick or steal through. No JR. Holding on to it for now. Over to Lord Easy on the 3-point. And there we go. That's shaking off the shakes.
Gets it to the left side. That shot is good. Morocco just continues to pile it on. 1 minute left in the second.
Lord Easy again stopped on the 3-point line. Nearly steps out. Knight pulls up the 3-pointer. Can't make it happen just yet. Of course, it's Braxo, left-hand side corner. You don't enable the game. You know it is a 3-pointer going through again. No JR. Stopped on the 3-point line. Finds Knight. Instead, Knight gives it out back over to Lord on the 3-pointer. and tries to make him go ablaze.
See how they're able to go ahead and close out the second. Dash it to the ref side. Looking to find a little bit of space. Has Brax to the right. He doesn't get it to go, but there's two offensive players there to get the rebound. Those second chance opportunities, and that one's stolen away by Ivory Coast. Lord Easy looking to find something to do with the ball. That one's tipped. That one's stolen away. Back-to-back steals. Does he dish it out? He finishes at the rim, and that's an and one.
With 6.5 seconds remaining, Ivory Coast will have another quick offensive attempt at this. Let's see if they can make it happen. Fast pass over to No JR. Slam dunk at the end of it all. 48-20 with 0.2 before halftime. That is Morocco in a commanding lead. I'm not really sure why Morocco is shaking their heads there, because from my perspective, it was another day in the office for them. No real challenges. It got competitive at one point, but Ivory Coast, not really sure. Is it just stubbornness or that is the plan heading forward? But they haven't really made that many adjustments. And again, you know, like the long passes that Morocco is able to land to each other is a continuous problem.
Yeah, especially because we know that the turnovers has been a big key for them, right? It just hasn't been great for them to continuously turn the ball over, give the extra possessions over to the teams.
Oh, nice attempt there. Finally caught the timing on that. It is going to be out of bounds. 16 seconds on the shot clock. The one to set things in motion. We'll find Prince somehow. How do these balls connect for Morocco? I don't understand. Mastro pulls up the three-pointer. The rebound is good for Prince, and Mastro gets a second chance and makes sure this one counts.
They always, always, always find a way. As they're going to go ahead and get that ball right back, and that's going to be stolen away, and that's a quick timeout. Looked like they were actually trying to foul, but then because they ended up with the steal, they called the timeout. That's how I'm going with it.
Yeah, look, it's paying close attention to the details here, Ivory Coast, and trying to make use of every single advantage they can get. And, well, so far it looks like they absolutely need it. Lord Easy now stopped on the three-point line, found a few three-pointers right before halftime. Can he find more? Finds a pass over to Billy Mala in the corner. No JR now with the ball. 8 seconds on the clock. They have to go for the shot. 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂 over to Billy Mala again. 2 seconds to go. No time for passing like this, and the defense is just too vigorous. It is an offensive shot clock violation, and the ball is going to be handed over to Morocco.
Just unfortunate, but that's just a story for this game so far for Ivory Coast. As the alley-oop it upstairs, and that one's not going to go.
Still out of bounds, though, so plenty of time. Oh, sorry, it's Morocco's ball. I thought it's Ivory Coast's way. Never mind me. Marquinhos takes it out to a three-pointer. The man's wide open.
He just dribbles it to the right and says, watch this. Knocks it down.
Not even beating a sweat so far. Yet again, Morocco amping up the pace in the second half and showing that they are definitely a dangerous team to play against when it comes to quarter number 3 and 4. Mastro with a three-pointer rattles this one home as well. 57-20 now, a 37-point lead over Ivory Coast. And even more in the grand scheme of things, as Morocco so far have started off very strong in this round 1 and round 2 of Africa regional games.
Of course, the question now isn't if Morocco's going to win or not. I'm just being realistic. I think the question is, are they going to try to get to 100 for the first time tonight as Morocco misses that one? And you know they're trying to as they're hunting for the threes. As they missed that one, back-to-back shots. Ivory Coast had somebody open down the lane. Pass is coming in a little bit too late.
Ooh, Billy Maldo finds that three-pointer. They absolutely needed that. Start building upon that pace, you know. Thankfully, no players gone cold just yet. We saw beforehand briefly Lord, but he was able to shake it off. Mastro, though, nicely slowed down. Marquinhos back over to Mastro. Again, Marquinhos holding on to it. It's a dance between the two and a high elbow two-pointer goes in favor of Morocco.
See if Ivory Coast is able to go ahead and get something going here to get some momentum going into the fourth quarter. So far, though, it's just been Morocco with the defensive stops and the easy threes. That's been the name of the game for them all day long.
Oh, Ivory Coast lose the ball, and Elias makes them pay for it. As another three-pointer finds its way through the hoop, and a minute 40 seconds on the clock in this third quarter. Lord Easy is going to be held on to, slowed down, finds an opening, goes for it, and nails the shot.
Way to get that one to go. Morocco gets it over to the left side. That's a long two. I'm sure they wanted a three, but that's quite all right. Trying to bring it up the court. No RJ or no JR with it. Excuse me. Always mess that one up. But that's going to be a jump ball. It is.
Well first jump ball, actually, for what now? A few days.
Yeah. They'll take it out in the middle.
Ball's in the hands of Ivory Coast. Lord Easy there to set up a play. Another quick steal from Braxo over to Marquinhos. Open for three if he wants to go for it. Braxo there for the rebound as well if needed. Instead, it's Prince handing it over to Elon. Well, Morocco is on pace to get to that 100-point line if they want to. Knight, again on the three-point line, has actually found some success from the 3 points as well. Instead, it's Lord Easy to pull it up. Doesn't make the shot. Marquinhos wide open for three. Not going to make it good. Fast overturn. And Knight are heading for the net. Three players around him. Yeah, that's just too many hands. It's like...
there's just no way you can have a 4-on-1 and you walk away with a turnover. Like, I understand it's the end of the quarter, but, like, there's no way you can have a 4-on-1 and you don't walk away with a bucket. You had the flanks open outside. You had the easy basket if you wanted it yourself upstairs. Like, just got to be... Oh, my, oh, my. Oh, here's how a 4-on-1 looks, by the way. Bang. The quietest bang you'll ever hear me say.
I didn't even
like,
think about it.
Next time I'll just be like,
bang. Yeah.
Jitty, bang, bang. Oh, almost lost the ball there. Right corner's open. They get it to him. They get the shot. Bang.
Again with it. Man, it's the fourth quarter. We're losing it absolutely right now as the final action of the day takes place. Braxo miraculously will lose the possession of the ball over to No JR. Left-hand side rattles it home again. Back-to-back three-pointers for Ivory Coast and some signs of life heading into the fourth quarter. Mastro tries to go for a breakaway play himself. Can't make it happen, though. The ball just simply refuses to go through the hoop at a mid-play steal, and Braxo pulls up the three-pointer. Of course he does. Man, I need to get lessons from the Moroccans on NBA 2K. Like, what is going on?
They've been doing well. They've been doing great. Right corner's open for Ivory Coast. Got it to him a little bit too late. Just got to make those reads sooner and sooner as Morocco. Long two. They don't care. They'll take any bucket that's wide open for them. Less than 4 minutes left here.
Oh, he nails that one. I was holding my breath for it, making sure it's going to go through 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂. I think that's like the third or perhaps even the fourth three-pointer he's made during this game and might be an answer that Ivory Coast is looking for.
Gets it over to the right side. Now looking to make something happen. To the right it is. Gets that shot off. Nothing there. And it's Morocco with it. Morocco looking to push the pace. Again, top of the key. Brax with the shot. Doesn't go. Rebound secured. Right corner. Long two for the line. That's good.
Yeah, and you saw there as well, as soon as Ivory Coast knew the ball is not going to go through, they instantly went back to see if they can make sure they cover Braxo, and instead they find an opening in front of the net from the three-point line. So props to Ivory Coast to try to adjust for these fast turnover plays from Morocco, but that simply is not it. So far, the hands are too quick on the Moroccan side, and it shows both in scoring department as well as the passing department.
Gets the ball inside to Mastur. He's going to take the easy 3. That's what he's been hunting all day long. The defense just says, yeah, we'll worry about the 2 inside. You take the easy 3, and he knocks it down. 2 minutes left about. 88-40. Lord, easy. Trying to tight rope that puppy over to take the shot. Oh, baited. Takes it. Open. Can't get it to go.
Yeah, knowing myself, I would have stepped over the line for sure in that one. Nice attempt at the steal, though, but Prince, again, the saving grace for Morocco when it comes to it. Good defensive rebound. Back over to the hands of Lord Easy. He can make a fast play out of this one. 𝐂𝐇𝐄 on the three-point line. Does he go for another one? Instead, it's going to be Billy Malo wide open for 3 from the corner. It's good. And Ivory Coast starting to amp up the pace slightly here as we approach the final minute and a half in the fourth quarter.
91 points for them. Do they finally crack 100? They're going to need a couple of stops and a couple of steals, but that hasn't been. Ooh, there we go.
They went for it.
Aggressive. They tried to get aggressive.
Well, no one's in the bonus just yet, so they can allow themselves if they choose to do so. And looks like it is the name of the game. Beautiful interception. Braxo with a breakaway play passes over to Elias. A contested attempt. And over to Mastro off the back of Prince's recovery. Again, they just simply are relentless on the three-pointers, but no real openings. Braxo pulls up. Not good. And now it is going to be Ivory Coast offense. And another steal.
Oh, what a great pass back to the left side, but he can't get it to go. That was a highlight play. 2 for $1. Can't get it to go again.
What is happening? Suddenly they can't nail a three-pointer, a slam dunk for Ivory Coast, and Morocco are scratching the backs of their heads thinking, like, what is going on? Five three-pointers rattling out.
My, oh my, that's going to be a shot. That one doesn't go. Back over to the left side. Brax, top of the key is Mastur. He goes ahead and nails that one.
Finally, they find a break in the defense of the hoop, I have to say. There's going to be your foul. Ivory Coast in the bonus on the line. They do get the first. Can they get the follow-up here with 39 seconds remaining on the game clock? Fast pass over for another 3. Is it good? Yes, it is. The coast is clear. 97-46. One more three-pointer to break the 100-point line. Can Morocco make it in time? Far pass. Over to Mastro. Pulls it up. Doesn't get it. 20 seconds on the clock. Morocco needs a steal. And 𝐂𝐇𝐄 is going to be stopped on the three-point line, puts him on free throws, but also puts Morocco in a situation where they can make it work, but they can get to those 100 points. Triple digits is always something you want to see.
And let's see if they actually try to play the free throw game continuously to get themselves there.
I think that's the plan. Like you can see by the smiles of Morocco, like they absolutely want to nail it.
They sure do. But is Ivory Coast going to foul them and not let them get there? I'm that petty. I would do it. Well, there you go. Triple digits for Morocco. They nailed 100 points here in the final seconds of the fourth as Ivory Coast looks to get the last laugh with a 3. They got
100. Yeah, 100-51. So happy days for Morocco as Ivory Coast have done a valiant attempt at trying to stop this, well, what turns out to be an unstoppable force in the form of Morocco's NBA 2K basketball team, at least so far. Very impressive from them.
And they indeed go ahead and get 103, and that's going to be the final ball game for us. All right, come on, inbound this, please. Thank you. There you go. I don't know what that noise was, but 103-53 is your final score. Give us a stare. Wait for it.
No stare?
No stare? Oh, I guess whenever you score 100, you don't want to stare people down? That's cool. But what a great performance.
There we go.
That adjusts his ears as well. But what a great performance, though, from Morocco through and through from the beginning till the end. They just seem to dominate here tonight and just, I mean, all-around great effort by Ivory Coast. Unfortunately, they just fell a little bit too short to the Titans that is Morocco.
Absolutely, and well, props to Ivory Coast. You know, both during both games they had against Morocco, it was a pretty decent start for them. But then simply Morocco, off the back of those fast turnover plays, just simply rack up too big of a difference to really put any noticeable dent in it. And then it's just a matter of like always playing on the back foot. You know, really trying to play catch up and making sure that you're at least at some sort of situation where you can contest these shots, and that can even be difficult at times. Let's have a look at the overall standings after round 1 and 2.
And here you see Group A, you've got Nigeria and Algeria that played to start off the day, and they went ahead and got out Nigeria up 3 points, Algeria with 2, Egypt with 1. And on Group B, you've got Morocco with 4 points, you've got Ivory Coast with 1, and you've got Benin at 1 as well. And the reason for that is the point differential as well. And speaking of Ivory Coast, I know we've got an interview set up as well. So let's go ahead and welcome our guest. A great effort from Ivory Coast as they looked to make a pitch here in round number 3 tomorrow. What's going on, man? How's it feel to get back into the competitive space of 2K?
Can you hear me? First of all, is very pleasant for us to play this game, and congrats to Morocco, which playing very well. As we say in Ivory Coast, discouragement is not Ivorian. We will be back tomorrow, and we believe in Akradio to do it for us and to go ahead in the competition to play the semifinals. So we believe in that, and one more time, congrats to Morocco team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all things considered, I think it was a very strong showing from you guys, and there's a lot of material to go over heading into tomorrow. What is the main things that you're going to try to improve for tomorrow?
So first of all, today I just want to tell that, but we had some technical problems before the game, and we had to switch players, and we think that tomorrow all the team will be complete, and we will talk in private to improve ourselves to win tomorrow.
If you had to give one message to your team to get them ready for tomorrow, no matter what the lineup is, what's the one message you would send them?
It's in our head. We are Ivorian, and as I already said, discouragement is not Ivorian. We believe that. I believe in everybody in my team, and tomorrow we will win and go ahead in the competition.
All right. Well, hey, man, we appreciate you for joining us here. Congrats again. I love the national pride that you have. We saw the flag in the background, and we'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck. All right, as we go ahead and conclude our nights here, I mean, just great to kind of see them with the sportsmanship. Even though they kind of lost by double digits both games, they still congratulate their opponents. That's the beauty of what we do here. Let's go ahead and let's go and show the brackets to kind of, quickly take a look at where we are with things. And here's the schedule real quick for tomorrow. So we completed everything today. So then tomorrow, we'll go ahead and have round number 3. My man V, you're going to get a day off. I'll be joined with Vince, and we'll go ahead and cover Egypt taking on Algeria, and then Benin taking on Ivory Coast. I'm sure he'll tell me how to pronounce that correctly, but it should be a fun matchup, man. And let's go ahead and take a look now at the bracket and walk me through what you're seeing here.
Yeah, exactly. So we kick things off with Nigeria taking the lead so far, and Algeria in the second place, Egypt close by, but trailing by a single point. On Group B, we have Morocco in commanding fashion, taking the lead with 4 points to their name. And look at that point differential, man. 208 points. Like, there is no tiebreaker in the world they're losing with that big of a lead in the point differential department. Ivory Coast, though, together with Benin, sitting at 1 point each. So that is going to be an interesting match tomorrow between the two. And I feel like a lot is going to be riding on that one to make it through into the semifinals. So those are going to be played out in a best-of-3 fashion. So no more point differentials. It's all about winning the game. Whoever wins 2 games out of 3 is the one that is going to proceed further on.
All right. Well, look, we love for you guys to always get involved with us. So no matter who you were rooting for today, what's happening, let us know what your favorite moments of the broadcast were. We'd love to see them, but make sure you use hashtag eFIBAS3 so we can easily find them on the X space as well. V, before we go, give me your final thoughts.
Final thoughts? Africa, as I said, it might have started off quietly, but it definitely finished off strong, and there's more action to come. Trust me on that, as I will prepare myself for those push-ups and hopefully not eat a fly along the way.
I hope not, and I hope you get some rest as well. And again, we will be back with more action tomorrow because this is only day 1 of the African Regional Qualifiers. You can join us for round 3 tomorrow, and of course, the grand finals will be done the day after that as well. On behalf of myself, V, and all the men and women behind the scenes that made this show possible, we thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed a constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the 7th fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene, and unplugged for the madness. The calf is golden, hands open as they scream. As right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is